Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, excuse me, to the Thursday. It's Thursday edition of High on Politics. I know. We don't usually do Thursdays. What's up, everybody? Hope you guys are doing well. I should probably make my schedule reflect that a little bit. It's always nice to take a little, day in the middle of the week to try and decompress. I was actually kind of toying with doing that again. Just so you guys know, I am having some issues right off the bat here. I have no idea what's going on. I tested everything. I literally tested everything. So if it doesn't come back, just head over to the horizontal or the vertical stream, and it should be fine. Come on. What is going on here? You know what? I have a feeling that something might have happened on my end. Let's see. Starting off swimmingly. Horizon, horizontal crash, yeah. Yes, I'm having a crash. I don't know why, though. Here, let's see. Come on. This was happening yesterday, too. The fact that this is, being pretty consistent, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that this is a larger issue with my OBS. Oh, hey, there it is. Yeah, this is definitely an issue with my OBS. Hold on. Yeah, I know. Oh, okay, so yeah, we lost horizontal. That's great. Fantastic. You know what? New stream. Okay. No, it's not. On Twitch, what are you doing? Oh, Twitch quit. Twitch quit too. You gotta be kidding me with this shit, dude. I hate the fact that I'm just gonna admit it too. I was already kind of toying with taking the night off. Maybe this is the universe trying to tell me, hey, you really should. You need some time off. I mean, back on Twitch. But yeah, it looks like the horizontal's just not going to happen on YouTube today. It's fine. You know what? Screw it. We can have one day of a vertical exclusive. So welcome to the show, everybody. Hit the like button on your way in. Really, really helps out the channel. I could definitely use the boost. YouTube is playing some games lately with a bunch of the stuff that we've been covering. God. You know what? I'm going to just say it. Yeah, I should have leaned towards doing more entertainment stuff, because had I known that covering politics on YouTube was going to lead to so much censorship, man, that definitely would have made me go a different route. But if you guys don't know, yeah, YouTube is censoring the hell out of everybody lately. And I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, they're censoring your guys too. They're censoring all political content because these cable news networks are very, very upset. That's it. All right. Internet test. We're doing this. Hold on, guys. I have to. Sorry. It keeps saying that I'm having issues, and it makes no sense. And if this is my fucking internet, then I know that I am going to have a field day with these assholes. Second time out. Okay. Second time here, or what are you talking about? I don't know. I'm fine. Okay. OBS it is. Ken Schultz, what's up? Twitch. Yes, no, I know. We got the Twitch. Let's see. Okay, cool. Well, I'll let everybody know that we are horror vertical only. Okay. Let's get to it. Sorry, guys. I have to fix this on the fly. It's doing it again. Now I really am just toying with ending the stream. It keeps disconnecting and reconnecting. Nom 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 nom. Hola. What's up, dude? Crash. Yeah, there it goes. Crash. Yeah, horizontal or vertical is just fine. Or portrait mode, as they call it. You know what? I have a feeling that I'm just gonna have to restart stream because this is getting bad, guys. Like, Twitch keeps going in, out, in, out, in, out, and then yeah. I wish it would just kind of quit though. Like, that's my biggest hang up here is the fact that Twitch tries to reconnect. Oh shit, there is. There's a huge, yeah, actually, yeah, there's a huge outage in Chicago here. What the fuck? Damn, yeah, we're getting hit pretty hard. Hey, what's up, Rebecca? I'm kind of going back to college for a psychology degree. Hell yeah. Congratulations on figuring that out. It's always cool when you figure out what you want to do. I kind of wish I would have figured out what I wanted to do a little bit sooner. I also I fell into the trap of giving up on anything creative or comedy, for that matter, because of just not being able to see it as a viable career. And I ended up doing something that I absolutely hated. Twitch crash. Again? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I guess Twitch is just out. This is insane, dude. Screw it. I'm gonna keep streaming. I'm done. I'm done worrying about it. So, if it crashes, guys. I'm sorry. If you guys want to watch the show, I highly recommend just watching it on vertical today. That's what we got here. Sorry if I'm a little frustrated by this, but it's what it is. Okay. I've already kind of had like a rough day. So, this is just kind of compounding some shit already. Like, this is honestly, I'm not going to be like, this is the last thing I needed, but it's just another turd in the shit sandwich, you know? It's not going to make it taste any worse than it already does. Yeah, I'm not doing great today. I kind of I don't know how I missed this, but yeah, it's March 5th, and I'm not sure if you guys know this, but March 5th is the last day that I actually heard my mom's voice. And have like a conversation with her. So it's really been fucking with me today. I've been having a lot of like sporadic grief moments. So here's the kicker. It is actually turning into anger. Like I'm not in a good mood today. Like I'm just not in a good space. I can already tell you I'm not going to really handle the trolls too well. So Anna, if you don't mind, turd sandwich, grilled onions. Yeah, exactly. Although, all right, now do grilled onions on a turd sandwich make it better or worse? Dude, you don't need to stream if you need a break. The thing is, I actually wanted to come in, even if I don't stream long today, I wanted to come and chill with you guys because I was kind of having, already a rough go of it. So yeah, I kind of wanted to hang with you guys for a little bit. Coming from a psychology student, not really a good thing. No, it's okay. I went to therapy today, so don't worry about it. But like I've been saying, with everything crashing on there, it just sucks. Being with your wife, it will make me happier. I cannot be with my wife right now. She is in a long-term care facility, and the visiting hours are very, very strict. And right now, because she is in the middle of her chemo radiation, I'm not really able to see her. So I talked to her today, though. It was awesome. She's actually feeling a lot better today, so that's nice. They did say that she's gonna get used to this, I guess, because she already said that she was. She said that the second day was by far the worst that she has had during all of this, going back to when she first started getting chemo. But like today, she actually said that she feels like eating and not everything tastes like metal. So that's good. She said that the fatigue is just such a bitch, though. Like she is getting slammed by this fatigue. So yeah, just, you know the deal, guys. Keep her in your thoughts and definitely send positive vibes. She might be able to join us tonight. If she joins in chat, just know that those are very special moments because yeah, she even said, she's like, I can't really pay attention to anything long enough to actually chime in. So which I did tend to like, I took the time to make a little joke about that. I'm like, oh, I get it. It's me, isn't it? Shit. A little too much self-deprecation. Have her eat wild mushrooms. They do good for the organs. She can't because she has colorectal cancer, and unfortunately there's too much fiber in there. Yeah, dude. No, she really got the shit end of the stick on this one. Oh god. Can Twitch just like crash already? God, I can't disconnect from Twitch. This sucks. Here, let's see. Can I just end Twitch? Stream. No, I can't. Son of a bitch. Woot, Pep, you're early. Yeah, I am actually. Oh yeah, I said that I was a stream at 6, didn't I? Was it 6 or 8? I don't even remember anymore. I don't know. I was just saying to Rebecca here, I've already had kind of a bad day, and I was just like, yeah, you know what? I want to come hang with you guys for a little bit. Will it be a chill stream today? Ish. I mean, there's a lot of news to cover, and some of it is kind of fun. I want to go through the KRISTI NOEM thing because, yeah, when somebody horrible is having a bad day, I'd rather focus on that. Makes my bad day a little bit better. I found out the fish and mash spud was easy during chemo for my wife. Fish and mash? Yeah, she loves mashed potatoes. Like that one, she pretty much is living off mashed potatoes. I know that she's really big into like peanut butter. Like she said that like peanut butter and honey sandwiches are essentially what's keeping her going. I'm doing okay, comrade. Those steamed fish in parsley sauce are good. I'm not sure if I could get her. Maybe she will like that. I don't know. Her taste buds changed a little bit, so she likes certain things that she didn't like before. Oh, look at that. Now I'm back on Twitch, and it seems to be actually steady. Whatever, man. Okay. Here, let's see. I'm going to go delete the other... Here, I have to make sure that my other VODs are cleared. I do hate when this happens. Where are my videos? What the fuck? Oh, never mind. I give up. Heart, Pep's mom. Thanks, Bloodstone. I really appreciate that. God, I miss her today. I am missing her something fucking fierce. You know what? Hug your moms. Call your moms. Tell them you love them. If you guys can do one thing for me, I mean it. Make sure you guys just take that moment. And obviously, if you guys have problems with your moms or your moms aren't around, you know. But if you have the opportunity, please take it. Because I don't think you understand how much it means. Do you live near Mountain Spring? Water is great. Dude, I live in the middle of a roaring metropolis. Not really. If you call the Chicago River a freaking mountain spring. Oh, hey. Okay, so you know what? On a fun note, I'm just going to say this much. Because I was having a bad day, I did treat myself. And I'm not sure if I treated myself as much as did a social experiment that turned into treating myself. So I tried the big arch. I went and did it, guys, because I also drank a little bit last night with a buddy, and yeah, you know, went a little hard, which I'm gonna just say, if you are having a little bit of a hangover, yeah, a large fry, a large Coke from McDonald's, I swear to God, it works. At least it works for me. So that's awesome. And yes, I tried the big arch. And I have to say, I have an apology for that guy for one thing and one thing only. When he said, I don't know how to attack it. Yeah, that's because they make the box a little bit too small for the actual burger. So there's like no good place to like dip your fingers in and like kind of pick it up, because obviously it's also like, it's kind of messy, man. So yeah, salt and grease. I mean, it is, yeah, it was one of the greasiest damn things I've had in a while. Like, maybe that's also why I'm in a bad mood. You are what you eat, you know? But nah, it was good. The crispy onions were pretty good. The sauce is more, it's like a barbecue mustard is almost the way I could describe it, where it's like a mustard with a nice bite to it. Yeah, the crispy onions really do make it, though. It's great. And then the Swiss cheese, like it's different enough, but the bun, I called it though. The sesame and the poppy seed bun mix. Oh fuck, man, I need that in my life. Like, if we just need that at the grocery store so I can have those. My hangover cure is Top Ramen Mountain Dew. At least when I was a kid. Nice. Haha. She literally just said, "Who is this?" And when I said hi, she screamed and hung up. Oh, I'm sorry. Pep, you're doing better, or you're doing the best for uni. That's all that matters. Thanks, I appreciate that. I'm trying. I really am trying. We all don't have good relationships with our mamas, but if you do, that's what I meant. Like, I was trying to be real with there, because I get it. Goddamn, Pep, I'm not getting hungry. I mean, if you're getting hungry, I'm sorry. Well, then consider. I'm not paid by McDonald's, so I don't know. Like, I don't want to do the thing where it's just like, well, you might want to try it. I was hungover once in college, and Burger King forgot my churro fries. Oh no! Oh, dude, those churro fries are fire. Did you guys see that Wendy's has a position open? Like, they're trying to get a social media person to, like, essentially run their whole social media side of things. I was like, I don't know, guys. What do you think? I think that the rest of my content's probably a little too spicy for Wendy's. They probably don't want somebody that does political commentary speaking for them. So then again, they did sponsor the bonfire, which it's one of the most crass shows that you could have listened to on SiriusXM, even more so than Howard Stern. So I don't know. You're gonna go work for Big Meat? No. No, it just sucks because like I enjoy me some fast food. Like I'll admit it, man. Not all the time, obviously. Like if you're eating fast food for every meal, that's a problem. But like every once in a while. Chat, should I go work at Claire's? They are hiring. Yeah, if you can get hired there. Actually, okay, I gotta be careful with this. A family member of mine worked forever in the front office. That is one of the better companies to work for. They are definitely they're employee driven kind of thing. They take care of their employees really well, and on top of it, you get a lot of gratis from them. Howard Stern, yep. Hey now. Baba Booey. They're so good. Chicken fries, churro fries, regular. Oh, the chicken fries are the shit. See, chicken fries, we used to have this place, Dave's. It was like a little hot dog joint. It was one of the first places that I know of that did like chicken fries, and they made that shit like by hand. God, I miss that place. And it's one of those places that only failed because the owner died. And nobody bought, nobody took over the business, so it just, yeah. It's a Chinese food place now. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't, wait, 80K a year with my current job, but consider it. Wait, you're making 80K and you want to go work at Claire's? That's not great. I mean, I understand how it is to work a career that you absolutely hate, but no, don't go make minimum wage if you're making 80K a year right now, especially in today's. No, don't do that. I hate to say play it safe, but right now, now's not the time to be experimenting with your job life and doing I'm not fulfilled by this kind of thing. Yeah, we got to do that under Biden. Odd how I'm not trying to glaze this, but for real, it is kind of crazy that just 2 years ago there was so much shit that you could do and you didn't even have to have that second thought, but now that's all it is. I did actually talk about this in therapy a little bit today, and it was kind of funny. Like she let me for a minute, and then she was just like, "We really should talk about your mom, but you needed to get that out." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I did." I had it was like a nice 5-minute wrap up of everything in the news and everything that has been pissing me off, and I'm just like, okay, I do feel better. And I actually do feel better, like just getting it out of my system. So that's what therapy's for, right? Also, Rebecca, definitely focus on getting your psych degree if you feel like you're, drawn to that. I just know that it's a demanding ass job, and you definitely have to. I know that your clients will also kind of. You have to decompress in a different way. I talked to my therapist about that because I don't know. I ask random questions sometimes, and I did just say, I'm like, you ever just go home and you catch yourself just kind of Rolodexing through everything that you went through with your patients that day? She's like, yeah, even though we're trained to kind of leave it at work, it does happen. Especially, she was kind of nice about it. She even said, like, after my mom died, that she had a really hard time with that. I was like, oh. But yeah, I have a damn good therapist. I will just say that. Bah. Why you buying like a sheep there, Sylvie? Uh-oh. Somebody's gonna come in here and just be like, see, typical leftist behavior. Bah. But yeah, guys, hit that like button on the way in here. What the fuck is going on? And now the algorithm is... Oh, wow. Hey, what's up, Rowdy? Yeah, dude, I really... Oh, is this really happening? Oh, dude, I love accounting, and I want to go into forensic accounting, which involves the law. Psych might just help with reading people. I mean, forensic accounting is a great career. And I mean a great career. You will make close to $1 million. Like, you can make close to $1 million doing forensic accounting. So I would consider that. You're 21 years old. Yeah, I would do that. Honestly. And if you like that, like if you honestly love accounting, that's something I do recommend. Like, try to do something that brings you joy. Oh, hey, what's up, man? Fancy seeing you here. Yes, yes. Funny seeing me here. Oh, funny? Why is it funny seeing me here? What's so funny about it? What, am I funny? Am I like a clown? I make you laugh? All right, let's see. Oh, what's the title? All right, guys. We got to get the stream out here. We got to grow this shit. I have noticed that I have been having some fuckery about over on the YouTubes. Here. Let's do news. Fuck it. And now I will also do this. Let's just, let's get to some of the stories that I wanted to talk to. I honestly, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to do, like, the full hour breakdown, because I shouldn't. I appreciate you guys, like, knowing that, yes, I'm having a little bit of a rough time with my, it's my mom's death anniversary coming up on Saturday. And I realized that today is the anniversary of the last time I actually heard her voice. So, yay. So honestly, we're gonna watch the news to take my mind off that shit. So I appreciate you guys, though. As I said, guys, if you can hit the like button on the stream, really, really helps out. And if you haven't already subbed to the channel, what you doing? Come on. We have fun here. Like, we got a chill little space here, and I really enjoy it. The news. Yes, yes. We're doing it. We're going to do the news. What is in the news? KRISTI NOEM. Yeah, which, by the way, I have a few things that I want to get to on this one, because apparently she was in the middle of a speech, like, and didn't know that she was fired. Double tap that screen. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's get some of the details on her ousting, and then we got to try and figure out when, like, exactly when she found out. Because I haven't seen any of the footage of her, like, speaking. So I'm not sure if they have it in this either. So we'll see. We're going into this blind. But you know what to do. See what I did? You hit the like button, and then we hit play.
In the Trump administration, President Trump replacing Homeland Security Secretary KRISTI NOEM with Senator Markwayne Mullin from Oklahoma. Our DC Bureau Chief Ben Kennedy live in Washington following.
Someone said that's like shitting your pants and changing your shirt.
The latest on this one, Ben.
What's up, DB? Good to see you.
First major
Left Connect, how's it going?
Second term. So far, we have not had any response from NOEM, but we are hearing from the new nominee. Welcome.
President Donald Trump announced he's replacing DHS Secretary KRISTI Noem, sharing on social media that he's nominated Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin to take over, writing he truly gets along well with people and knows the wisdom and courage required.
Doesn't that take him out of active duty of being a senator?
To advance our America First
Wait a minute.
Super excited about this opportunity. It came at not a complete surprise, but it came at a little bit of surprise for us. And so the president and I, as you guys know, we're great friends, and we get along great. I look forward to working with him in his cabinet.
When it comes to Noem, the commander chief said she will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of America's our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. We are announcing on Saturday.
So we don't even know where she's going?
In Doral, Florida.
President Trump has been working.
Noem spoke in Nashville on Thursday at the Sergeant Benevolent Association Major Cities Conference, but did not address news of her departure from the agency, which follows a contentious week on Capitol Hill, amid questions from lawmakers about immigration enforcement and spending decisions within the department.
Sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million.
Okay, so apparently this did play into it.
Running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly.
Did the president know
worked
you
with
were going to do
OMB.
this?
Yes.
He did.
As South Florida representatives react to Noem being fired.
It's caused the president a lot of damage, caused the country a lot of damage.
What's up, Hermit? How's it going, brother?
Minnesota because of her cavalier attitude, and so I'm happy that she's gone.
Naz Hassan, what up, dude?
It is not clear how soon this afternoon the Senate will have these confirmation hearings, but Mullin says he wants to earn every vote and plans to sit down with colleagues soon. Nicole Calvin?
All right, our Ben Kennedy. Ben, thank you.
He looks like a impersonator for Seth, what's that guy's name? Fucking Seth Meyers.
Breaking news into CNN. KRISTI Noem is out as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. We have a team of reporters on this.
YouTube at least fixed the fucking audio. Yay.
Like 10 minutes ago that you were reporting that her job was in jeopardy, and now it's official.
Yep, President Trump has announced that he has fired the Department of Homeland Security Secretary KRISTI Noem. This is the first cabinet position that he has fired.
You thought for sure it'd be Tom Homan?
During his second
That's what a lot of people thought.
Term. Of course, the only other high-profile ouster we've had like this
How's it going, Winston?
was when Mike Waltz served as the head of the National Security Council. He was the National Security Advisor. So President Trump just posted this on Truth Social. He said, "I am pleased."
This big bird-legged hoe.
Announced that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Markwayne Mullin, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st, 2026. And Boris, just so you know, this is one of the names that we had heard he was floating in these conversations he was having with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. The current Secretary, KRISTI Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous...
Whoa, we know that she served Corin Lewandowski well, too. Ha, 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 ha. Kickflip, I'm out.
And spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. We are announcing on Saturday.
TDS, oh, I love the Daily Show.
In Doral, Florida. I thank KRISTI for her service at Homeland. Again, this is a huge deal, Boris. This is the first time he is firing a cabinet member. He has been incredibly reluctant this term to fire, to shuffle
anybody. Dude, Kash Patel better be next. My God.
Of his officials because of the perception
anybody
of
on the right should be embarrassed by that guy.
It was a revolving door. However, as we reported, we were told that the catalyst for this was essentially this appearance that she made, this hearing in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, in which she claimed President Trump had signed off on a $200 million ad campaign that featured her asking illegal immigrants to self-deport. President Trump has now said publicly he didn't do that. And of course, all of this is amid the...
I don't see how Kash isn't next. It's either Kash or Bondi. What's Polymarket saying about that?
From Minnesota, from Minneapolis.
Anybody know?
And there had been pushback on the Hill and from many of President Trump's allies that KRISTI Noem was not the right person for the job, but many of them had been careful to walk a very thin line, not getting too far out there. But clearly, we are told now that this hearing put Trump over the edge in terms of his anger factor. Now he has fired Noem, replacing her, with this Oklahoma senator.
All right, Kristen, this is huge news as we are getting this, that Trump is replacing Kristi Noem as DHS Secretary and moving her to a special envoy position, which is certainly a demotion and something that is meant to give her a little cover as she is getting ousted here. Kristen, thank you so much. If you could stand by for us there at the White House. Let's go to Priscilla Alvarez, who has been tracking this for us. What are you learning?
Well, I have been hearing from Homeland Security officials who are stunned. Of course, they had been talking amongst themselves over the last several weeks and months, anticipating.
God, it is uncanny how much she looks like this girl that
that the secretary may
friends with in
be
high school.
out soon, given a series of missteps that they
Peggy Young, bye-bye.
perceived
bye-bye.
She had done
Bye-bye.
over the last several weeks. And one of those in particular,
Wave bye-bye with my tiny hands.
many of those in particular are stemmed in what happened in Minneapolis. Recall, of course, that surge of federal agents for that immigration enforcement operation.
Friends? Yes, we were just friends.
2 U.S. citizens were fatally shot by federal agents, and it was
I can say her name. Her name was, she had a cool name, is Janessa.
Secretary who came out in that immediate aftermath, calling them domestic terrorists,
cool.
something that she was grilled on during the
Everybody loved her because she was, hot, and they definitely wanted to date her, but it was funny because she played drums.
Congressional hearings this week, but that also
and she liked Slipknot, and she watched wrestling, so
shocked Homeland Security officials that she would so quickly draw conclusions over such incidents. And recall too that President
look at her
Trump,
platonically?
in the aftermath of those shootings, had dispatched White House border czar Tom Homan to try to resolve the issues on the ground. It was the most high-profile rebuke over the course of the last year of the secretary and the way that she was managing the department and the immigration enforcement
she was
mission. Now,
badass.
of course, the White House said at the time,
I remember we became friends while we were playing kickball.
that she was in lockstep
and we
with
were just
Tom
talking.
Homan, but it was also clear internally that there had been long simmering
Hey, Elaney, yeah, it has been a while. Good to see you.
tensions there. So all of this to say that it had been building over some time now, what was happening in the department, the management of the department between her and her chief advisor, Corey Lewandowski, who was serving as a special government employee.
Is Lewandowski out
there
too?
There have been multiple concerns.
Oh, shit. Is her whole team going with her?
From within the department about the way that she was handling things, even most recently when she said that she was suspending TSA PreCheck, and then the department had to reverse that within
How do you like the new Jeffrey Epstein war? I mean,
so this has been just
sacrificing our soldiers to hide all of his involvement.
a shock for a lot of Homeland Security officials who, even though they thought the writing was on the wall with her leaving at some point, the fact that it has happened now in the wake of these hearings just has them all scrambling.
Priscilla Alvarez, please stand by. Let's go to Manu Raju, who's live on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is Corey Lewandowski still
Manu,
there?
I promised that at some point I would ask you about the situation with Kristi Noem and these hearings. Clearly, they were disastrous.
Clear.
Yeah. No question about it. And
even CNN's just like, I mean, we watched this happen in real time, so.
For Kristi Noem throughout, and a growing number of Republicans expressing.
Wait, Lewandowski's not out, chief of staff. He's chief of staff, which makes him very, very suspicious and interesting to congressional investigators.
Concern, and actually, frankly, not even saying if they would support her continuing in the job. And no doubt that echoed at the White House, and the President Trump clearly had some of those similar concerns as well. But I want you to listen to what some of the Republicans told me just in the last day about whether they would continue supporting Kristi Noem staying in that job.
Do you have confidence in Secretary Noem?
Time will tell.
Would you vote for her again if you had a chance?
Time will.
Wait, the hearing was so funny. Her husband was behind her while they were talking about her affair.
Do you have confidence in her,
I'm not going
Secretary?
to answer that. That's not my decision.
But you voted to confirm her.
That's not my decision. If the president, that's up to the president. I want to be a team player.
That guy needs to be out of, again, if you sound that out of fucking everything, out of energy and just will to live, holy shit, dude, replace this guy.
And I want to secure the border, and I want to enforce our immigration laws. But I'm tired of trying to explain behavior that is inexplicable to me.
If you had a chance to vote for her again, would you?
I'm not going to answer that, Manu. You can try 1,000 times, mate. Lots of luck to you.
Markwayne Mullin almost certainly would get the support of a majority of United States senators to be confirmed as the next Secretary of Homeland Security. The Senate tends.
Yeah, because the Democrats actually get a win out of this one because they want him out of the Senate.
To look favorably upon its own. He has served in this body for 3 years. He's a former House member for about 10 years. He's a former mixed martial arts fighter as well. And he's also been a staunch defender of President Trump's agenda. It is unclear exactly when it was informed to Mullin that he would be Donald Trump's pick, because he did speak to reporters at about 12:30 this afternoon. He was asked about these rumors about Trump floating his name as a replacement. At that point, he said he had not spoken to Trump all week. And then he went who's holed up in the #2 Senate Republican's office, John Barrasso.
Oh, yeah, dude.
He left the Capitol without commenting.
I found the footage of her getting grilled about her affair with her husband right behind her. We are totally watching that next.
Perhaps taking a call from the president at that point. So a surprise to many here,
That's
and
gonna
maybe
be good.
even to Senator Mullin. Guys.
A Dem won't get the seat. No, but the thing is that good luck with a special election like that quick.
Some fascinating color as Mullin leaves Capitol Hill.
Or even getting like a replacement in that quick.
Potentially taking a call from the president, refusing to comment about Trump considering him for DHS secretary, and just moments ago, Trump confirming that the new DHS secretary is Senator Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma.
Also, right now, even though it's deep red, they're not. A lot of people are pissed off with Trump's agenda, so they'll probably try to get somebody that's not like a full-blown Trumper.
In our national lead, Homeland Security Secretary KRISTI Noem is back on Capitol Hill today, facing bipartisan criticism for her job performance. Yesterday from senators, today from House lawmakers, both often focusing on the aggressive, many would say overly aggressive, immigration crackdown in Minnesota and elsewhere. One Republican senator giving her a
That's her husband?
Really harsh assessment.
What we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, we're beginning to get the American people to think that deporting
How the fuck is Mullin a senator? Ask Oklahoma.
wrong. It's the exact opposite. The way you're going about deporting them is wrong. I read your book last week. And honestly, some of the parts of it impressed me, but some of it distresses me. And I'll give you a good example of one that does. The passage where you talk about killing a dog that was 14 months old. You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson about tough choices.
And North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis joins me now live in studio. Senator, let me ask you.
Good for him on that one.
Bring up the story of her killing Cricket. I mean, I thought it was a bizarre story too, but like, you think it's actually relevant?
How in the fuck is it not?
It's relevant.
What?
Because
damn, dude. When Tom Tillis is the one, he's on the right side of this, and Jake Tapper's just like, why was that relevant?
And I would recommend people do it.
What
I bought the
fuck?
book. I got the audio book. I read it for the committee.
Oh,
prep.
man.
But, she tries to suggest that a 14-month-old dog that's only halfway through what most people who train dogs, particularly for hunting purposes, is necessary to have that dog be reliable. So she gets angry at a dog that she puts into service long before it should, and then goes and kills it in the backyard. And before that dog is dead, she made a bad decision there. She fielded it too soon without training. Then she goes back to the farm, grabs a family goat, and shoots it because it made her mad. That is not. That's a thought process.
No,
Look,
that's psychotic.
The fact that she acted precipitously on limited
That's
information,
psychopathy.
not really understanding that she had put something into a situation it was not ready for, felt a lot like some of the decision-making that was done in Minneapolis.
Like calling Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists.
Immediately jump into that. So she was rationalizing killing a dog behavior because it didn't perform properly, but she was wrong. She could have had that dog perform properly. Her then rationalizing that these were terrorists was the expedient. It was the easy way out. I want leaders behind President Trump that do the hard work so that they're preserving the Republican majorities in Congress.
Yeah, the entire story is pretty clear cut. It was a 14-month-old dog. Hunting dog, acting up or not. You don't just shoot it.
Legacy. She's far from that.
Well, one of the interesting things about the Preddy and Good situations is that she immediately came out and said things that were false, that we saw on video were not true. And
No credible. And look, the reason why I asked her who Tom Homan reports to, because I knew the answer, and
This
she said
fucking
he
coffee cup
reports to the
sucks.
president.
Right.
If there is no better example of a vote of no confidence, is somebody who was in front when the Preddy incident occurred, and now she, who is the head of Homeland Security, is replaced by somebody for a Homeland Security mission who doesn't actually even work for the Secretary of Homeland Security. That's a vote of no confidence, in my opinion, by the president.
so your Republican colleague, Senator Kennedy, was also critical. He was here earlier, and he was specifically critical about a multi-million-dollar ad campaign that DHS ran. And the secretary told him it had been a competitive bid process for the contractors who produced it, and the president had approved of the ad campaign. Democratic Senator Joe Neguse questioned her about the contractor that made these ads, Safe America Media, today. Take a listen.
Where is Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether
Damn, dude.
this company that received
Oh my God! And she was going on about the waste, fraud, and abuse in Minnesota.
$143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know?
Oh my God! She really is just deer in headlights.
Because it was incorporated 8 days before this contract went out. You want the American people to believe that this is all above board?
And we should know one of the other reasons why people are so suspicious of this is one of the subcontractors affiliated with that contract.
Trump didn't hesitate on the
Is a company
no, and then don't you love how he tried to even just be like, we're gonna move her to a different position. I watched. She did great. She was wonderful at her job. This isn't what you think it is.
Run by the husband of
Yeah, it
her
is.
former spokeswoman, Tricia
Come on,
McLaughlin.
man.
What do you make of all this?
Well, look, I mean, let's also, I was sitting right next to John when he was asking the questions, and I don't think people picked up on how proud she was of making any decision over $100,000 in FEMA across her desk and any decision for Homeland Security over $15 million across her desk. How can you go from saying that you scrutinize everything in excess of $15 million and in the
Zero
same 10
of
minutes
this administration is qualified for their positions? That's kind of true.
period, say, I didn't know any of the details of a $200 million
why we're in the
purchase.
position we're in.
But this is somebody that is out of her depth and apparently only situationally interested in transactions over $15 million, except when it involves her family members or friends.
So one of the other things you asked for before you ran out of time yesterday, Charlotte's Web. That's the immigration enforcement operation in Charlotte, North Carolina, run by DHS. You have been waiting for more than a month for basic answers from her about this.
To line
You're a
her
United
friends' pockets?
States senator.
Yes.
Did she ever give you answers?
No. She literally got busted giving her, like, one of her good friends a contract, like that guy just said, 8 days before she got sworn in.
Oh, even worse than that, an hour. One of the reasons why I was angry is that an hour before, after waiting a month, I was told I wasn't going to get the data. I asked for anonymized data that recorded the incidents, the outcome, whether a person was illegally present or not, were they detained.
Just the oversight
did they
responsibility of
damage
the
property?
legislative
Right.
branch, yeah.
She says that she's got a world-class law enforcement organization. I could go to a small town in North Carolina and they could produce incident reports immediately for me. So she either doesn't have it or she doesn't like what it's going to say. And my suspicion is that she had a very low success rate. In that hearing, she made it a point to reserve the first few rows with victims of people, family members and survivors, angel families, for people who were harmed by these people that I want deported. She was trying to say that but for her, that wouldn't happen. I think because of her, not enough of them are being apprehended because her and Stephen Miller are more worried about hitting artificial numbers that sound big. But when you dig below the surface, like I want to do with Charlotte's Web, I want to understand what their success rate was. And if they're successful, they should be moving heaven and earth to give me that information. The fact that they're stonewalling makes me really concerned with what I'm going to find. And if I don't get the information by March 19th, then I'm going to hold up more processes than I already am for Homeland Security.
Hey, wow. That's actually a really good promise there.
Sharon, thank you, Secretary, for joining us.
Because if we can count on Tom Tillis, a Republican, holding up
you are in
the funding for DHS.
charge of protecting the
I gotta admit that at least he is kind of breaking from the MAGA mold.
homeland. And
That was commendable. I'll give him that.
Judgment and the judgment of your senior staff.
Oh, he's retiring. That makes sense. Oh,
The difference between life
Okay.
and death. So I think
Go
that
figure.
judgment would need to be unassailable. Why then is the question, have you made Corey Lewandowski your de facto
Hey,
chief
what's
of
up, Kat?
staff who possesses an unchecked level of power at DHS? Under your leadership, this
Let's speed
person
this
has
up a little.
done things like fire your FEMA administrator while sitting behind your desk, which is your job to do, lobby to build the controversial detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz, which has turned into a legal boondoggle costing Florida millions.
Boondoggle.
And have veto and reviewing and signing power over large DHS contracts.
Tom Tillis just did more than Schumer and Jeffries have both combined.
Grants, which again is your job. DHS has critical agency components like the Secret Service, FEMA, Border Patrol, cybersecurity. So does Corey Lewandowski have national security experience, military experience, law enforcement experience? No. He is a lobbyist, a failed campaign manager, which is causing my constituents who are waiting for their FEMA dollars and me to wonder what are his qualifications for this job. So according to the Wall Street Journal, you and Mr. L have a close relationship that has made President Trump, quote, uncomfortable. The president reportedly denounced Corey Lewandowski as your chief of staff due to reports of a romantic relationship between the two of you. So instead, you designated him as a special government employee.
Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Oh, I think this might have been it. Trump just found out that she technically went behind his back, and that's how. Oh,
a position he has had well beyond the allowed 130 days, and
that
requires
was
him to disclose
ballsy
if he is
on her
making money
part.
off of his position. Trump knows that this guy is shady.
Yeah.
Corey has a decades-long record of physical battery, sexual harassment, illegal lobbying for a Venezuelan oil company, and bringing a loaded gun into a federal building. Despite being fired or removed from virtually every position he has ever held due to misconduct, he now wields unchecked, unconfirmed, undisclosed power over your department. This person has no experience running anything close to Department of Homeland Security or even advising
Yeah, let's see if Lewandowski's out next. I have a feeling he is.
Which again has left my constituents and I wondering why he is your top official. So Secretary Noem, at any time during your tenure as Director of Department of Homeland Security, have you had sexual relations with Corey Lewandowski?
Mr. Chairman, I am shocked that we're going down and peddling tabloid garbage in this committee today.
Reclaiming
and
my
ma'am,
time.
one thing that I would tell you is that he is a special government employee who works for the White House. There are thousands of them in the federal government.
So reclaiming
and
my
as an
time,
advisor,
Secretary, it is
and has
okay for
no,
you to be
no
offended
authority
by
to
the
be
question.
making any
It is
decisions.
okay for you to
has
be
no
offended
authority
by the
to
question.
be making
But it is
decisions
also
and
a
putting
real
up your
question.
position. So what I would say
And
to
you should be able to
No,
answer
I mean,
that
it is.
you at
It's
the
fair.
Department of Homeland Security
clearly
every single
and without
day.
any hesitation.
Every single day is to protect
if
this
someone
country
is
and to
asking
make
if
decisions.
you or any federal official is sleeping with their subordinate, that should be the easiest. You should be wanting to answer that question because it is not about
It is
your sex
offensive
life.
that you have brought
It is
that up.
about your
So
judgment.
that kind of garbage
It is
has
about
been refuted
reclaiming
for
my
years.
time.
This is just making her seem even more guilty.
So that I can hear myself.
Does she get that?
Time belongs to the gentlelady from California, but it'd be nice if you would let her respond.
I will. I want to let you know it is about your judgment and decision making. It is about the 260,000 employees that work
What a
under
mess.
you, that want to make sure that you are giving information and making decisions clearly. It is about conflict of interest. It is about a national security risk. Department of Homeland Security was created right after 9/11 to protect the homeland. And DHS has circulated an internal bulletin to law enforcement partners warning that the conflict of the war we're in could inspire lone actors or small-scale cyber activity inside the United States, according to a memo obtained by ABC News. So American lives are at risk. The people who work for you are at risk. And they want to know that the person at the top, you, are making decisions clearly without any sort of cloudiness. And that they're your decisions because you're the secretary who was confirmed. That's what this is about. Saving the lives of
Not once have I heard something that was like out of pocket.
Americans and not costing them millions of dollars and not having a secretary who's compromised in her decision making. And Mr. Chair, before I yield my time, I would like to enter into the record some articles and I'm asking for unanimous consent. NOEM tightens her grip on DHS. Lewandowski fired FEMA admin.
Without objection.
Okay. The next one is KRISTI Noem secretly took a cut of political donations from ProPublica.
Without objection.
KRISTI Noem fires pilot over a blanket, but is forced to reinstate him to fly home. Wall Street Journal.
Without objection.
Lewandowski taking out trash at Noem's D.C. home. Daily Beast.
Without objection.
Sparby's Mile High privacy chamber with alleged leverage
Damn.
exposed.
Without objection. Without objection.
Wall Street Journal. How Corey
Quick.
Lewandowski became KRISTI Noem
Lewandowski's toast.
gatekeeper at DHS.
If he's not, then it's like, what the fuck, man?
Without objection.
A pilot fired over KRISTI Noem's missing blanket and the constant chaos inside DHS. Wall Street Journal. Police charge Trump campaign manager with assault. PBS News.
Without objection.
Woman who accused Corey Lewandowski of assault speaks out. I don't want this to happen to anyone
And the hits
else.
keep coming.
CBS News.
Damn, dude.
Lewandowski's firm quietly inked deal with Venezuela-owned
Wow.
company Politico.
She came with receipts.
List of U.S. cities
But wait, there's more.
raising security amid Iran
Holy
conflict.
crap.
Newsweek.
Objection.
Kristi Noem, I have a few more, I'm sorry. Kristi Noem misled Congress
I have a
yesterday
few
about
more.
top aide's role
What?
in DHS contracts.
Objection.
Policy number 10271 from ICE. It is an anti-fraternization policy prohibiting romantic or sexual relationships between supervisors and their subordinates. And with that, I yield.
Without objection, gentleman from Texas recognized for 5 minutes.
Damn. He was just like, just, can you, I mean, I wish we could wrap this up, but yeah, I gotta let her have each one. Procedure. Oh, procedure.
Next, the
Moskowitz.
gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Before I go, I just
We're going through the hits, by the way. Damn, this is all that showed up for the hearing?
Gentleman may proceed. It's going to be as long as the previous one.
Whoa, so Republicans just kind of sat out, huh? Like, nobody really wanted to stand up for her and just be like, Miss Noem, before we start, I just want to say thank you for your service to this country and everything you have done. I think that beside what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are saying, I do think that you are doing a wonderful job, and I think that you should continue to do so. Don't let them get you down. You know what? Everybody's got to put a dog down at some point in their lives. So whether you do it with a gun or with a special sauce, I don't understand why they're getting so mad about that.
You seem a little exhausted.
No, not at all. I just I think we're setting records like Mr. Biggs and now
If
Tim Lay from California. You're gonna go for the record?
If I'm being honest, I threw out 50 of them.
God bless you. Let's go. So let's get started.
All right.
He threw out 50 of
A
them.
Vox article, the mess that Kristi
Holy
Noem
shit.
Without objection.
Times article, Noem's spending rule causes delays at Homeland Security.
Without
Department. Politico, vote to overhaul FEMA canceled after leaked report.
Without objection.
ProPublica, Kristi Noem misled Congress about.
By the way, this is all before he even gets to like the actual hearing part of this. This is crazy.
Role at DHS.
Without objection.
The Hill,
Jockstrap Jim.
Trump approval rating on immigration at record.
I mean, the fact, dude,
Low.
the fact that guy is like Joe Paterno in Congress is
Wall Street
crazy.
Journal, pilot fired over Kristi Noem's missing blanket.
Whatever.
CNN article.
Republicans
sources
and,
describe how
caring
Homeland
about
Security
SA.
Secretary Kristi Noem's Gucci bag was stolen under her chair.
Without objection.
New York Times, late night is distracted by Kristi Noem's oversized hats. That one's my favorite. And a Times article, Summer Club.
The fucking cowboy hat.
And joint calls for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem.
Yes.
Without objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your indulgence. Before I begin, first let me say to the
Whoa!
families that
Can I just say, guys, for real,
still here, I'm very
what
sorry
is
for the loss.
happening here?
I watched parents in my hometown of Parkland bury their kids after the shooting at my high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Justice for
Tell
cricket.
you that it was an out-of-body experience, and there's nothing like burying a child. So I am deeply sorry for your loss. Madam Secretary, welcome. Good afternoon. Thomas Massey mentioned Ron DeSantis' response during COVID. Well, you're looking at the guy who ran that response. I was the Director of Emergency Management for the state of Florida, a Republican governor. I worked with the Trump FEMA administration.
I don't even like this guy, but I had to give this a like because I'm going to watch the whole thing. So if you guys are here and you are enjoying the program, or you're just here kind of chilling, please consider hitting the like button. It does help me out.
During the Category 5 Hurricane Michael
Sub to the
recovery.
channel if you
That
haven't
Trump's
already.
FEMA was great. We got expedited reimbursement, a program that you got rid of or threatened to get
Appreciate
rid of.
having
And
you
the
guys here, by the
Panhandle
way.
had one of the greatest responses after that Category 5 storm. The president said he wanted to reform FEMA, but that's not what you did. You basically destroyed the agency. Largest FEMA backlog in the history of FEMA. My state of Florida is owed $2.5 billion. You have delayed the FEMA disaster declarations even when the applicants meet FEMA statutory threshold under the Stafford Act. You want states to do more, yet you want to cut the EMPG program, which grants them funding to build capacity. Your office was involved in discussions of moving FEMA to Texas. You created a rule of anything over $100,000 has to come to your desk, a rule that has slowed down FEMA reimbursement, FEMA response. We have empty regional offices. You have done the opposite of what President Trump wanted to accomplish.
Yeah, did you know that during the Texas flood, or like the victims of the Texas flood, they still haven't gotten their
To
payouts?
speed up the process.
Because of
Your
that?
policies have made the department slower. I didn't think it was possible to make FEMA more bureaucratic, but boy, you have exceeded all my expectations. In the Texas floods, you didn't put the urban search and rescue crews on the road for 72 hours. Days later, the FEMA
Again, that's man, you want to talk about a fuck up.
rescue chief resigned in protest. You hired 2 people as the administrator with no FEMA experience. We're on our 3rd FEMA administrator in 14 months. Never in the history of the department has that ever happened. The president took presidential action to
News
create
to
the
me.
FEMA council. I supported it. You opposed the FEMA council. You delayed its beginning. The report has still not come out. The White House canceled your last council meeting and has held up the release of the report. But surprise, I have it. I have it. I want to thank the former FEMA employees that you fired who gave this to me. This report's never been seen in public before, okay? But this is it. This was the report. It was 122 pages. The original draft report. You and Corey Lewandowski then took the report.
And this
made it
wasn't even a
23 pages.
whistleblower?
You cut out all the stuff that was put in by governors who had been through disasters, emergency management directors, FEMA experts, national security experts. You cut it all out. It's all gone. That's why the report's not been released. It's sitting in the White House trying to figure out this mess that you created. So instead of getting the recommendations we need, now we have nothing. You've called Corey Lewandowski a special government employee. I understand what government means. I understand what employee means, okay? But I don't know what makes him special. Now, I want to give you an opportunity to answer on the record to Ms. Camlager-Dove's question. I know you said it's garbage, and it may be, but I really think you need to say the word no into the record so that you can clear that up.
I think the ridiculousness of this and the tabloids that you are quoting and referencing are insane. And this has been something that I've refuted for years, and I continue to do that.
So it's a
what
no.
I would tell you is
we can
with
move on.
regards
Hold
to
on.
what you're
Madam Secretary,
doing.
we can move on. I'm not going to belabor it. If it's
This is what you do.
Hold on.
Socialist,
I'm not doing anything.
liberal left
Okay.
is you go off and you attack conservative women, and you say that we're either stupid
I mean, you ain't doing a lot to fucking disprove that theory.
I haven't
or
said
we're
anything.
sluts.
All right, so listen.
And that's what you do.
Yesterday, Richard, reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my time. You were asked by Richard Blumenthal yesterday. You were asked by Richard Blumenthal yesterday if Corey was involved in a previous.
This is all they got. It's
You said
literally,
no.
damn, dude. They really are just as online brained as like most of their constituents.
What I would say is
You're just an evil socialist Democrat. He's not.
he has an
By the way, for anybody here that doesn't understand Moskowitz is about as center Dem APAC funded as you can get.
advisor to the Department of Homeland Security has
Socialist? That's laughable.
no
Madam Secretary, do
decision-making
you want to correct
authority.
it? Yes or no? You don't want to correct
no
it? Fine.
decision-making authority,
Hold
no
on.
role in
Not a problem. According to one of the FEMA administrators that you fired, there is nothing, including contracts, that is brought to you that he hasn't reviewed. In fact, a significant amount of DHS internal routing documents has his signature on it above deputy secretaries. Okay? That former FEMA administrator wasn't fired by you, the secretary. He was fired by Corey. It was Corey that called him into your office. It was Corey that made him
Welcome to the
submit
show,
a polygraph
everybody.
test. The $100,000 spending rule that you created that comes to your desk, you're not even sitting at your desk. It's Corey who's sitting there. ISIS said the Republicans should be happy at the job that you're doing. Really? You're looking at the person who single-handedly took the president's signature core issue, immigration, the issue that got him elected.
He's a POS genocidal Zionist.
9% to 39%.
As much as he can cook in these hearings, he is a piece of shit.
200 miles of border walls being held up by you. They had to bring in Tom Homan, pull out of Minnesota. I think the country needs a national divorce from you on biblical grounds. I mean, if Donald Trump was still apprentice Trump, he would look at you and he would realize you're the weakest cabinet member and he would fire you. And if the president said to you that only way DHS could reopen is if you resigned, I hope you would take him up on it. Now, I want to end on a happy note, Mr. Chairman, real quickly. The president gave all sorts of stuff out during the State of the Union. I don't want you to leave. I got you a new Coast Guard blankie, the one you lost. Okay, so this is for you. You don't leave. When you come to judiciary.
Symbolic or not, that is hilarious.
Thank you,
Time and gentlemen has expired.
Here's
The
your
gentleman from
blankie.
Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was fire. I gotta give him that. That was fire. All right, we go in for KRISTI Noem, and here, let's see. Dan Goldman confronts her proposed order to let Trump seize voting machines. Ooh.
ICE is obstructing state and local criminal prosecutions. A May 8th, 2025 article entitled "He Faced a Possible
He came
Prison Term
prepared.
for
I mean, dude, he had a button that said "Justice for Cricket."
Assault." Instead, he was deported.
Objection.
A December
He
26
made it
article
a bit.
entitled "As ICE Ramps Up Deportations, Texas Prosecutors Say They're Losing Key Witnesses in Criminal Cases."
Objection.
A July 12 article entitled "ICE Deportations Are Derailing Colorado Criminal Prosecutions."
Objection.
A January 26 article
Speed this
entitled
one up.
"Prosecutors Stunned as ICE Let Suspect in $100 million
Oh, sorry,
Jewelry
sped up. Never
Heist
mind.
Leave U.S."
Objection.
And a February 13th article entitled "Father Who Found His 11-Year-Old Murdered in Texas Nearly Deported by ICE Before He Could Testify."
Objection.
Thank you, Mr.
Wow, Chad is really quiet today. They don't have a lot to say about this. It's kind of crazy.
Gentlemen.
Nobody's standing up or even really condemning KRISTI Noem.
From New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does this mean that they were like super neutral on her to begin with? And like, is that how they feel about pretty much every cabinet member, where every cabinet member could get ousted and they'd just be like, yeah, that makes sense?
Secretary Noem, about 3 weeks ago,
Look how pathetic that and empty that room is. Yeah, no shit.
you started a press conference and said, and I quote here, "When it gets to Election Day, we've been proactive to make sure we have the right people voting. electing the right leaders to lead this country. We all know what you mean and meant by the right people voting to elect the right leaders, but I want to narrow in on a different part of it. What proactive measures have you taken to make sure that the right people vote for the right leaders?
The job of the Department of Homeland Security is to secure our critical infrastructure, and elections are deemed by statute in law
I understand
as
that.
critical
That's
infrastructure.
long
Well, no, it
before.
is.
What proactive measures
So what
have
that
you
means is
taken?
that we go forward and identify vulnerabilities that may exist in that system, and then how that applies to elections is talking with states who run elections, identify and help them see how they can possibly be
I understand.
compromised,
Yes,
and then we
let's
offer,
do that. But
offer
let's
mitigation.
discuss, if we don't mind, just to reclaim my time because I want to move forward, some of the other possibilities that have been floated for how you will take or might take proactive measures to, quote unquote, make sure that the right people vote and elect the right leaders. Yesterday in the Senate hearing, you were asked a couple times about whether...
Again, you do understand that technically, if you had somebody that was competent, they could have put together a case that was like it at least sounded professional, but the way that she did it was just no, we just need to have people at the voting machines to make sure they vote for the right people. It's like, you fucking moron.
You would or would not station immigration agents at polling sites. A couple of times you said you have no plan.
Again, even if you're Republican, I think that we can all agree, like, I'm a leftist, I'm not even a fucking Democrat, but I'll just say this. Can we all agree that if anybody standing outside of a polling location saying, we're just making sure you vote for the right person, it's like, that's very Putin's Russia, and I don't think we want that, do we?
Plans to do so, is that...
Although, I have been surprised lately.
Still your testimony?
That is, no plans.
Okay,
no
so we
reason.
all know that no plans today can turn into full plans tomorrow, so it doesn't answer the question. And you're still, am I right, unwilling to say that you will not send DHS agents to polling places. Is that correct?
I'm not certain why you and the Democrat Party are so concerned that that would actually happen. That must mean that you're indicating people would be showing up at the polls to vote illegally, or that you would
that's
want
interesting.
illegal
Yes.
aliens to
Okay,
show
so
up
let's
and
talk
vote.
about that because this is
that
the
what you
big
think will
voter
happen?
fraud theory, right?
No, it's.
You're
I'm
aware
wondering
of the
what you're
Heritage
concerned
Foundation,
about.
right?
Because I have not
Are
recommended.
you aware of the Heritage Foundation?
Yes, I am, but I have not
Okay,
recommended.
so the Heritage Foundation, correct me if I'm wrong, is a right-wing think tank, created, drafted Project 2025, and it's been on a crusade.
Well, Rob, you know what? I'll meet you there. If we're going to go back and relitigate 2020, I want to make sure that 2024 was also on the up and up since it was the same exact system.
To convince the American...
Odd. Do we want to do that? Do we want to go do a systematic recount of every single ballot? Do we want to go and investigate the 2024 election? Or is there a reason that we're kind of silent about that?
That voter fraud by undocumented immigrants is a big deal. You know what the problem is? Is that you never talk about any actual evidence. And in fact, the Heritage Foundation's own information, its own data, says that in the 30 years...
This isn't about... Dude, that's not about identifying votes. You know that ICE agents don't have the authority to do that in the slightest.
Years from 1992 to...
So, what's your point here?
2024. Out of 2 billion votes...
This isn't the voter ID argument. This is literally arguing to do the strong arm tactics that you guys kind of freaked out about, like the Black Panther Party. I remember that during Obama's election. There was a few polling places that they had armed Black Panthers, and that was enough to get everybody on Fox News to just be like, see, voter intimidation.
Votes cast. 10 undocumented immigrants were found to have committed voter fraud. 10 out of 2 billion. Does that sound like a significant problem to you, that your answer about why you might put immigration agents is because there's voter fraud?
Individuals there.
No, I'm talking about the 2024 election results, the one where Trump won.
And
I'm also talking about 2016. We should also look into the 2016 election since that one was also under the same system.
I would think that if you have one
So you don't
person
think that
voting
voter fraud is a
improperly
problem?
in election.
So is it your testimony you don't think that voter fraud is a problem now?
I didn't say that. I said I have
Do
no
you have
plans.
any evidence ever, any data,
There are
anything?
illegal immigrants that have voted in elections.
Yeah, they're
before
10.
That has happened.
They're 10.
And you
Do
think
you
they
have
should-
evidence more of that?
So
The
are
last 30
are you
years.
arguing that they should be able to vote? Is that your argument today?
No, Madam Secretary.
Well, wouldn't you
I'm
want to
arguing
fix
that
any
it doesn't
fraud?
ever materially impact an election, and yet
We've had
you like
elections
to,
in
with
this
your
country.
snarky attitude, throw back that we want
Ha ha ha, election deniers.
undocumented immigrants to...
Well, again, these election deniers, they don't want to deny all elections. They only want to deny the one that Trump lost. That's not sus at all. Like, seriously, if your child, like, say you got 2 children, right? And then your one kid comes up, you know, crying, saying, Mom, Mom, they hit me. They hit me. How do you guys litigate that? And trust me, this has a follow-up. So I'm just going to wait for one comment that has the answer, and then we'll move on.
Which is absolute bogus. In reality, you want
Because I have a feeling that you guys kind of get where I'm going with it.
create an excuse to terrorize our polling places. Not only that, are you familiar with this proposed executive order, 17 pages, that's been circulating?
I am not. What is it on?
It is a proposed executive order on establishing the
To register, that's already a thing.
security, integrity, and
That's literally already a thing, microkernel.
transparency of elections.
You have to prove your citizenship when you apply to vote.
And in it, it would
Because it's almost like you have to have this thing like a social security number.
propose that the president declare a national emergency, use executive authority to seize voting machines, and ban mail-in ballots. You've not seen this at all?
I have not read that, and I've not had those conversations with anyone at the White House.
You've not had any conversations with anyone at the White House. That's good to know. If you were asked to do any of those things, do you believe you have the constitutional authority to do that?
We are looking at the
Yeah, Trump offered not one shred of evidence of a stolen election.
Vulnerability.
MAGA doesn't even care.
to elections,
That's not my
making
question.
recommendations to states.
Do you
on what they
think
can
you have
do
the
to make sure they have
constitutional
secure
authority
elections.
to seize voting machines, to seize voter rolls, to prohibit mail-in ballots? Do you believe you have that constitutional
I've not
authority?
done an analysis on that, so I would not be able to speak as.
You're the secretary of the department that is in charge of maintaining election security. You don't know what your
I know my state requires you to give your social security number.
authority is or is not?
My authority is to identify vulnerabilities.
So maybe it's not federal elections that you have a problem with. Maybe it's your state.
And to recommend.
Well, it would be
mitigation
helpful in
measures.
executing that authority if you knew what your authority was.
Time of the
I
gentleman.
yield back.
I do think the secretary knows the right people voting are citizens, something that we passed the bill to make sure that happens. And I assume that's what she was referencing when she made that statement.
You should look at the
Now-
Heritage Foundation
now,
study too, Mr. Chairman.
No, I'll be happy to look at it. I just think citizens should vote. You guys think that that shouldn't be a requirement.
So do we.
I now
So
want
do
to
we.
recognize
It's just
the
not an issue. It's not a
former
problem, and
Attorney
yet you keep
General.
talking about it.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now want to recognize the former Attorney General. Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary NOEM, last month, your Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director, Todd Lyons, confirmed that the Department of Homeland Security is conducting an investigation into the
Yes, and I just said that it goes state by state, and my state specifically, which has closed primaries as well, made us provide a social security number.
brutal, cruel, and senseless killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
Because they can run you through a federal database to prove that you're a citizen, numbnuts.
Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Superintendent Drew Evans
You also need proof of residence.
loudly and publicly complained when, in the minutes and
Oh,
hours
wait,
after
no, I did need an ID. I actually needed my, no, you need a photo ID.
your agents shot
You need a photo ID, you need like a piece of mail that proves your residence, and you need your social security number.
Alex Preddy to death in broad daylight.
It's almost like like I'm kind of proving that our elections have always been kind of locked down.
Your DHS agents
I'm also proving that the state of Illinois technically has more stringent or more loops to go through than other states. So
excluded BCA and Minneapolis police from accessing the crime scene. Your agents continued to physically
again, your social security number proves whether or not you're a citizen, because you know who doesn't get social security numbers?
block state and local law enforcement access to the crime scene, even after they were presented with a search warrant issued by a judge that authorized their appearance at that location, the crime scene. And so with you having excluded them, that left your department's agents uniquely positioned to clandestinely seize and control all of
Yeah, states have access to databases that tell them whether you're a citizen or not. They don't know. Apparently, they don't care about that.
physical evidence from the crime scene, including body camera footage, phones, firearms, ballistic evidence,
Microkernel, you're wrong. That's just how it is.
and other physical evidence. Your attempts to hide the evidence from state and local law enforcement.
I know you guys don't like having just basic answers of why the elections have been fine. But again, since you guys think that there's so much fuckery, we need. You're right. You know what? You're right. I'm gonna make it my life's mission to go and relitigate the 2024 election. You're right. We really do need to look into that fraud, because you're absolutely correct.
Forced Minnesota.
If Trump had any fucking fuckery in the 2020 election, you know what? Nothing was fixed. So let's go.
Officials to go into federal court to obtain a temporary restraining order preventing you from destroying
So are you guys in agreement then? We need to go and look into the 2024 election?
or altering the evidence and ordering you to preserve the evidence. Madam Secretary, who was it that ordered you to deny
Pep, you had to go and ruin it with facts.
state and local law enforcement agency access to the Alex Preddy crime
What's it they
scene?
like to
Was
say
it
on the
Donald
right
Trump?
there?
Was it Pam
Blacks
Bondi?
don't care about their fee
Was it Kash
wings.
Patel? Or was it Corey? Whose idea was it?
Congressman, I will tell you, it is not my role as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security to conduct investigations.
Why do I need to calm down talking about specific elections?
At the federal
no,
level.
I'm
That
asking,
happens at
I'm asking
the
who
Department.
Has I proved you wrong?
was it that instructed
Those
your
decisions are
agents
made
to
and-
deny access to the crime scene to state and local law enforcement
We wish
agents?
there would have been more local law enforcement there that day. The
If a
reason that-
non-citizen is willing to commit fraud to vote, just to vote, they'll be put in jail. It's an effing crime.
then-
Yeah, you're literally held to defamation.
Yeah, but your agent,
And on top of it, did you know that like the voter fraud that like Nick Shirley went after in California, it did prove that there was a one specific case of voter fraud. You know the dog that he brought up? Yeah, it turns out that was a Republican that did it.
Violent scene.
It turns out that that was a vote for Trump.
was
Honestly, that's kind of wild, dude. How come nobody talked about that?
Because we
prevented them
didn't
from
have-
From the right specifically. Like they did, but they didn't give it the same coverage as the Leering Center.
Assessing the-
It's almost like because they also figured out that his second one that he came out with the UPS store that was attached to an apartment building, which was, it had the same exact amount of residents listed as the apartment building. Crazy.
crime
there
scene.
supporting
Who was
you
it
guys.
that gave that order to deny access to the crime scene?
No, you guys want, like, this is my favorite part is you already have made your mind up. Like, you've already, like, you think this is so real, right? So you're just looking for any little thing that you can bring to the table to just be like, see, here's our proof.
Sir, I don't make those decisions.
Instead of doing the other thing where you just look at the evidence or lack thereof and then make your decision.
On
Well, who made the
federal level. I will
decision?
tell you that
Was
within
it
the
whose
agency,
decision was it?
within the agency for incidences,
Was
that
it
there
Corey's
is criminal
idea?
investigations that go through the office of
Okay, well, you're
PR,
not
and
going
then
to
also
answer.
beyond that,
You're not going to answer my
the
question.
ICE
That's
goes to
fine,
the
ma'am.
incident.
I'm going to reclaim my time. As the Secretary of Homeland Security, you are the ultimate overseer of your department's investigations into the death of Renee Good and Alex
You do know that, like, you can get fake IDs, right?
Preddy. Isn't that
Oh, no. Did I just ruin that?
correct?
We conduct investigations within ICE and CBP.
Wow.
Okay,
that are
fine. You're
internal
responsible for it. That was my
to
question.
the officers to make sure they follow
Within
the protocols and
hours
training.
of these killings, you jumped before the cameras on national TV and lied about these victims, labeling them domestic terrorists, before the investigation had even begun. Even your own
The thing is, this is on the federal government to provide us with a voter ID if they want to make this a law. So, for instance, it's not on us to go get a passport or anything like that. What they need to do is anytime that we go register for a new ID or register to vote, then we need to go to the DMV and they give it to us like a license.
ICE director has now admitted
Or, I mean, not go to the DMV because fuck going to the DMV. They give it to you like a
is
license.
that they are not terrorists, and that kind of comment could bias the investigation. Secretary NOEM, will you acknowledge that your lies labeling Ms. Good and Mr. Preddy as domestic terrorists could bias the DHS investigation into their killings?
These investigations.
Actually, voting's a right. You might want to look that one up. That's why, honestly, the Supreme Court still going with the whole idea that like nonviolent offenders can't vote is kind of crazy when you think about it.
Investigations are ongoing. They're
Well,
internal and
couldn't your
external.
comments have
The
signaled
Incident Review
what
Committee
the
within
conclusion of
ICE
the
will determine
investigation
any
should
actions
be?
that will take it, and within CBP, it's the National Use of Force Board that does those
What you
evaluations.
did
They'll
was
continue
actually
to do
prejudice
that.
the investigations that your department is conducting, Madam Secretary.
You know, non-citizens can get real ID, right?
And, you know, it's no mistake. Your department has a pattern of
Look it up.
obstructing investigations. A federal judge has lambasted your ICE director for lying in court. And you, the Inspector General, just yesterday,
I agree, should be free and easily accessible. Yep.
revealed to the public, your own Inspector General, who was appointed by Trump,
Considering that it's a function of the federal government at that point. It's not the state.
has revealed that your department has been obstructing his independent investigations into your department and into your department.
Yeah, you realize that after that became a right, you had to own land to do it. So if you're a renter, technically, if you go by like those laws, you wouldn't be able to vote.
To investigate
Women couldn't vote.
Others.
So yeah, okay.
It's not true in that
Well,
letter
you
that
know,
you
I mean-
sent.
It's almost like there's more additional historical context.
Until yesterday,
I want
he has the freedom to
to enter
brief members of
into the
Congress. We
record
told him that.
for
Have that in
unanimous
writing as
consent
well.
2 articles that document the fact that the
Gentleman's recognized.
Inspector General says that DHS has systematically obstructed its work. It's
Only
a
amongst conservatives are ignorance and hypocrisy considered virtues. Ain't wrong.
Wall Street Journal article dated March 3rd, yesterday.
Without objection.
And also a political
Leaving work,
article.
leaving work, gotta lurk.
Internal DHS watchdog,
right, see you in a bit.
NOEM, is obstructing our work.
Without objection.
How can the public
No,
think that you will
Gentleman's time has expired. You've asked for 2 unanimous consent requests. Without objection, those are into the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Secretary Dome, thanks for being here today.
Man, he's running. He got poop. He got poop. Oh man, the way that he just laid that down, he got poop. Here, that is a man that has got to go. He's just like, I have been waiting. I have been waiting. I have been waiting.
Request without objection, those are into the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Secretary Dome, thanks for being here today.
Hold on. Squeeze them butt cheeks. Squeeze them butt cheeks. Damn. Wow. Okay. He did the little shuffle out there. That was kind of funny. Corey.
Now it's Senator Booker's turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, you're in charge of your agency. The buck stops with you, correct?
I'm in charge of my agency. What?
The buck stops with you.
Yes, correct.
Dude, talking to the microphone.
An oath to the Constitution before you took this job, right?
Correct.
So, one of the most sacrosanct ideals of our nation, enshrined in our Constitution, is freedom, is liberty.
Mm-hmm.
It is an idea that
So-
the government has a very high standard. Should they
Are we
take
not
away
fixing this
liberty
audio?
and
Okay,
freedom
fuck that.
from an American citizen? How many U.S. citizens has DHS detained as of last October?
Senator, if you're talking about detained and arrested, is that those that have been violating and obstructing our law
this was
enforcement
yesterday.
operations? Is
Oh,
that what
fuck
you're
this.
referencing? Because it could be hundreds.
Yeah, we don't need that. Okay, so here's where she was speaking. Let's see. Do we find out where she finds out? Did anybody come up to her and tell her? It doesn't look like it. No, dude. She went through this whole speech and was just totally not aware.
To get my
So
congratulations
this is the moment that everybody is saying led to her being fired.
on the record. I believe you have a policy, Madam Secretary, that you have to approve all contracts at your department over
Actually, I will not like CBS
$100
News.
million.
No, sir, I have a policy in place that I review contracts. My deputy chiefs have the ability to review anything
Oh, I wasn't even listening to Booker because you could barely do that.
under 5 million. Above that,
Who replaced her? Some dipshit from Oklahoma.
I evaluate and look at.
Okay. And you do that, I understand, to try to curb waste and abuse.
Damn, dude, this guy slipped so fucking quickly. Like last year, he was not this bad.
Taxpayer money, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm a hack.
In fact, it's
Oh.
been extremely effective.
Oh no, guys!
We've
I don't know what to do. I just got a meanie bobini thing said to me. I'm never gonna recover.
saved the taxpayers over
No.
$13.2 billion just by evaluating contracts, negotiating lower ones, and canceling ones that aren't necessary to do our duties.
How do you square that concern for waste, which I share, with the fact that you have spent $220 million
God damn.
running television advertisements that feature you prominently?
Sleepy foghorn leghorn.
Sir, the
I
president
say,
tasked me with getting the message out to the
today,
country
Junior.
and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from, with putting commercials out that told them that if they were in this country illegally, that they needed to leave, or we would detain them and remove them, and they'd not get the chance to come back to America the right way.
The
That has been
president-
extremely effective.
Ask you to run these advertisements, is that right?
We had that conversation, yes, before. I was
Okay, so yeah, apparently this was what Trump saw.
put in this position and sworn in and confirmed.
And he was apparently at I'm gonna just go with what the news was saying, so take it with a grain of salt. But they were saying that Donald Trump raged at his aide saying, I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know anything about this.
And since then as well.
Okay. Did you?
And then he was just like, she's gone. We need a immediate replacement.
Did you bid out those service contracts?
Yes, they did. They went out to a competitive bid, and career officials at the department chose who would do those advertising commercials.
And the people
Wow, we have one NOEM stand.
that you ended up picking.
Dude, she's taken. She's already got Corey Lewandowski. You don't need to do that.
Were people who had formerly done your political work back in South Dakota. Is that right?
No, that's not correct, sir.
I think it is.
No, it's not, sir. The individuals who, I believe the careers who they chose were two different media firms. There's been conversation about their subcontractors, but we have no legal authority to look into subcontractors
Trump was upset that she was fucking Corey Lewandowski.
on work like that.
Okay. And you're
She didn't blow me, but she blew Corey Lewandowski. Unacceptable.
saying that you're testifying that President Trump approved this ahead of time. Is that my understanding?
We had conversations
Yeah, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are still in their positions. Odd how that works.
about making sure that we were telling people.
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it
Did the
correctly,
president
worked
know
with
you were gonna do
OMB.
this?
Yes.
He did?
Yes.
Okay.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
Well, they were
overwhelmingly.
effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just, I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot. And I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. It's just hard for me to believe, knowing the president, as I do, that you said, Mr. President,
Does my wife actually? Yes. Why would I? What?
here's some ads I've cut, and I'm going to spend $220 million.
Yes, she has cancer. She's in her second wave of treatment right now, which is chemo radiation.
Running them, that he
Appreciate that.
would have agreed to that. I don't think Russ Vogt at OMB would have agreed to that. It's something we have to defend. I'm on the Appropriations Committee. My research shows that you did not bid them out, that you pick, in fact, one of the people you picked, the strategy group, Safe America Media was a company formed 11 days before
Kennedy's not animated because he knows this is a done deal with her.
you picked them, and that
I mean,
strategy group got most of the
she didn't know she was getting fired, man. She went up and fucking did a speech right after this.
money, and the head of that is married to your former spokesperson. Look, we all have friends who are qualified. I'm not quibbling with that. It troubles me. A fifth to a quarter of $1 billion of taxpayer money when we're scratching for every penny and we're fighting over rescission packages. I just can't agree with, Madam Secretary. Are you still running those ads?
No, Senator, I did not have anything to do with picking those contractors. I had no politicals at the Department of Homeland Security did.
I understand.
Oh,
Career
sure.
officials followed the competitive bid process for
Are you
that.
still running
Everything
those ads?
I think the ads are due to end here in March.
Do you think that if he put it in the light of the ads being based and we're awesome, that she would just be like, yeah, that was me, Senator?
Which I think within a week
So
or two.
they
I'm
are
not sure of
still
the
running?
update. The one that is running is focusing on angel families. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I saw that you said that Epstein was in a music video from
the
the
one
80s.
that's talking about this is our why.
I don't care.
This is
I genuinely don't give a
why
shit.
we work every day.
Okay.
Is for the angel
I've gotta
families
move
and their
on.
victims.
I care about the fucking other substantive stuff.
After
President Trump has removed KRISTI Noem as Secretary of the Department of
That's not exactly what I would call substantive.
Homeland Security. Noem has spent
We know the guy was a piece of shit, and depending on who, what music video was he in?
the past 2 days on Capitol Hill as she has faced growing backlash over her job and handling of the Department of Homeland Security and particularly Operation Metro Surge in Minneapolis. The president announced she would be transitioning to a new position, given the title Special Envoy for the Shield of Americas, which will apparently head up a new security initiative focusing on the Western Hemisphere that the president will give more information on this weekend. We should mention that Secretary Noem is delivering the keynote address at the Sergeant Benevolent Association Major Cities Conference. In a post on Truth Social, the president thanked Noem for her time.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that she had to go up there and take this beating, not even knowing she was already fired. But I'm glad Republicans are actually asking her real questions, unlike Democrats.
And leading DHS.
I mean, to be fair,
And announced
that guy did ask real
he is
questions.
nominating Oklahoma's Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen as the next DHS secretary. So let's bring back Nancy.
Didn't her spokesperson husband get a $2 million contract? Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
CBS News chief White House correspondent. And Nancy, you were talking
Actual
about this
fraud,
with major
actual fraud and abuse.
So let's go ahead and go into a little bit more detail here about really maybe what was the straw on the camel's back, and that was in one of the days of testimony, Republican Senator
Mark, yet you're here in my chat.
John Kennedy.
Like, do something better with your time.
Kennedy of Louisiana asking Noam, how do you square
This guy hates everything I like, and I'm going to be here to complain about it and say how he shouldn't do that.
cuts to DHS
You fucking big baby.
and contracts with the fact that you have spent $220 million running TV advertisements that feature you prominently in it? Noam replied that the president tasked her with getting the message out to the country and putting commercials out if they were in the country illegally.
Cry harder, dude.
They needed to leave, and clearly that was something the president took issue with.
Right, because she went a step further, and when she was asked, well, did the president know that these ads were going to cost $200 million? She said, oh, absolutely, he knew. And that's what the president is now telling.
I'm saying that did you watch that Walls answering questions? He had some pretty good answers about it.
Advisors and reporters.
Because, he had receipts to show that they were already investigating this. They already had arrests dating back to 2023. So I don't know, dude. It's almost like they were on top of this. And then you find out that the federal government, when they got involved, they made it so some of those cases couldn't be tried.
Is incorrect. He said he didn't know how expensive it was going to be. But I do think, Lindsay, that while that was the straw that broke the camel's back, I think you could get a sense from more broadly the reaction to Kristi Noem in those hearings from not just Democrats, but from some Republicans, that she was really on thin ice. The fact that Tom Tillis of North Carolina was basically yelling at her, telling her she's
praying for my wife. Thank you.
A terrible leader and that she shouldn't be a cabinet secretary. The fact that John Kennedy, who's a big ally of the president, was willing to question her that aggressively about this ad campaign in the first place, all of that is a sign that they believed that she was pretty vulnerable, and that even perhaps they believed that the president was okay with them putting her on the spot because he wanted to.
All right, that actually kind of lends to what you were saying, that some of the senators already knew that she was out.
See how she would respond.
So this was almost like a test. I mean, why was the Tom Tillis interaction so significant to you if he's kind of been on the outs with the president and in fact isn't even running for re-election?
Yeah, I think it was simply the fact that he stated so clearly and forcefully what Republicans have said behind the scenes, which is that he just doesn't think that she is capable of leading such an important agency at such a delicate time. He just came out and said it.
I'm not defending the fraud. I'm saying that it was already investigated and being taken care of. So it's not this thing that you thought it was. You got Nick Shirley going and getting the Leering Center, which I'll admit that was fucked up to just be like, okay, nobody proofread that before you fucking did the sign? Huh, interesting. But then you learned that it was already being investigated. Also, that the Leering Center wasn't even one of the ones that was committing fraud. That's the most fucked up part. Is you guys can't admit that he was an asshole, that he actually muddied the waters so fucking badly that if you genuinely cared about fraud, then you would be mad at him. But nah, here you are. Disingenuously saying that you care about fraud while we waste almost $1 trillion just in Iran as it goes. We're literally committing $1 billion per day. So by the end of this, because I do not have the faith that this is going to be over in 8 weeks. Because yeah, it went from a few days to 4 weeks to 5 weeks to 8 weeks to maybe we can do a forever war.
You know, he's been critical of the president before, but you know, he was practically yelling at her.
When I say actual fraud, I mean actual fraud, like the fraud that they found, investigated, and then brought people to trial for. Not Nick Shirley going to some fucking Leering Center and knocking on the door saying, "I want to see your children."
And you know, and that wasn't the
not weird at all.
Only controversy. There were also very aggressive questions put to Noem by Democrats, both in the Senate and then at a subsequent hearing in the House, about her relationship with Corey Lewandowski.
Is that a Trump plushie behind me?
Who is kind of her right-hand man at the Department of Homeland Security, but who lots of signs point to her being in a romantic relationship with him as well. And she was put on the spot about that. Corey Lewandowski, someone who has a long relationship with the president of the United States, was a major player in his first bid for the White House. And yet there have been questions about how appropriate it is that she is working with someone who is.
Yeah. Biden's DOJ went after that senator who was getting gold bars from Egypt, and Eric Adams, who was getting paid from Turkey, only just for Trump to come in and scrap the Eric Adams case. So yeah, you guys care so much about fraud and abuse.
For all and
Tell us more.
intents and purposes, a subordinate who she may also be in a romantic relationship.
Did you care? Do you want the money back from her waste, fraud, and abuse too? How about Kash Patel? Kash Patel wasting, what is it, $40 million on his little his jetscapades?
So it was kind of the combination of all of that, and the clips of those questions.
Every weekend he goes and sees his girlfriend, his fucking country singer girlfriend, who's totally not a fucking Mossad plant.
At the hearing going viral,
she likes him for his personality.
That really hurt Noem, especially at a time when she was already under such scrutiny for the department's handling of the situation in Minneapolis, where 2 American citizens were killed.
CBS News Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cortez, thank you so much.
Co-guide Cash.
Let's bring in Capitol Hill correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns. So, Caitlin, you had some reporting this morning of some reaction from Senator Kennedy regarding that ad and his line of questioning with Noem at this hearing, and that he apparently had heard from the president. What can you tell us?
That's right. There was an extremely notable exchange during that Judiciary Committee hearing on Tuesday, where John Kennedy, a Republican conservative senator from Louisiana and a close ally of the president, pressed Noem on the agency's spending of over $200 million on television ads that prominently featured Noem. And he asked her whether those were effective in deterring illegal immigration and who approved the spending. And in that committee hearing, Noem, under oath.
Again, if you're going to do whataboutisms, then you better acknowledge that you genuinely care about Kash Patel committing fraud.
Said that the president did.
Because the thing is, here's the kicker, bitch. I do give a shit if Democrats are committing fraud, if they're getting payouts from AIPAC, if they are fucking crooked motherfuckers. I actually hold my party to account. What do you guys do?
Now, after that, I spoke to Kennedy, and he told me that he was very upset about this kind of spending and had questions.
Piece of garbage. Pep talking piece of garbage. You don't know what you're talking about, you piece of garbage.
It's about whether the president had approved it in the first place. Fast forward to today, the president apparently called him, Kennedy said, after that hearing.
MAGA sending its best.
And in Kennedy's telling,
I say that
the
a
two
lot,
stories
but
did
damn, today it really
not line up. Now, this is significant because
yes, I have been to Minneapolis many times.
As we've been talking about all of the kind of the list
it's just fine.
of concerns that lawmakers up here have had about Noem.
The funniest part is, I bet there's fraud happening in the town you live in that you don't even know about because you don't give a shit.
Exchange and the president paying attention to it seems, at least at this point, to be consequential. Now, I just was speaking with Tom Tillis, who's a Republican from North Carolina. You may remember him in that hearing.
No, fraud like, I don't know, the billions of dollars that have also been taken by, these mega corporations.
Was one of the first.
You don't seem to care about that.
Republicans to call for no.
You seem to care about the disingenuous one that gives you ammunition to be a racist asshole.
To resign.
We get it. The thing is, dude, you don't have to wear the mask. He's in office now. Like, you guys can't just be racists. We already know you are.
After Minneapolis.
Like, come on, man. At least wear it. Like, fucking say it with your chest.
Talked to him at length, and he said that her management was the issue here, that it's not personal, but that she showed that she could not handle this agency. I can also tell you that talking to lawmakers coming out of a lunch where they were just made aware of this news, they are very supportive, Republicans are, of their colleague who now the president announced will head DHS, Mark-Wayne Mullen, a Republican senator up here. He left that lunch in the middle of it, and it appeared he appeared to be on the phone.
Yeah, you guys pull it all the time.
This is
we need to think about all the white men that have been turned away from certain establishments for saying certain things.
Because he will have strong Republican support up here. They just need a simple majority to approve.
Yes, it does still work because you guys are still fucking racist piece of shit.
That.
Or pieces of shit.
But this is.
You're a racist piece of shit.
It's going to be another confirmation battle up here on Capitol Hill to lead the agency at a
calling half of Americans racist. I mean, are you?
Time where
does it kind of fit your whole way of life there? Do you care about skin color when it comes to fraud, like bringing up Somalis? Because the second that you do that, that tells me that you're a racist.
There's no agreement on funding for the agency.
Are you happy about what ICE is doing? And would you be just fine with it if it was your Polish neighbors or, all the Whats from Eastern Europe?
So a lot of layers here, but
If you are and you're honest, then I can at least just be like, okay.
bottom line, that exchange
But
earlier this week with a
27. Yeah, it's actually 27%.
Republican senator.
Now, MAGA still thinks that 50% of America is them. They're fucking retarded, and it's hilarious.
Was very consequential.
They don't understand that the independents have left them. That Donald Trump has literally polled the same as Biden did.
When you're looking at the timeline of all of this.
What else can you tell us about?
And he's doing the same shit.
Mark Wayne?
Everything's great. There's no inflation. There's no affordability crisis. Come on, everybody.
Mullins of Oklahoma.
That's right. He's a Republican from Oklahoma, served in the House, serves now in the Senate. He is well liked by colleagues. He is a prolific presence on television. He is on air frequently as well, and a close ally of the president. Campaigned for him as well. You can see on your screen there. And he told our Alan Key earlier this morning he was kind of tight-lipped.
No, Wesley, I can call you retarded.
About all of this. A lot of people we've been talking to up here were learning information as it was being reported out.
Aw. Someone mad about that?
Told our Alan He, our Senate producer up here, that earlier today that he had confidence in NOEM as long as the president did. And that was kind of echoed by lawmakers we've been talking to, asking if they had confidence in NOEM. And their line was, well, she serves at the pleasure of the president. So it is notable, that kind of line of phrasing. So that was starting to give us some clues as to, this will be in the president's court here.
I mean, look, this just happened, but have you heard any reaction yet on Capitol Hill?
I was just talking to a Democratic.
Muslims love liberals specifically because liberals tend to not fucking go, hey, you're not Christian, fuck you. You guys are. So just remember that.
Senator from Maryland, I asked her about whether this changes the dynamics in terms of funding for DHS, and she told me no. That they.
How this ranting helping your wife? I mean, people are contributing, so.
Still have.
I know it pains you that I actually make money doing this.
Serious issues with the way that the president is running immigration enforcement. That
get a better fucking comeback, bud.
The buck stops with him.
We get it.
Not necessarily NOEM. So that's what we're trying to report out now. Does this change the fight over DHS funding? Because remember, Democrats had said they're not going to support long-term funding for the agency unless reforms to ICE are put in place. Those negotiations are really at a standstill right now.
Okay, Young Red, are you one of those MAGA ones that are like real winners? Here you guys go. So if you're MAGA in my chat, what's this guy's name? At Young Red, YUNG. REDD at Young Red. Your wife is dying, bro. All right, guys, you owning him? Is that your guy? Is this who you guys claim that you guys are perfectly fine having on your side?
Right now.
Or are you guys going to tell him to get fucked? But if you guys are cool with that, then that tells me everything I need to know about how I should take you guys seriously.
And there was a thought that perhaps if NOEM were ousted, that could change the dynamic. At least in the early reading, my early reading from talking to Democrats right now is that
Well, I don't know. All yours there, then.
Is not shifting the conversation. We'll see what happens as they respond to the appointment of, or the nomination, I should say, of Mark Wayne Mullen.
Caitlin Huberns, thank you so much.
I can't believe they brought up the hat. I still can't believe they brought up the hat. That was fucking hilarious.
Breaking news into CNN. KRISTI.
We saw this.
This is an ABC News special report.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. We're coming on the air because President Trump has just announced that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is out of a job. This follows reports that the president was frustrated by her recent testimony on Capitol Hill. Noem under fire from both parties over her job performance.
Fake president. Fuck that orange butch.
And her handling.
I know that's a typo, but funny one.
Of the immigration crackdown, and that includes her response to the deadly shooting by federal agents of 2 American citizens, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Just moments ago, the president saying he's naming Oklahoma.
Are we comparing him to Antifa? So your point is that one person represents the whole? I'm actually playing that same game here. Do you get that? Do you get it? Do you get what it, yeah.
Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen to become the next Secretary of Homeland Security. Let's get straight to our Chief White House correspondent, Mary.
Also, way to stand up for the guy.
Bruce. Mary, what do we know?
Well, Kira,
All
the
right.
president just announcing
We
this in
know.
a social media post that Mark Wayne Mullen is going to become the new Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security as of the end of this month. And the president, who, as you note, we know had grown increasingly frustrated with Secretary Noem this following several days of her testimony up on the Hill. The
Really? Then why is Pam Bondi still in her job?
president posting the current Secretary, KRISTI Noem.
You understand that Pam Bondi single-handedly the reason that the Epstein files are still in the fucking news is because she fucked up so bad when she said they're on my desk.
Who has served us well.
And then Kash fucking Patel went under oath and said that there are no files.
And has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be
Yeah, but he fires everybody that does a bad job.
moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. It also comes, of course, as you note, that she received a lot of backlash after her response to the killings of two American citizens, Renee Good.
She won't be able to do that when she has to testify.
And Alex Preddy in Minneapolis. She, of
That's
course,
gonna
was
be
very
fun.
quick to come out and label them domestic terrorists. She falsely said that Preddy was brandishing a gun. It created quite controversy for the administration. Then, of course, the president moved in Tom Homan, his border czar, to take over the situation in Minneapolis. But, Kira, the big picture here, it is important to remember that this is now the first major firing that we have seen in the president's second term. To fire KRISTI Noem, move her away from being the DHS secretary to this new post at the end of this month. Unlike in his first term, where there was quite a bit of turnover in the cabinet, she is now the first cabinet secretary to be let go by President Trump.
Let's bring in our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, as we get this news now, let's just talk about how DHS changed under KRISTI Noem's leadership. And it didn't take long for her to receive a lot of heat from critics once she did take that position.
Indeed, Kira. And there was a key moment this week at that Senate hearing. This over $200 million ad campaign came up, and Senator Kennedy, a Republican, was pressing her on why was the funding as high as it was. He expressed deep concern that it was too much money, and he asked the secretary about it, and she claimed that the president was engaged in this. Now, we just saw from our own reporting from Rachel Scott and others that the president is now claiming that that is not true. And again, this ad campaign stars KRISTI Noem, and basically the messages to undocumented people leave now or be deported. And again, $200 million. And you could see these ads during football games, during the NFL, college football playoffs, the NBA, all types of major ad buys for this particular campaign. And that appears to have played a key role. To your first question, the bottom line is under KRISTI Noem, there were some positives for the administration in terms of the border being shut down, but the way that the internal campaign to remove people from this country was executed is apparently played a big role in this as well. As Mary said, Tom Homan taking over after the situation in Minneapolis spiraled out of control.
And let's take it straight now to senior political correspondent Rachel Scott. I know you're en route to the Hill. You've been talking to your sources, Rachel. What's the word from lawmakers after Pierre just mentioned, of course, the testimony where apparently the president was not happy with how the now former secretary performed during testimony?
Yeah, well, Kira, I'm told by multiple sources that President Trump was on the phone calling Republicans, calling allies, asking whether or not he should fire Secretary KRISTI Noem. He was pointing out that he was clearly unhappy with that answer that she gave Senator Kennedy during these heated briefings and hearings on Capitol Hill just yesterday. I'm also told that there has been a lot of frustration with how Noem has handled several instances, not just this particular one on the Hill testifying before Congress, but also just a few days ago, it was her decision along with one of her top advisors, Corey Lewandowski, to ultimately pause and put a hold on TSA PreCheck due to the government shutdown. I'm told by multiple sources that then White House officials had to intervene then to correct that. So this is coming after a lot of frustration, not only from President Trump, but also top members of his administration expressing concern about some of her actions, and ultimately the president making the decision today to now get KRISTI Noem out and completely replace her, Kira.
And Rachel, let's talk more about the senator from Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, who now will replace former Secretary KRISTI Noem there overseeing DHS. What more do we know about him, and your thoughts on why you think the president made this choice?
In these final hours leading up to this decision, Kira, I'm told that President Trump was working the phone, speaking to Republicans on Capitol Hill, and this is something that the president does, right? He likes to get on the phone with Republicans and allies, and he asks them questions. So one of the things he was asking them is who exactly do they think should serve in this role? Clearly, the president is concerned about one thing, a confirmation battle ahead. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen is respected up on Capitol Hill by Republican allies. He's someone that many Republicans, including top administration officials, believe could ultimately get through a Senate confirmation battle. Obviously, Republicans do have majority in the Senate right now. On top of that, Senator Mullen is also a firebrand. He is known for having some of these explosive exchanges, even on hearings on Capitol Hill. He is a fierce defender of the president as well. And top administration officials do believe he's someone that will be able to work more closely with the administration and more in line with the administration as compared to some of these recent incidents with Secretary Noem.
Rachel, thank you. I want to bring in our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky now. Aaron, you've been covering the Department of Homeland Security, the fight for funding, the outcry that it wasn't getting enough resources to do the missions that Secretary Kristi Noem wanted to execute. Your thoughts?
Kristi Noem's stewardship of the Department of Homeland Security, particularly the handling of the immigration uproar in Minneapolis, cost the Department of Homeland Security its funding, Kira. There have also been complaints by lawmakers in certain states
America
over the
won't
way
be great
FEMA
until we
has
get
operated
the
and
moneyed
question-
interests out of it, or out of power, and then we take our country back. Because honestly, we've gotten, dude, the fact that even in this chat, these people are fighting against me. You know, working class. We're all working class at this fucking point. And this is the whole reason they want to keep us fighting. But there is the problem that they all want to fucking fight for the billionaire class, which is now the Epstein class, which you own that.
It's about readiness for natural disaster.
It's almost like we should start fighting for our stuff. We should start fighting for the people, but fine, guys. If this is what you want to do, fine.
Remember, the Department of Homeland Security has grown into this behemoth agency, but at its core,
I mean, dude's literally starting World War III, and they're just like, based.
Is its title. It is meant.
And that's not hyperbole, by the way.
To protect the American homeland. It was born.
We have a video about why closing the Strait of Hormuz is going to prolong this conflict into something that he had no preparation for.
September 11th.
Also, hope those gas prices, that everybody was crowing about, he made America great again by pointing to a fucking 15-cent decrease by saying, yeah.
And it appeared many
I'll shut up with Lake and Riley.
critics of Kristi Noem had.
You guys forget about all the names about the fucking ones killed by just homegrowns. How come you guys don't, constantly, every day, have a new woman that you rally behind and then want their husbands locked up? Because you do know that most of the crime committed against women in this country is perpetrated by one of their loved ones, most likely a husband.
Had felt that she had become
or a boyfriend.
A distraction in that mission, Kira.
So you guys don't care about domestic violence victims at all. You guys don't care. I mean, here you're talking about Lake and Riley. How come you guys don't have hashtag every single Epstein victim? You guys don't give a shit. Stop trying to use them as props.
A distraction.
If you actually gave a shit about women, then you would be consistent with this.
And she was really crucified by lawmakers.
Laken Riley's killer was literally arrested and then deported. Huh. So justice was done for Laken Riley. Odd. Your whole thing is she should have never been. He should have never been here.
Made comments about.
You do understand how it wasn't like a coyote thing. Like, again, all you idiots think that it's like a bunch of these fucking caravans with trucks and a bunch of these coyotes bringing over the illegals instead of just realizing that they come over through legal ports of entry with a fucking visa and then they just overstay it.
Domestic terrorists during that whole incident in Minneapolis when the immigration agents moved in and the death of those two advocates in Minneapolis. Just remind our viewers.
Men who are citizens commit 90% of the violent crimes in the USA.
Aaron, about that and how the talk really didn't stop once she made that comment and she was.
Yeah, it's actually more likely that Wesley is more of a candidate to get deported. I bet this guy's got Dewey's in his system.
Question on it from the moment she made it all the way to testimony there on the Hill this week.
And lawmakers grilled her over her immediate character.
Oh, he was brought in specifically, to take out Laken Riley?
Characterization.
You guys are so fucking retarded. It's painful sometimes. It really is.
Of the two, Renee Good and Alex Petty, who were shot as domestic terrorists, and there was no real...
Those two brain cells really doing some hard work tonight there, boy.
...investigation that has ever been made public, anyway, about how these shootings
start a fire.
So much so that lawmakers pulled funding for the Department of Homeland Security until ICE can reshape its mission. The department is effective.
That's 100% false.
Shut.
They actually produce... they are actually good to society. They are a net good to society, but
down, and it comes at a time when the nation is at war in Iran, and there
Angela, you must wear granny panties because you seem like you're fucking 90.
are real concerns about the threats that
I'm surprised that you figured out how to use YouTube chat.
that brings to the homeland.
Your caretaker do that for you?
And whether Kristi Noem, as the secretary, was up to the job, even though it seemed it's this $220 million ad campaign that really drew the president's ire and became the final straw, Kira.
You know, that's a good point. Let's bring in Pierre Thomas on that as well. Pierre, is there concern now, or is there a sigh of...
Wait, so you're saying that the sanctuary city flew him to Georgia for what?
relief that a change is being made when we start talking
What's up, Chris?
about the threat environment and this ongoing war with Iran, and how there has been concern about issues here at home since those strikes started. And is, Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin up for the task?
Look here, one source I was speaking to earlier this week said that the funding shutdown for DHS came at the absolute worst time. You have an ongoing conflict with Iran.
I see some Trump bootlickers in
elevated threat environment that already was challenging. And now this whole notion that because of the immigration
What's up, Jeff?
Challenges
Jeff Hernandez.
created in
How's it going,
part
brother?
by NOEM and the leadership at DHS, that the funding would be blocked because of it. It could not come at a worse time. One source also talked about the fact that some of the people protecting former presidents are now working without pay.
Yep.
Mary Bruce, when we think about this firing and the level and the position that Kristi Noem had, we could look back at Mike Waltz, who went from National Security Advisor to ambassador to the UN, and the questions that was being asked, will Kristi Noem somehow remain within the administration? What do you make about the fact that the president has...
I mean, it sounds like they're shipping her off to frickin' Antarctica because they said she's going to be in a position of something in the Western Hemisphere.
put her into a different position. And what do you think of that position?
Yeah, well, the president isn't getting rid of her entirely, but I think it is important to remember just how critical the issue of the border and immigration is to this president politically. It is one of the key issues that propelled him back to the White House and into this second term. He knows this is a priority for voters and his supporters, and it's part of the reason I think the president stood by Kristi Noem for so long. He was very proud of...
Pep, you seem to be catching on under the bridges of the USA. The trolls love you. Not sure to take that as a compliment or not.
Down on the border, and in fact, he noted that in his post today. But it is clear that he grew increasingly frustrated just in the last few weeks. He had still been defending her publicly just a month ago, but something changed in the midst of this testimony. All of the controversy surrounding her comments over Minneapolis and Minnesota, and the president now moving her to this other position. Kira.
Team, thank you. And our coverage will continue on ABC News Live now and abcnews.com. David Muir will be here with the entire team for World News Tonight. I'm Kira Phillips here in Washington. I'll see you back over on ABC News Live.
This has been a special report.
Special report.
Let's bring in MS Now Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian and former federal
To pivot from Kristi Noem, we're going to go to Pam Bondi for a second.
prosecutor and Politico magazine senior writer Ankush Kadori. So Ken, tell us more about what you're learning related to this new batch of files we might expect.
Well, what we're being told is that the Justice Department is doing this under pressure after reporting by MS Now and others about potentially missing files that should have been released, that were not released, that may have been withheld under the review process.
A cat, LeMayo.
And what the DOJ is saying is that if that happened, that was...
Who is that just like lost that they're just like, oh my God, a cat. Ha 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 ha. The fuck?
A mistake. And they're saying that, I'll just read from a statement that we got from the Justice Department.
Wow, this guy has no joy in his life.
DOJ has always stated in filings with the court, letters to Congress, and public statements that with a production of this magnitude required within an unprecedented time frame, mistakes are inevitable. And should anything be found to have been improperly tagged in the review process and is responsive to the act, the department will, of course, publish it. And again, we're told that fairly soon, within a few days, the DOJ is going to release another batch of potentially thousands of files. Whether there's going to be anything new in these files remain to be seen. But this is coming as the Justice Department is under enormous pressure, and this subpoena of Pam Bondi just underscores that pressure. This is an extraordinary rebuke of the Trump administration by people from their own party.
Walk us through what exactly this subpoena calls for.
Well, it calls for Pam Bondi to come in and testify under oath. And what's really interesting about this is that it drew the support of 5 Republicans on this committee. And so this subpoena is being issued over the objections of the chairman, Mr. Comer, who did not want this to happen. He's an ally of the Trump administration. The DOJ didn't want it to happen either. They were willing.
Trump literally shits himself and falls asleep in cabinet meetings. But yeah, tell us again how old and just decrepit Joe Biden was.
To have Pam
Last time I checked, Joe Biden didn't actually fall asleep.
Bondi come in and brief members, but they don't want to have a deposition.
Sleepy Joe.
Under oath in a sort of adversarial.
Oh boy, you know what? Didn't think about karma. Now karma's coming back for me. A little sleepy. This guy's a little bit boring. Now I'm sleepy Don.
Process, but that's what's going to happen here.
Oops, I took a Trumpy Dumpy. Pam, come here. I got something for you.
And it just puts more pressure.
Get your poop knife. Put the poop knife in the diaper.
On Pam Bondi and on the Justice Department to come clean and to explain exactly how they handled.
Do you think that she, like, when she does actually, like, put the poo on her nose, like, she does it like fine butter, just...
The redaction process with these files, because it's not just Democrats, it's conservative MAGA Republicans who are upset with the way this has been handled.
Oh, Angela just told us where her bot account is coming from.
Krish, there's still so much we don't know about the Epstein investigation. MS Now and other outlets have reported that the DOJ withheld interviews from a woman who accused President Trump of sexual assault, who was also tied to Epstein abuse. The president, of course, has denied any wrongdoing.
Trump works his ass off. He sure has a lot of time to watch TV and play golf.
And just this week, in fact, more than 40,000 files in the Epstein files are missing from the DOJ's website. The co-author of the Epstein Transparency Act, Congressman Ro Khanna, spoke about what could be missing this morning.
I'm not confident that those documents are still there in the condition that they were in the original. I mean, they could be there and they could be blacked out. So it's unclear whether they have tampered with these documents.
Oh, it's not CNN. It's ABC now, since that's the one that your Lord and Savior got all mad at with Jimmy Kimmel.
But if they have, that is an
fucking retards.
Enormous crime and a
That's all you have.
cover-up.
Trump got mad, and then he said that Jimmy Kimmel was being mean to him, and he wants him off the air. Yeah, based.
Ankush, if you could sit down with Bondi, what would you want?
We need to silence all dissenters. That's based.
I want to ask her.
You know, there are 2 sets of objections or
holy eyeliner
concerns that people have with the Department of Justice is handling. One is a process objection. I use the
this
word
guy looks like a fucking Egyptian prince.
process, not to diminish it. You know, we're talking about mistaken
With them eyes, that is insane.
Files and withdrawing them.
Is that eyeliner? Is he wearing guy liner or not? Or is that Nat?
Victims.
Is he like the fucking mayor from Batman?
Cooperating witnesses,
or Dark
all
Knight,
that sorts
Dark
of
Knight.
stuff. So I would be asking her a lot about the process by which the Justice Department went through this effort and why it was so bungled, particularly since they had quite a bit of time to get
The guy liner's heavy. That's what I thought.
last year.
That
And
looks like
frankly,
guy
they kind
liner.
of brought this on themselves by bungling the whole
I don't know,
disclosure,
though.
including Bondi's comments over the course of
He goes to the same stylist as JD
last
Vance.
year before the law passed. So I would be asking about that. You know, then there's the separate questions about that people have about sort of the substantive outcome of the investigation. You know,
Joe Biden, because it wasn't a real election. 2024 must have been stolen since Donald Trump had the 2021. So it's vice versa.
why isn't this
So actually, Trump is the illegitimate president.
person or that person, or why haven't more people been charged? I am not sure she is the right person to be asking those questions, but I understand why people want to. I think, you know, I don't quite understand why this isn't on the table, but a lot of the questions I have, I would want to direct
Channel ain't serious. Hey, at least you figured it out.
line prosecutors who investigated the case. Now,
We try to add some levity to the news. If you're just coming here for like the news, I got something else for you.
the Justice Department under Bondi fired one of those people, Maureen Comey, so that has complicated that matter. But I am interested in what the line prosecutors do, how they assess things, because right now we have a lot of people coming in and second guessing them without hearing from the principals.
That's a real good point. I'm just thinking about how combative the Attorney General has been when it comes to lawmakers. There's certainly no love lost. There's really been a lot of
Obama's Trump's
we've
precedent.
witnessed when she was before the Judiciary Committee previously.
lives
What
rent-free in
happens
his
if Bondi
brain.
just doesn't comply with this subpoena? Wouldn't it be the DOJ typically that would have to hold her accountable?
Yeah.
Well, first there'd have to be a vote holding her in contempt, but then yes, it would go with DOJ, and of course they would do nothing about that. Now, I hopefully because this is behind closed doors, she'll be able to control herself. But of course, in her last public outing, her testimony, she behaved like an all-around crazy person and yelled at anyone who asked her a substantive question and insulted a whole bunch of Epstein's victims in the process. I mean, it was a whole mess. So, you know, she has not done well. She doesn't do well in these settings. But perhaps if it's behind closed doors, she'll feel less of an urge to sort of play to the cameras and play to social media and play to Trump. We'll see.
Got to leave it there for now, guys. Ankush Kadori, Ken Delanian, thank you both.
So the Senate voted yesterday on this war powers resolution. We could put this up on the screen. It failed effectively along party lines. You had Fetterman voting with the Republicans.
Of course he did. Can we stop with this shit
Paul
already?
Voting.
At what point do we like rewrite the rules where if people consistently vote against the party that they claim to represent, then they do not get to be part of that party anymore? At least Kirsten Sinema had the wherewithal to just be like, I'm actually gonna leave the Democrats. I'm gonna be an independent
with the Democrats.
But here Fetterman is just being a fucking thorn in everybody's side.
Democrats, and so it failed 47.
I can't wait until he gets his though, because he is gonna get his from the Republicans.
To
as much as he's a fucking Israel shill.
53, and you know, I think it's noteworthy. Both that you had all the Democrats except Fetterman hang together, but more importantly, you know, there's been a lot of talk, and you see a lot of kind of like MAGA influence, or some number of MAGA influencers. Megyn Kelly, right? Obviously, Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones are opposed to this. You see some people like that. The War Room people are uncomfortable with what's going on.
And
so you see a lot of like loud
That's
voices
the second time.
who are on the right, who are opposed to this war with Iran. But if you look at the polling, the Republican base, they're largely on board with it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it is more of an online phenomenon, the opposition, than the reality among the Republican base, which just says, like, basically, oh, Trump is doing this, so we support it. So I think the fact that the Republicans hung together and did not, remember, this is not even about.
The nice part is about this, though, this is what happened during the Bush administration. It's just a fact. A lot of people who leaned Democrat, they didn't send their kids into the military. So because there was like this rally around the flag thing, a bunch of Republicans sent their kids to war, right? And convinced them like, yes, you got to go fight for your country. It's the right thing to do. But then they were the ones losing their kids, right? So fast forward to 2015, or actually like 2014. It was like the year before Trump even announced that he was going to run. They were like, the Republican base was so anti-war by that point because they were just like, get us out. We are losing our sons and daughters to this fucking forever war that is producing nothing. We got nothing. We are hemorrhaging money. We are fucking, and that entire time, and again, this is on Obama too. It's not like he did anything to get us out of that, and that fucking, trust me, I hold him to that shit.
Like authorizing war. This is a
But realistically, you're going to see a lot of Republicans go into war.
Vote to say like,
or they're going to quickly figure out, maybe I don't actually support this.
This power rests with us, that even the Susan Collins of the world, who is very likely to get her clock cleaned by Graham Plattner in the fall, even they felt like the right political calculus was to vote against this. Now, you have to factor into that.
Not to mention that Iraq and Afghanistan cost us around $20 trillion for literally nothing. Yeah, but, you know, fuck us for asking for health care.
Not only.
Fuck us for asking for lower taxes for the middle class and the lower class. Fuck us for wanting things. God.
The, like, political base.
Bunch of takers.
And the fear of Trump and
social safety net. What?
His ire. You also have to factor into that the money from AIPAC and other Israel lobby types. And the ideology, too. That's a great point, too. Some of these people just genuinely believe in endless war. Many of them
fucking hell
genuinely believe in endless war. And so that's how.
I mean, if you guys want to partisan your way with the Afghanistan-Iraq war, go ahead.
You end up with the situation.
Trump don't need permission. Actually, legally, yes, he does. Yes. Congress needs to give him permission.
Where even Bush
eventually got permission.
You have
eventually,
some
he used Article 2, realized that that was shaky ground to use legally. So if he didn't get permission, that he couldn't continue the forever war. But then Congress came and capitulated.
70% of the country that is like, no.
Sad part was that's when Dems controlled it.
Oh, we don't want this. You still have
That was the rally around the flag bullshit.
every Republican Senate, save for Rand Paul, saying, we're going to let.
But history, I know, pesky. And that was in that year forever ago, 2003.
The president do whatever he wants.
Right, and that is the scary part. You know what's, I mean...
Illegally. He illegally did that.
Just stick
and also, he did it for Israel. That wasn't America first in the slightest, numbnuts.
On that.
Dude, you guys are Israel first. Just admit it.
Things I personally hate.
Half of y'all are fucking anti-Semitic, and it's kind of funny that you're being used by Israel. And I think that is genuinely funny.
Is people wish-casting analysis.
You guys are sitting here, rally behind the flag, not realizing that's a Star of David.
So there's been, like you just said, there's a lot of people like, oh, this is a screw you to the base.
Have fun with that
I
one.
never use those words. You know what I say? I say it's a screw you to the country. Because the base is always going to stick with him.
I'm tired of you idiots comparing. It's a huge comparison.
I grew up in Bush country. 5,000 U.S. troops were killed. They didn't care, okay? They all stuck with him till the end. He's my president. I'd like to have a beer with him. You remember all that stuff? They say that till 2009. That's what a lot of these people were saying. Today, they would all claim that they...
By the way, this leads into the now viral video of Sagar finally apologizing for his for voting for Trump and just being like, yeah, this is fucked.
We're all against it. Not true. I remember. But that's the reality. The base, they'll stick with him. Now, the rest of the country, independents, the 51%, let's say...
How is he protecting the American people by taking us into a hot conflict with a country that we didn't have a hot conflict with?
Voted for him.
We're literally losing more American citizens to this conflict than like at any point. Like if you're going by state-sponsored terrorism, dude, we haven't had that problem since we pulled out of Afghanistan. Weird.
It's a whole other story. Those are the people who are much more on the fence.
It's almost like you're full of shit.
People who are not self-identified, actual Republicans. Many of them, one of the things that can explain this number is when you start self-identifying other than as a Republican and then you disagree, it shoots the Republican number support up for the war. But let's not make any mistake that all of these people are loyal to Donald Trump and to party ideology itself. I will say in the Senate case vote, what you see with the Susan Collins and the Murkowskis and all of them is I actually think Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, they vote against Trump all the time. All the time, right? And they've been able to survive. It's very telling to me that the one thing they won't vote against him on is Iran, because they support the operation line. I don't think that we can adequately describe the way that in...
Oh, my caps lock was on. God damn it.
Washington brain, this is a justified operation to the extent that it's gone bad. It's because Trump hasn't done it the process way, properly.
He didn't brief us.
Yeah, he didn't brief us properly. It's like, that's all they care about. They don't care about the fact that we're in a bad conflict.
Well, again, if Trump goes for a third term, Obama then can go for a third term. What Trump is going to do is he's going to try and declare wartime powers, which then we'd actually have to declare war, though.
Period. End of story.
He doesn't understand that, by the way. You can't just have like an open conflict the way that we did with Afghanistan and Iraq. They would actually have to declare war.
This is going to be...
Which we haven't done since World War II.
Like 2004. The war Democrats, they're already emerging. And we're seeing some of this. And yes, just like 2003, there are only extremely limited... like count on one
You're
hand.
watching fake news. Everything I don't like is fake news. We get it, Toyu.
The type of people who will speak out either against party or...
It's old hat at this point, dude. It's been 10 years of you guys crowing about how everything you disagree with is fake. Shut the fuck up. Nobody's listening to you anymore.
I'll just say this is ridiculous.
Because what's your answer? Where do you get your fucking news?
One of them is Congressman Thomas Massey. Here he is. Let's take a listen.
As to why we launched this preemptive war. The president says we had to strike first because an Iranian strike was imminent. Meanwhile, the Department of Defense conceded there was no evidence of an imminent...
God bless Donald Trump and the cholesterol in his heart.
...Iranian strike. Some told us this war was about nuclear weapons, but 6 months ago, we were assured our last strike...
Exactly. Why? How come you guys can't look at this just for what it is? They keep pivoting. I thought it was because we were threatened with nuclear war, but then he destroys all their nukes, declares victory, and then we're still threatened by the nukes that he destroyed.
On Iran decimated their nuclear program. So which is it? I think the most candid answer came from the Secretary of State, who told the press that Israel forced our hand and dragged us into this war.
There is Congressman Thomas Massey. He's going to be one of the very few Republicans, if at all, who end up voting against it. And look, this is a valiant effort from Congressman Massey.
Oh, look at that. Somebody just tried to tell me to end myself.
And from Ro Khanna, others, Tim Kaine, who forced the war powers.
You guys lose at political arguments, and that's where you go? That's real mature.
Act vote, but look, now let it all be on record. It's out there now. We can hold these people.
I'm seething.
At the very least accountable. You did not even want to vote for the ability to vote, whether this is something that you have an interest in. Okay, we got you. We hear.
Gas just went up 40 cents in 3 hours.
Hear you loud and clear. What's going to come next is this supplemental funding, though. That's the big question.
Well, and that is the purpose of these votes. I mean, they're not even. Let's imagine a world where they actually
it's all procedural.
Did pass the war powers resolution. It's not like we really think that that would constrain Trump. What this is about is putting people on the record for history, so that forever it is marked down in the history books who
That's why I'm not, like, as much as I hate Chuck Schumer, this wasn't his fault.
did what, when. Because again, you're going to have so many people after the fact when this thing, I mean, it's
Because
already.
again, it was a party line vote. Like, we literally got Rand Paul for Fetterman, so it's not like we lost anybody.
Already gone bad. I don't know how anyone's supporting it already. But when it is an undeniable, complete catastrophe, and Americans reject it overwhelmingly in a way that is, again, undeniable.
Yeah, so much for those gas prices coming down.
You're going to have all,
It's going to be a long summer.
all kinds of people pretending they oppose
Dude, diesel is at almost $5 again.
it from the jump. So
That's
at least for these
not good.
politicians, we can get them on the record. Where did you stand? What did you do at
For
the
once,
beginning?
Israel manipulated Trump better than they manipulated Chuck Schumer.
Did you even have the guts to claim the power?
Oh, dude, but Trump does not want to hear that he was manipulated by Benjamin Netanyahu. I think it's true. I think that he genuinely hates Netanyahu.
For Congress to weigh in on.
But I think Netanyahu has something on him. I think that the theory that Netanyahu brought some of, like, the Epstein files to the meeting and showed him directly what they have on him, and that's why he made the decision.
On this thing.
You know what? It makes sense. It makes perfect sense. And honestly, in this world of post-truth bullshit, I'm putting it out there. I think that's what happened.
Or did you just say, yes, sir, Mr. President?
That's my theory. It's just an opinion and theory, but that's my theory.
Whatever mayhem and madness you want to do, go ahead and go for it. So let's go and put C3 up on the screen, because to Sagar's point, the next battle is over. Funding. Now, have you heard anyone in the media say, how will you pay for it? How will you pay for it? The roughly
neocons are so back, baby.
billion, probably more dollars a day that are being spent.
But Pat, they are, checks notes, a few weeks away from making weapons. You don't understand. We have to give up everything to help, checks notes, Israel, who already has weapons.
Currently.
Allegedly.
The $50 billion reported supplemental funding that they're going to ask Congress for. This is Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, says Congress will pass Iran war funding when appropriate. So $50 billion more. What else could that $50 billion be spent on? Do you have any ideas in your head? Maybe healthcare, maybe housing, maybe education, maybe
Again, 21 trillion.
infrastructure, you know, maybe
Yeah, dude, our roads are fucked. But 21 trillion went to Afghanistan and Iraq.
jobs, all kinds of things that could be done with this
Ghost dog, I'll catch you later, brother.
$50 billion, rather than, you know, killing little girls in Iran or risking our service members' lives.
Don't give him any leeway. I'm not giving him leeway. I'm just saying that this isn't entirely his fault.
At least seems like the American taxpayers probably have some better ideas of how they would like these funds to be spent. And yet, you know, from the quote-unquote opposition party, you can put this up on the screen, political.
Okay, so guys like Geeks and Gamers and the people that do this on the right wing, are you saying that they're just as useless?
Reached out
talking about?
to a bunch of senators.
We all do the same shit. We watch the news, we commentate, we try to add our humor to it, and it's a personality-based program.
On the Democratic
So, yeah, you can hate me all you want. But
side to say, hey, you know, you have expressed some concerns.
what is it that you guys need to, like, I get it. Like, I get the algorithm fed this to you because the algorithm loves pissing you guys off, but you guys can't just look at something that pisses you off and just go, oh, well, fuck that guy, and just be like, get out of my feed.
About this war and all.
No, instead you spend it. Like half of you guys have been here for over an hour which is hilarious to me.
The Democrats say
Thank you for the engagement, though.
Fetterman have
Tim Pool would wipe
expressed
me.
those concerns, and all of them say for Fetterman.
You know what's up. You know what's up. Tim Pool's the best. I'm Tim Pepper. I'm Tim Pool's biggest fan. I just happen to be stuck with this asshole. I got shipped to the wrong house, but why'd they have to put this on there? Because he thought that that I technically was a fan of him. It's just my name. And I wear this beanie with pride. I hide my baldness with pride. Oh my God, Tim Pool, the master. And here you did the thing. You mentioned him. And you know what? You're right. This lib sucks. Fuck this guy. Kickflip.
Voted for the War Powers Resolution. What about the supplemental funding? Schumer, before
Tim Pool wipes his ass with silk from his visit to the Kremlin.
you can feel satisfied about a supplemental, and I haven't seen it, you have to know what the real goals are and what the end game is.
You really want to piss off Tim Pool? Tell him he sucks at magic.
You see there, he's not ruling it out. He's saying, oh, we just need more information. We need a better briefing. Okay, again, process concern, not opposition. Delaware Senator Chris Coons, who absolutely sucks all the time, a senior Democratic appropriator, says
if ad hominem was a person.
Expects the Pentagon will send Congress a supplemental funding request and vowed to, quote,
I'll have to make that a character.
we are making all the investments we can to keep U.S. troops safe. Coons said the Trump administration needs to testify at an open hearing so American people can get questions answered about the failures and planning that led to the
Gotta feed the kids. All right, DB, I'll catch you later.
The challenges, losses, and mistakes in this war. Okay, so again, process.
Tell him he doesn't understand dialectic materialism because he doesn't.
To speak to the American people, but ultimately he's going to fund it. Is bottom line what he's saying there. Our friend Alyssa Slotkin, she said, "I don't rule anything out, comma. I mean, we're in it." Tim Kaine also said something similar, even though he's been great on leading the push for this War Powers Resolution. But when it comes to funding the war that you claim to oppose, you're open to voting for the funding of the war? I mean, this makes no sense. If you oppose the war, you oppose funding the war. It is that simple. Yeah. And so the amount of, of capitulation, the amount of, frankly, ideological support from the Democratic Party is insane. Mm-hmm. They are so disconnected from the base of the party.
Well, that's because this has nothing to do with the Republican Democrat Party. This is literally AIPAC. This is literally Israel. It's whether or not they are beholden to Israel.
And so with their vote on the war...
That's why, honestly, that's why, and I'm going to make an announcement here, guys. I'm just going to bite my fucking lip and vote for Kat.
Powers Resolution.
Because we need somebody that can win that is not beholden to Israel. And I'm not convinced that Daniel Biss is not beholden to Israel.
The fact that
he had his shot and he failed.
Stayed lockstep, except for John Fetterman. That is a proof of how strongly, adamantly, the base is.
Make sure everybody on the left knows so I can get some followers back since they got all mad at me for fucking even challenging her.
Opposed to this thing, and not just from a you didn't.
While challenging the idea.
Brief was concerned, but outright, directly opposed to this thing. They knew they could not vote.
For real, by the way, I lost a whole shit ton of, whole shit ton. I lost a handful of people that were really, really behind Kat's campaign, or that were really big fans of Kat when I posted the Hassan bit
against
with
this
it.
War Powers Resolution, because there would be hell to pay from the base. You saw Mark Kelly say, like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to vote on this thing. And I guarantee you he got slammed with phone calls. And next thing you know, guess how he voted? He voted for it. So
okay, I'm going to start a podcast just to keep it every day. It's going to be focused on you, buddy. It'll be fun. Damn, guys, I made it. Somebody has a hate fucking show about me.
They're under tremendous pressure from the base. And yet they think they can get away with voting to fund this thing.
Fuck, man, that's almost as
it is absolutely insane to me.
Well, trip down memory lane back in 2007, Nancy.
It's almost as much of an honor as getting my first death threat.
Pelosi, you might remember this, where she tried to fund.
Oh, I know, I made it, guys.
The Iraq, because it was right after the 2006 victory for the midterms. Pelosi was negotiating funding with the Bush administration. And what she did is she put a withdrawal timeline on the funding for the administration. But even that was something that many of the progressive Democrats who were inside at the time were saying. What they were saying is like, no, you need a much faster withdrawal timeline because they didn't want to support the surge. Bush ended up vetoing it.
I thought about it a lot, and even with my issues with Kat's policy, there's no way she could get enough support support to make what she wants to come true.
And
that's what I mean.
Did eventually win that entire funding battle, which of course kept American forces in Iraq. What they wanted to do was they wanted to fulfill their claim
because there was an imminent threat to our forces in that region.
That they had.
This was not the same case.
Right? Was basically
That's not the same equivocation. Even though I also disagree with that.
Ran on ending the war in Iraq. And the president now wants to surge troops in Iraq. We cannot then continue to fund what we ran against. But the moderate leaders in the Democratic Party, so-called, like Nancy Pelosi and others, who became the speaker, said, no, we can't do that because we have to play ball with the Bush administration. And so what they ended up doing, actually, was kind of knifing what had happened and continuing to fund that, not to mention what happened with Barack Obama. You're watching the exact same thing.
No, I mean, come on, guys. Let's be real. Like, and this is why you won't see me standing up for Obama. Obama didn't take any steps to end that fucking war.
Now play out is you can't say, especially in this case, Iraq was a whole other story, right?
Yeah.
We had our troops on the ground, etc. Like, you know, obviously many Democrats had voted for it.
Yeah, and this is something that's not talked about enough. The fact that Blackwater was essentially fucking doing all the heavy lifting by the time that Obama was leaving office, that's fucking insane.
In this case, if you're going to be against it,
like a bunch of our money that we were spending on our military was to them.
Then how can you continue to fund it? It's ridiculous.
Abu Ghazaleh.
Right? If you're saying that the best possible thing would be to force the administration.
It's literally pronounced Abu Ghazaleh, not Abu Ghazaleh. Everybody's been saying it wrong.
Hand by saying, no, you can't.
And I know this because I actually fucking met her.
Have more money to continue.
And she complimented me on pronouncing her name right the first time. So,
operations, you need to figure out some sort of diplomatic solution.
Would have been nice to have that
is
on
the
record.
best way to go about it. But they failed to do that under Bush. They also failed to do it multiple times under Obama.
I never said I'm not going to be salty,
the bipartisan
okay?
consensus keeps going. And the more that the money is flowed, that's the only thing that allows the administration to continue to operate. That's the disaster, I think, that we're seeing in all of this. So we have no war powers. I mean, Glenn made this point, and I thought it was so good, is that when the framers put together...
Obama pulled a Clinton and came in like he was going to be a progressive, then govern like a Republican. This actually plays into my theory that even Donald Trump isn't in control. And it's not... It might be Illuminati stuff, but I think this is all predetermined, man. I think that this Iran war was predetermined way before Trump, too.
This idea...
I don't even think it... Like, I do not think it was his call in the slightest.
Yeah.
I think that Bibi was the one that had the direct line to power that would pull this.
The Constitution.
I don't know, guys. What do you think? Global cabal has always set this up just to make sure that the status quo is never upset. Or the status quo is never kind of disrupted. Like, what are we doing here? Like, you understand that this is just to keep us all distracted from actually making progress.
I theorize that the co-equal branches of government would fight as hard as they possibly could for maintaining their own institutional power.
They do get to do certain things. They're not controlling anything. That's what I'm saying, man. The more and more that this shit happens, and then the more that I learned about Epstein, and like, I really think that Epstein, you know, was Mossad. I do.
Power within the system.
And I think that he had a lot of dirt on these people dating back from the 80s.
Actually never could have imagined.
And that was his specific role, was to make sure that all the leverage could make sure that everybody stayed in line.
That you would have an entire branch that would just help.
That's why I think that the Monica Lewinsky thing coming out, I think that was honestly because they were mad at Bill Clinton for doing something that was out of sorts for them.
Hold up its hand and surrender to what was going on in the White House. And this is a political culture now which has been normalized over the last 25 years.
There's definitely someone above them, no joke. The elites have a club that they go to, and he requested to join. They said no, the elites can fool the people around him, and he's an ideological sponge.
Bush onward, because, and I want to make this the most... Because
yeah, actually, that makes sense. That makes sense why they had him go down. When he made that escalator announcement, I think that's when they finally accepted him. Dude, that explains why he was kind of so, like, happy about it.
Because they do not...
Like, I think he was genuinely told that he was going to win that election.
Want to
and I think that he has such an ego that he was told that he had to lose the 2020 election, but that's why he's just like, whatever, I'll just go say that they cheated anyway.
Bear the political consequences of their actions. Even the Democrats, like you're saying, Mark Kelly and all these people, they'll vote for the War Powers Resolution. But the real fight is going to be on funding. The real fight...
She wasn't fired. She was promoted, idiots. That's what they said about Bovino, too.
Is going to be...
God, Can you ever fucking take his dick out of your mouth for long enough to fucking get a little bit of air to your brain?
On how you're actually
Fucking
working to make
Christ.
sure that this doesn't continue to happen. They're happy to take the vote to tell the base they didn't vote for it. But are you actually going to do everything to keep it away? No. And then same with many of the so-called anti-war Republicans. I mean, Josh Hawley, some of these other guys. They all voted for this.
You do understand that with the Georgia fraud, they found that Elon actually committed fraud and that there was no fuckery with the numbers.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you understand that Georgia went to a recount twice?
This is the most consequential war
But
vote you will ever take as a
The
member of
fuck?
Congress, at least so far.
Still, you're just like, I still believe what Trump is saying.
In your entire term. And you're like, nope, actually, not only does the president have the ability, we don't even have the ability to weigh in. It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous.
Yeah,
to
that's right.
hold that position.
Yep, the only Republican who voted against it was
Rand Paul.
Right. And then in the House, you've got Thomas Massey, and we'll see if there are any others who join him whatsoever. I wanted to
promoted through tweet while she was still on stage in Tennessee. That's how you get promotions.
show this as well. This is a retired Marine who protested.
They literally counted Georgia fucking 2023 effing times.
In a congressional
Add 4
hearing.
because they counted it again.
And let's put this up on the screen, guys. This is C5, and you can see him.
This is honestly, this is one of like the biggest optical things for how fucked our country is, because now you have Republicans saying he's committing a felony by protesting in uniform and by doing a political action in uniform.
Him being wrestled out.
Meanwhile, January 6th, there's nothing while they were wearing fatigues.
That
okay.
guy in the suit, that is a freaking senator.
Yeah, and then you do know, and somebody pointed this out, the senator is a private citizen, so what he's doing right now is committing assault, and this guy has a slam dunk case against him.
And in the process,
This video of the Marine is absolutely crazy. The thing is, for anybody that like is thank you for your service oriented, I don't want to hear it about how he deserved this in any way. There was definitely a better way to fucking handle this.
of doing this and trying to remove this man who, I don't know if you heard what he just said there. He said, nobody wants to die for
Nobody wants to die for Israel.
Israel. I think
I'm not going to die for Israel. Those were the two things he said.
that's a pretty salient point. In any case, they broke this man's arm, including this senator who, for some reason, gets involved here
Yep.
with, the police trying to remove this retired Marine. I mean, just wild, to see that whole scene play out, and
I thought he was saying that I wasn't going to fight for Israel. Oh,
And-
okay.
Reminds me of my childhood.
Well, if he's retired, then that makes no sense.
Absolutely. I mean, a retired Marine having his arm broken because he says
The Marine's arm break was so loud. Yeah, you heard that shit.
nobody wants to
Yeah, no, that was like a UFC fight.
die for Israel. Pull the
His arm was snapped. Yep.
country. Ask them.
By a senator who is paid over $500,000 by AIPAC. Yeah, totally not like because of what he was saying.
Do people want to die for Israel?
Yeah.
Is that because that's what Marco
Yep.
Rubio tells you is going on here? He said it plain that that's what's actually.
I also like how the Trump regime is the one spewing, oh, anti-Semitism is on the rise, and then they don't go. It's not like they're reading these YouTube chats. It's not from the fucking left, numbnuts.
Happening here now. I think
Keep saying numbnuts.
that is not the entire truth, but there's no doubt that the people who have been the
If
most
my dad called me numbnuts, then you guys get called numbnuts. That's how this works. Projection.
relentless in pushing for this are all of the most hardest core Zionists in this country, and obviously the Israeli government themselves.
Do you remember Tim
I can't wait to hear what Senator Kennedy will have to say about Norm's removal.
Shea? Do you remember the little factoid about him?
Is he the one that got in the fight with that reporter? Was
He's
that
the
him?
one who, with Megyn Kelly, got into that whole dispute about the circumstances in which he was shot. And the whole national
in the national
park.
oh my God.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the guy.
Yes, that's right. Bizarre story.
The whole
Bizarre.
circumstance was very, very strange. Where a national park ranger was like he shot himself, and he claimed he got shot. And anyway, there's stuff. Just saying.
The bottom
that's
line
the
is
person who that is.
he shot himself
Yeah.
and then lied about it. Is the TLDR
That
of
seems
how
to be
that
the
went down.
evidence. That
Yeah.
seems to be the evidence. Hey, if you like that video,
Well, that's funny because again, I haven't seen anybody getting reprimanded for being in uniform committing crimes. Does that count for ICE too? I mean, since they take the same oath, I'm genuinely asking on that one.
Turning now to hypocrisy, something very near and dear to my heart these days, looking back a little bit on what did all these people say who are currently in power about war with Iran whenever they had a chance to make their pitch to the American people. So we've supercut a few of the people who are currently in power and some of the things that they said in the past compared to what you see on your screens today. So
yeah, no, it's funny hearing Republicans say that we are racist for not supporting the state of Israel, then when literally 50% of their party are actual racists and anti-Semites and women haters.
Without much more, let's take a listen.
And I also know the cost on the American people. You know, the trillions of dollars that we've spent since 9/11 alone on waging these wasteful regime change wars, how those wars have undermined our national security, and how they have strengthened terrorist groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda.
Damn, dude. I gotta say, she better have a fucking good lawyer.
So when we talk about a potential war with Iran, which is
she's
looking
gonna
like
get
we are
fucking
walking
cooked.
very dangerously down that path, what I think is important for the American people to know is that a war with Iran would make the war in Iraq look like a cakewalk. The devastation and the cost would be far greater than.
Yeah, we've already run out of our Tomahawk missiles, and they haven't even started to deplete their drone stash, which we watched this breakdown where they explain that the cost of just one Tomahawk missile is $1 million, where they can get the same amount of damage done with a drone that costs under $30K.
Anything we've ever experienced before.
And they're super easy to make, apparently.
Our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran, right?
Right.
It would be a huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country. And again, I'm not saying we stick ourselves into the Middle East and start a war.
But I also understand that a lot of these people only believe what the fucking regime is telling them right now, which is insane. Like, again, the don't tread on me crowd. I don't listen to the news. I only listen to whatever the government says is official, which, what?
War here, but like
when they're blatantly lying and they're just like, yep. Yeah, but fake news, especially if they try to debunk it.
Recognize, okay, Israelis, Gulf Arab states don't like Iran, so let the Israelis and the Gulf Arab states provide the counterbalance to Iran.
No, Ukraine did do that. No, Ukraine literally went like, oh, now you want our help, huh?
America doesn't have to constantly police every region of the world. We should empower people to police their own regions of the world, right? Yeah. And one, we would save a lot of money.
Yeah, at least Iran can't supply Russia with drones anymore.
Two,
I know.
we'd save a lot of.
But also Russia's response. This is why I'm convinced that World War III is already in. Like, we're in it, guys. Like, it started.
Focus.
That was the that was the start of it. When we woke up that Saturday, we woke up to a new world war. I don't think you guys understand that. And I know. It took something as stupid as one of my friends saying, do you think that they called World War II, like, during the war? I'm like, oh, yeah, no.
But unfortunately, I think Harris, she's got this weird thing where I actually think she kind of likes war. Maybe she feels like a tough guy about it. Yeah. I don't know why it is. And they seem to be sort of sleepwalking us into a war with Iran. It's like the dumbest of all possible worlds.
Why does that not resonate now?
I've been a recovering neocon for 6 years now. Like, the foolishness with which we ricochet around the world, intervening.
The fact that they have that full bar right behind him is hilarious.
We think it was in our best interest when really we just overturned the table and created something worse.
They not know our guy has a fucking problem?
In almost every single scenario has led to the hubris of the Pentagon is that they want to now tell other countries how to do counterinsurgency based on what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. Like, are you kidding me? So you really have learned nothing. Okay, nothing. So yeah, you're right. The trust.
Oh yeah, and they also can't hit those drones, by the way.
Our political.
So they have a perfect example where they sent one of those 1 million cruiser missiles to hit one of those drones. The drone not only hit its target, but because that didn't hit the drone, it also hit its target.
Leaders or our generals would have our best interests in mind is totally broken. It's totally broken.
I will tell you.
Hey, Brian, thank you for that.
You're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you.
I heard behind the scenes that Hexeth and Rubio are constantly arguing. Hexeth wants boots on the ground because he thinks it's an effing video game.
Yeah, I'm going to turn to the Joker.
Pete's off the wagon again. With this neocon relapse.
He's out of recovery. He needs to start back into the 12. He needs to make amends.
All right, so here it is, guys. Sagar is about to do something that, honestly, I didn't expect it, so this is gonna be fun.
First, right? Isn't that part of the 12 steps?
A lot of amends to
There's
make.
a lot of amends that are currently to make. But I think the most potent one, I mean, Tulsi, Donald Trump, obviously. I mean, Trump actually, I would not defend. He said various different things to many people at all times. But JD, Pete, JD and Tulsi.
The reason that he includes JD is because he's personal friends with JD Vance.
To the most extent are the ones who are like, yeah, you're full of shit. And that is the one which honestly is so galling because, okay, I can say this in Tulsi's case. How many times have we interviewed this woman?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a lot, right?
Yeah.
Sat across from the desk, looked in the eyes. What did she always talk about? Being an Iraqi, a medic in Iraq, right? She talked about brothers and sisters. I believed it. It was, maybe I'm super naive.
Excuse me.
I believed it when I looked her in the eyes and she would talk about that. I mean, she took a lot of shit. She went to Syria to meet with Assad. It was like, you know, basically got forced out of Congress, had the whole donor machine. Hillary called her a traitor. Like,
where is Tulsi? No one has seen her since that Georgia thing.
She suffered politically.
I'm telling you guys, she's next.
And so to go from that, and then by the way, can we put E2 up on the screen here, where she literally was selling T-shirts saying "No war with Iran."
Oh shit, Brian! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that, brother.
When we first started rising,
fuck yeah,
I'd go around the country. I would meet a lot of Tulsi people, right? She spoke to a lot of folks.
Hey, we also got a good crew that got
whenever
that.
it came to the no war, anti-war position. She went on Rogan, the no war with Iran T-shirt. Like this was a
oh yeah. The fact that that was on her website.
Real constituency. And I remember meeting a lot of these people across the country. So now to have her as the director of national intelligence in the Situation Room while the war with Iran launches, it's unbelievable. Then let's take the vice president. I mean, did you hear what he said there about it would not be in our interest? I think he believed, I mean, I used to think.
5 bingers for 5 gifted subs. Hell yeah.
He believed that. Who the hell knows now? But secondary was that whole thing about Kamala, who likes, that's literally how Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are acting right now.
Yeah.
Pete Hegseth is literally acting like a movie character
Yeah.
whenever he's like, we are winning, and screw you media for reporting on the deaths of American soldiers.
The fact that he got mad about that tells you everything.
Donald Trump is like, Iran is 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Clearly, he loves the theater of limited military
Thanks, brother. I really appreciate that.
Operations, which are now spiraling out of control. It's like, oh my God. I mean, look, again, you know, you could say I told you so, and that's
thank you, Bryant.
Fair, certainly at this point, but I don't know.
Your kindness means a lot to me right now.
Any politician, like I can tell you this: in Tulsi's case, in JD's case,
Americans dying for Israel. Yep.
Much more limited extent on Pete. I had been
but America first,
told
baby.
by multiple people that he actually was scarred by his experiences with Iraq and Afghanistan and rethought a lot of stuff on Ukraine. I said, okay, I believe you. Don't believe it anymore. But in a lot of these cases, and it's not just
they have many miles of mountains they can just hide in. Trust me, most anybody that was a commander in Iraq has said that this war is insane.
Those names.
Because the people that are going to war right now weren't in the first one, and the people commanding this war apparently have never really commanded any war units. So
no, I'm talking about
like Pete Hegseth or Keg's Breath,
PDs and other people all over the National Security Council. I've met these people for years. I mean, we were at conferences and other things where no Iran war was like anathema. That was like the one thing we're like, we're not doing this. And so then to not only see them in power, but working.
Got a bad cough, can't hit the binger. Baby.
Behind the scenes to execute this.
I've
You're
been
like,
there.
What the fuck? I mean, is this so? It was just.
Can I just say, is there any worse thing than when you can feel that you have an infection in your lungs and you're just like, I can't even smoke? Damn.
Joke. The whole
specifically, you know, the other stuff
thing was a joke, or it's just a cult. Trump is in charge.
We don't condone smoking on the show.
And yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of egg on a lot of face, mine included.
Oh, you got to see your new niece tonight? Hell yeah.
I gotta tell you,
Robin.
it's been one of the most serially radicalized things that has ever happened to me, because I've read many times in books about politicians being liars and narcissists and all this. Okay, and so what do you do? You have it. I mean, I've lived here for a long time. I had an appropriate level of skepticism. A lot of the people who were working in this White House who said that they were against war with Iran took immense like professional hits for being against a lot of the so-called neocon consensus. So what do you conclude by that? You're like, okay, you have a track record, you must believe it. Yeah. And then they come into power and it's the opposite. It's so crazy. I'll tell you that. You know, on a personal level and on a policy level, I mean, God, it's shocking.
Oh, thanks for that.
Like I never, ever thought I would be.
She always appreciates it.
And watching these people defend it.
Yeah, I mean, this is not to do, and I told you so.
No, it's
yes, it is. Go for it, Crystal. He deserves it.
Not the point. Listen, that's not the point. But
it's fair. No, I deserve it.
This is where I got to give Sagar some credit. At least he's ready for it.
I'm being serious. We deserve it. We deserve egg on our face. If we sat on the camera and we said, we don't think this is going to happen, and it happens, we got to eat shit.
Yep.
That's how the world works. I'm sorry. And for all the people who want to move past it, we can't move past it. We have to sit, we have to grapple with reality. The people we defended and the people we thought were going to come into power, who were going to do something, did not do it, okay? Period. End of story. And that is genuinely the greatest professional disappointment of my entire life.
I think the reason why
Miruns. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that.
Didn't buy into the peace candidate and all that stuff.
Not sure if I said that
is
right.
because I know Trump is a liar, and many politicians are. Trump does take it to an extreme degree, let's say. But
90% of right-wing people in positions of power are just grifters.
Looked at the track record from the...
Listen, this is where I'm going to shit on the Democrats. The Democrats have their own people that are just like that, where, again, they don't care who wins as long as they have the script and they're on the right side of it.
First term, where they were very hawkish towards...
Which means they have theirs.
Iran, you had the maximum... He pulls out of the Iranian nuclear deal. You have the maximum pressure campaign. You have the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, which in and of itself risked a war with Iran. And so... that was the track record I looked at.
Yeah.
And then the other piece that I looked at...
All politicians are leeches? Well, again, politicians suck, but they're important to the structure of our government. Because the thing is, I mean, if they're not going to, if they're not there, then who's doing it? And there's no guarantee that it's going to be better. That's the problem.
Who he was getting money from, right? And since Mary Madelson was, such one of the largest donors, 100 million...
When I was, first... conceptualizing politics when I was a teenager, I remember thinking, why don't we have just people in the positions of power, specifically in Congress and in the Senate, that, I don't know, they have experience with just people and the land and specifically cabinet appointees was a big one, which I obviously didn't know that cabinet positions weren't voted on. I was pretty new to things, so I was just yeah, how come we can't just vote for a doctor to be in charge of the Department of Health, and why can't we just keep voting for people that actually know these things, we put a farmer in charge of the Department of Agriculture, which I mean, I still ask that as a grown man now, where I'm just yeah, how come presidents don't do that?
To his campaign, the combination of the track record.
It's not like Biden did it. It's not like Obama. I mean, did he?
And the money, and the fact that, listen, I don't have a personal relationship with J.D. Vance, so I just see him as a cynical political operator. All of these, Tulsi had already changed her stripes on any number of things, so I didn't take her seriously either. RFK Jr., are you kidding me? What a joke. Obviously, he shape-shifted a million times. And so the reason I'm saying this is just for the future for all of us as we evaluate, candidates that we like, and what they're saying versus what they're likely to do.
Kathleen Sebelius, primary leader of the Department of Health and Human Services under Barack Obama, serving secretary, she was confirmed through the passage and implementation of the Affordable Care Act. She was responsible for the ACA. Okay.
The things to look at are what's the track record and where does the money come from? Because at the end of the day, those are going to be the things. And then you layer the Epstein files on top. That's another factor that I don't think I fully processed, how potent
Biden did generally appoint experts. Oh, okay.
That would be. See?
Well, that's how you do it.
In terms of,
at least you think.
Apparently, getting us to this place. So that was how I was ultimately looking at it going in. But I have tons of empathy for people, especially regular people who don't follow this stuff day in and day out, who were watching the Biden-Harris ticket commit genocide in Gaza.
Liz Cheney.
Kamala's campaigning with Liz Cheney. She, went out of her way to do her whole, most lethal military.
This is the most I've ever agreed with Sagar.
Ever, and I, went after transnational gangs or whatever.
Weird.
She tried to do the whole, I'm hawkish too, posturing. And, and you've got all this peace candidate rhetoric coming from the Trump campaign. It took...
Unfortunately, there's too much cross-contamination between corporate lobbyists and politics. Well, yeah, but that's where, again, we can literally pinpoint where it all went to shit with Citizens United.
Back at the
If we repeal Citizens United, everything gets better, and we should be... guys, if there's one thing that I'm going to do on this show, that if I can get all of chat to agree with, We need to get money out of politics, and that means repeal Citizens United. Period. Full stop.
The track record.
Do you not agree with that? I know that you hate me. I get it. If you're MAGA, you hate me. But did I not just make a pretty good point there?
Record and knowing where the money
This, again, should not be partisan.
was coming from. And Trump, as to your point, Sagar, like he was never consistent about what he was going to do.
Can I explain this?
Yeah.
Because this is important.
That's where we should all get together and we should pressure. I don't care who your politician, like who the representative is in your districts. You need to press them on this, and you need to press your senators on this. This needs to be repealed, and there needs to be enough of it needs to be a veto-proof majority.
Important. So we just talked about Soleimani and all this.
Yeah.
Here was the experiment, and this is what I believed. I always thought Trump was.
And we need to, you know how you do that? You tell them, we know who you're getting paid for. Just know that they cannot buy enough votes for you to win again. We will support whoever the candidate who is going to vote to repeal Citizens United is. Period.
Was a retard. I'm gonna be honest. Okay.
Do away with AIPAC.
Real retard.
We're almost there. This is the first election that AIPAC has been a poison pill for the Democrats, which is nice.
But what did I come away from the first Trump administration? The people around Trump, the staff, made the decision, right? Basically, so you had John Bolton, Jim Mattis, Jim Kelly, John Kelly, all these people. Okay, so the promise was, and this was the project was we're going to replace those people so we have better policy. And the idea is Trump is basically like this archetype who gives shits about the ballroom and not much else, and then the staff will run the show. That's what I thought was going to happen based on the first term, okay? And so what did I know? I knew the people working in the... So yeah, money and all of that. Look, I always knew the Israel thing. You can go back and check what I said. I literally said, if you're pro-Israel, you should vote for Trump. And if you're pro-Palestine, you should not vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Go back and look at what I said, October of 2024.
I remember that.
We were all very clear-eyed, but we had a belief.
We didn't know. Most of us did not vote for this clown.
Belief in two things.
No. Don't believe what the Republicans say about this fucking landslide election. Dude, he won by 1.7% of the popular vote. That's nothing to crow about, man.
Ukraine and
there were 100 million people that fucking decide, it was 100 million people that just decided, nah, we're gonna sit this one out.
Definitely Iran.
That voted in the last election. You do understand that's a huge discrepancy, right?
And the reason why was that the new
2020 was a record election.
People, the type of people, the
it's
vice
almost
president,
like, everybody having time on their hands and watching Trump talk about fucking putting bleach to fucking get rid of COVID. That turned a lot of people off.
Led a project in the United States Senate and behind the scenes for years specifically against Ukraine and Iran. Yes, I was there. I remember it. And so there you go. That's where the belief came from.
What was the lie in that statement?
Well,
God, you guys get triggered so fucking easily. Bullshit! Shut the fuck up.
Did this, and this. You took a lot of hits.
God, Daniel.
Professionally over the years, even picked fights, organized his entire group and staff of people.
This is a guy that needs one of them chill pills.
Who all told us over the years that you were going to do something, and then you came into office, and now you're doing the opposite, right? And look, let's be also fair in this regard. Trump is a big boy, and maybe...
Again, when you can prove that there's this systematic problem with fake votes, then maybe I would see it as a problem.
He just wanted to do.
But I actually trust the voting system because it seems to work.
Maybe these people work.
I don't know. Trump is president again. Are you saying that the same system that produced Donald Trump, we cannot be trusted at all, so we need to go back to the 2024 election and do a full audit to make sure that he is actually the president?
Against it.
I
don't know. But at the very least, it's not just...
I'm dead serious about this, guys. If you're going to continue to claim that Democrats rig elections and that 2020 was rigged, then we need to go and we need to do a full audit of 2024, and you guys need to... put your money where your mouth is. Agree to that. Agree that under the same system that allowed Trump to win. Because, again, when Dems were in power, they didn't cheat. Odd.
Couldn't stop.
Fucking crazy how that works.
But then you have these people who are out there defending it. And the truth.
Sure, do it. That's okay. We're okay with that. Okay. Well, no, you need to pressure put the same amount of pressure on the people that you voted for to bring that to the House.
Truth is,
that's how this works. You're a constituent.
Is that not only.
Since you care so much, we need to make sure that the 2024 election was on the up and up.
Have we watched how people are so untethered from what they previously said in the past, but that they're willing to literally...
Yeah, Trump won by a slender majority. Less than 50% of the people who voted for Trump Let's audit that.
Go and openly humiliate themselves on television. So
yeah, prove Trump won.
Do we have like the Stephen Miller? I think you were about to toss that. Yeah.
You mean the way that they proved Obama or that Biden won?
Yeah. E5. I mean,
and Obama for that matter.
And this is too. I think Stephen Miller is actually.
You do know that like Trump, he had so many opportunities, over 90 opportunities to prove that the election was stolen. Not one of them turned up fraud. Odd.
Isn't
that weird? Isn't that really weird? But you guys just ignore it. It's almost like this has been litigated. But again, la 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 la.
Important character, we'll just call it, in all of this. But I mean, he was as clear as he could be. Here, the first one, he's responding to Cenk Uygur. He says, I don't know how I can be
Why do you trust hand counting over machine counting? I don't understand that.
more clear. Trump will end.
Specifically, you do understand that these machines are not connected to the internet in any way. These are like the most rudimentary machines that you can get, right?
And prevent war in the Middle East. He wants.
And you do understand that more fraud will happen under a hand count because people are inherently corrupt.
Peace.
So what's to say that some Republican county doesn't all of a sudden make some discrepancies, or they all of a sudden think, oh, I need to challenge this signature because, you know, it just happens to be on a Democratic ballot. How about this signature that doesn't match the Republican ballot? No, that's fine.
Harris and her neocon cabinet want war.
Yeah, Musk literally got busted doing election fraud through their audits. Yeah, I know.
And more war. Another one, Kamala will send your sons to war. Another one, if young men don't want to be drafted to fight in Kamala's and Cheney's Third World War, they better get out and vote for Trump.
The problem is having Trump's DOJ having their hands on those ballots, you're just going to believe anything that they say. So if they come out and say, we found exactly 12,000 ballots, I have vindication. I have proof that I won Georgia. Notice how he hasn't done that either.
Another one, Kamala's.
Because with all those lawsuits, they haven't been able to do shit, and they're not going to be because the Supreme Court has already signaled that they're going to side with Georgia on that one because election integrity is something that the Supreme Court apparently cares about. Odd.
Top military advisor is Liz Cheney. If Kamala wins, Liz and Dick are running foreign policy and they will invade the Middle East, okay? Now, I think another thing, Stephen Miller is extremely influential. Extremely influential. They call him the prime minister internally. We got a glimpse early on in those signal conversations when they're debating about the Yemen strikes. And Stephen Miller comes in and says, the boss wants this, so we're doing it. And it's end of story. No one says a word or a peep. There are no more objections raised. That's it. It's a done deal. And Stephen Miller.
Yeah, how did those Republicans keep their seats? That's odd.
Miller is a racist who absolutely hates Muslims. And I think that is a part of the story here internally of what's going on. You have not only him, but, you know, we're going to talk with Emily about Pete Hegseth, who's like wrote a whole book about how he's itching to do Crusades 2.0.
Hi, your impression of the Orange Man stink list, like it.
Because he wants American Christian warriors to fight against the Muslim.
Heck no, 1989, gotta say, that was one of the best years. Rob Cohen, I was one of his wingmen. We always went out on the town. We met some wonderful young ladies, but not the type of young ladies you're talking about. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't there.
And
cut a few moments later, and there's a picture of him with Jeffrey Epstein.
So that is an important strain of ideology in this administration.
There's so many.
As well. But there's no doubt that they lied to the American people. We did focus groups with the AOC Trump voters. And I was surprised. You know, I thought Gaza was important, but I was surprised at how many of them brought up war and peace, and not just Gaza. They genuinely believed some of the rhetoric coming from Stephen Miller.
You missed that part about the 100 million plus fucking independents that just did not show up to the election.
And, you know, I mean, it is fair for people who are looking at this to have some belief. And you've got all of these figures within Trump world saying absolutely not, no more war with Iran. We got to learn the mistakes from the past, blah, 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 to put some credence in that, even as you know that, you know, Trump is a liar, blah, blah, blah. So it is.
I wouldn't say the island's nothing.
A disgusting betrayal.
That's a fucking stretch.
It's not that it was not predictable. Many people did predict it, saw it coming, etc. But that is true, and it is also true that it is an extraordinary betrayal of the American people and what many people genuinely thought that they were voting for with this administration.
Yeah, exactly. And look, put E7 up there on the screen. They said they were the peace ticket. Now, you could say, okay, yeah, you shouldn't have believed it. I just gave you the whole thought process. I'm not going to say, oh, there's
So in the South, you're going to have a bunch of people who can't read count ballots by hand, huh?
Anti-war.
What makes you think that the mouth breathers can count?
Or I never believed that. I said, okay, there are two things.
All right.
Actually winnable are Iran.
Be nice.
And Ukraine. Those are the two things.
If they could read, they'd be very angry at that comment.
So I was like, I think we can get that based on Trump and
shit,
everybody
I read
else
it.
who was coming into the administration. There were some early signs. The Steve Witkoff stuff, remember? The ceasefire with Israel. That was good. You're like, oh, okay.
The pro-peace ticket. That's what we are.
And then we start to get to where we are. It was pretty obvious by Midnight Hammer that they were totally in control. And
well, I don't know. Sagar, you didn't get a hint that this was going to be a thing when he renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War.
What I've heard, Tulsi, I mean, I'll give her a little bit of credit. She spoke up against a 12-day war. From what I know, guess what?
I don't know. That's when MAGA should have caught on.
She got nuked, basically. Do not invite to Venezuela.
She has to resign,
and now she's
though.
crawling her way back in.
She has to resign because her whole brand, she literally sold T-shirts that said no war.
Yeah, but she's got nothing left now. She's done. All right, her
she has no base.
Continue to suck
no
up to
base.
Trump.
The only she needs. I mean, if she wants.
No, I mean she has nobody that supports her anymore. MAGA hates her. The left hates her. Fucking centrist Dems hate her.
Any shred of dignity, soul, whatever, you would have to resign. But apparently, that shred of dignity has already been sold.
If anything, she's gone all in. I hope she got a lot of money from those T-shirts because when the Democrats are in power and this Fulton County stuff is happening, I hope you have a lot of money to survive some subpoenas. You're going to be looking at $200,000-$300,000 in legal bills from whenever that comes. So good luck to you and to the Gabbard family.
Oh yeah, she gonna be in court.
But if you think also about all the others, I'll make the case, right? And this is what I always hear behind the scenes. What are they supposed to do? They can't do anything. They don't have any real power. Bullshit, in my opinion. Tulsi, you can resign. There are a lot of other people, Pete Hegseth and others. I mean, they literally said the opposite in cases. And look, to be fair, there were also clips of them floating around out there where they were very hawkish, Pete in particular. I chose not to believe it. There were many people who assured interviews and the positioning, they're like, it has changed. It's legitimately different. I mean, Stephen Miller's on television today. The Trump doctrine is not isolationism. America first does not mean America alone. We're all, our great, powerful military, Iran. To be honest, I mean, I actually think he was against some of the wars previously. I remember talking to
Tulsi's probably already on her way to Moscow. Could you imagine if they actually made her an envoy to Russia?
People who knew him. I mean, that's why it's so crazy. But
be a little on the nose.
What you have to do now is it's all about just pleasing Trump. And from that point, Trump has literally, in many cases, almost never inserted absolute and total control over any real foreign policy portfolio. He really was relatively blank slate, deal maker, etc. Again, that's why I thought the staff would be highly, highly influential. But clearly on Iran, he was the primary mover here. Yes. I don't think he was pushed into this. I just want to be that very clear. He was the person who made the ultimate decision. And I don't
agree with that entirely. I do think Netanyahu pushed him to it.
Figure out that story.
I think
right? I still don't know.
I feel like he also has bought into some of the messianic hype around him himself after surviving the assassination.
Midnight Hammer too, and Venezuela.
Like I said,
it's like you said. I mean,
this is what happens when you get so much hate.
He's a
then you're just like, oh.
Who he's like on a hot roll on a craps table. Like he keeps getting, but ultimately, again, if you read enough history.
I had another streamer commend me because they're just like, wait, you stream in the vertical algorithm? I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh, God bless you.
It's like, oh my God, stunning success, stunning success, stunning success. And you start to believe all the hype. And then boom, you slam into a brick wall and then you invade Russia. Right? And what ends up happening to you? Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's, I think he talks about his own mortality a lot.
Yeah, lately.
He's thinking he apparently does not believe he'll be getting into heaven based on what he said. I would say if there is a heaven, I think that's probably a pretty accurate assessment. And he's thinking about his legacy. And so along with, some stupid art.
John Giro, thank you for the sub.
And freaking ballroom and the drapes. The other thing that
welcome to the community. Appreciate having you here.
He wants to establish as his legacy is these wars. That's what he's decided. That's his way to make his mark on the world. And so so here we are. And that's a good transition to talking about some of the I can't even call them religious undercurrents because at this point, it's such a dominant talking point.
Oh, yeah,
and
dude. I mean,
for me, as someone who is, like, I'm not a religious person, totally secular person, I don't factor in when I'm thinking about geopolitics that you have these, like, fanatical religious zealots who are ideologically committed to, you know, this, like, end times ideology, many of whom are in...
Another pothead got stoned and broke into the polar bear AI exhibit at the local zoo and was eaten.
High positions of power here in Israel, and also, like, Iran is...
That guy had a wild trip.
Literally a theocracy. And so we wanted to bring in Emily to, you know, to shed some light on the specifics of what this ideology is and just how influential it has been.
Yeah, I mean, they're just being open with this one. Like, the Bush administration, they knew not to bring in their, like, the Lord deemed this, you know, we've read the book of Revelation. We're doing what the Lord wants us to do. We are the vessels of the Lord. It's just like, whoa. And here Pete Hegseth with his Crusader tattoos is just like, holy war, here we go. It's like, oh my God. Vertical attracts more trolls and teenagers. I've noticed that. Very odd. Yeah, I know. Yeah, usually I have a horizontal stream going as well, but I don't know. Like, I've been having some issues with that. I'll fix it, though. I have a feeling I know what it is.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there...
All right, for anybody that was wondering about the part of my my title that the war is already lost, this is part one of it.
...is having a great day, but the world certainly isn't. We are currently looking at a disastrous situation unfolding in the Middle East. Of course, Netanyahu and Donald Trump decided to launch an illegal and offensive war.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking disturbing, honestly. Makes me nervous as hell. Yeah.
Against Iran, a country...
You should never have somebody that is cheering the end of the world to bring back Jesus' return in a position of military power.
That didn't attack us, wasn't going to attack us, was no threat to us whatsoever.
I think that's fucking insane.
In fact, they had agreed to our nuclear demands, and we attacked them.
Because I'm going to go back to it. Do you know in World War II that Hitler thought he was bringing about the return of Christ too?
Anyway, and of course, we refer to this war as the Jeffrey Epstein War, and it's currently escalating out of control, and we have new...
I hate Kyle now, though. I don't... Hate's a strong word. Fucking A. He's trying too hard and cares more about the whole Rogan thing. Yes, he's obsessed with Rogan. No, I have my criticisms.
Horrifying videos that hit the timeline seemingly every minute. So I'll give you updates on that. We also have a geopolitical expert who says that Trump is caught in an escalation trap and that the Iran war
one of these days
is already lost. This is what the experts are saying. This is what they're saying. We also have a former CIA analyst who tells the truth about the Grand Ayatollah, that they don't...
Not really your fault or problem. It is just the way it is. Yeah, I know.
Want you to know that they've been trying to hide from you.
But hey, if you guys are enjoying the show and you guys want to be part of a cool political community where I like to have conversations with people that don't necessarily agree with me.
Also, later on...
But if you are just doing it to be a dick, that's a whole nother story.
Trump directly calls out Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly for being disloyal as MAGA crumbles around him. And of course, we have Fox News idiots who are currently saying the exact opposite of the experts, namely that the U.S. has already won the Jeffrey Epstein war. So we'll talk about all that and more. Later on, we have Asmongold, also known as Asmine Kampf, getting worse and worse.
Asmine Kampf? God, all right. Well, I'm glad that I didn't.
By the day,
That's
we have an
pretty
amazing poll on... that helps out a lot every Monday night. All right. First, let me show you guys this. When I say it's the worst of the worst, I mean it. It's the worst of the worst out there. You now have, Secretary of War Crimes Pete Kegsbreth. He's giving press conferences, and he's saying, like, where death and destruction is being rained on the enemy from the sky. And then you look and you see, oh, shit.
You know who's really annoying? Jack Cocherella.
Dropped bombs on a girls' school and murdered like 100.
Him and Keith Edwards, I cannot watch any of their stuff.
180 7 to 12-year-old girls. So, like, you're bragging about doing Nazi-like shit. You're bragging about murdering little girls. Like, this is where we're at in this country. We're undergoing complete moral collapse.
I'd be more suspicious if I agreed with anything a person said. I respect difference in opinion to an extent.
Under the Trump regime.
Again, I try not to be in a bubble specifically because it's kind of boring.
I mean, it is disgusting. Honestly,
I like what I do here.
Disgusting. And whenever people used to say, oh, that stuff can't happen here, it's happening right now. So whatever.
Yeah, Keith Edwards says weird camera zoom in. Yeah.
Whenever you ask the question, I wonder what I would have been doing during the rise of the Nazis. Now you have an answer because we're going
over moisturized face.
To the
listen, as a guy that's like about to hit 40, moisturizer definitely. You need to make sure that you are well moisturized. I'm a big proponent of that, but there can be too much.
Modern day iteration of that. So let me show you this. This is from Clash Report.
Reminds me.
It says apocalyptic scenes in Tehran. Nonstop U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. So this massive city, over 10 million people in Tehran, and they're currently engaged in relentless carpet bombing. So the model that they used in Gaza is exactly what they're using in Tehran, namely, let's just kill anybody and everybody. And so as we told you, the goal never even was simply just regime change. The goal is to make Iran a failed state, to make it so it's balkanized and there's civil war and there's death and destruction, so Israel can create a greater Israel. So Israel can have regional domination and hegemony. That's what's going on here. And remember...
I thought you were more like my age, 33. Thank you for that.
Pedophile...
As I said, moisturize people.
Blackmailed president. They held it over his head, all the
dude, I'm 39.
tapes, all the videos, and that is likely why he ended up agreeing to this. Not that he's not a warmonger anyway, he is.
An old man.
But there's all the evidence in the world to suggest, indeed, Netanyahu did blackmail him into this. But look at the sorts of videos that we're getting these days, man. Holy shit.
What? Yeah, apocalyptic scenes in Tehran. People don't I hope you understand that this isn't like Gaza either. Like, dude, and with all due respect, I said this about Iraq. I said this about Afghanistan. Most of us, Syria, most of us do not have a clear understanding of just how big Tehran is and how modern that city is. How this is like hitting Saudi Arabia. Like, this is crazy. But there's a reason that America has gone out of its way to make sure that you don't know that. It's not Iran's fucking lack of letting us know it or like see any of this. Trust me. As much as they do have state-controlled media.
Jesus Christ, man. And that's all day and all night. That's what they've been seeing. Adam Johnson says the following. I wrote about how the U.S. and Israel carried out an attack on an Iranian girls' school on par with the OKC bombing, and U.S. media relegated it to a back page story. No evening news segments, no front page stories. It made A11 in the New York Times, and then everyone moved on. And that right there...
Once you hit 33, do me a favor and enjoy the shit out of that year. I don't know why, but 33 was like the best year. It was like the best age. I had a good year that year, just in general, but like, oh my God, I felt great.
Problem, y'all. That right there is the moral collapse that I'm talking about.
My body wasn't
and that's
betraying
also
me yet.
Facilitated by our pathetic, disgusting media that doesn't understand how to calibrate their moral meter.
You're old enough to have said this about Libya, Iran-Contra. Yeah.
You would think if one of our girls' schools got bombed by Iran...
I was a little kid then.
...or China or Russia, and over 150 young American girls were murdered, I think we'd be talking about that kind of nonstop.
Oh, dude, but the thing is, if you go to any social media, most of the right wing is saying that that's fake.
But
they're saying, oh, it's Iranian media saying that. It's not real, even though the UN is now reporting that it is.
Since they're Iranian, it somehow doesn't count?
Yep.
Well, I feel like it
should
count.
Apparently, Israeli intelligence can be right next to the Ayatollah the second that he croaks, but they cannot verify whether or not that was a girls' school. Kind of crazy how that works, right?
Count just as much, especially since Israel and the U.S., we carried it out. We carried out the attacks.
Yeah.
So, like, we're kind of responsible. Our tax dollars went to that shit. And you guys aren't talking about it? I mean, it's just absolutely grotesque. So, as we're witnessing war crime after war crime, we have Professor Robert Pape, who went on Sky News, and he delivered a devastating assessment of what's currently happening and where we're at in this war.
I have studied every air campaign since World War I. This is my specialty. I spent 3 years teaching conventional targeting strategy for the U.S. Air Force.
Do you have anything of substance, or are you just going to sit here and be like fucking triggered mad?
Studied leadership decapitation
in tree rogie over here.
Detail. I've modeled the bomb.
Yeah, you stupid. I don't like hearing you, you stupid.
Of Fordo, the regime change in Iran for 20 years. So this is something I know quite a bit.
War crimes. That's what it is. Yes. Yeah, striking a country without congressional approval is technically a war crime. Everything he did to those Venezuelan fishing boats, which the ones, yeah, we have definitive proof that some of those were just fishing boats. Odd.
And literally,
also odd how he has no respect for rules of engagement. And you know where we got that? His own fucking speech.
Literally 10 days ago.
He literally said, we don't need these rules of engagement. It's like, yeah, you kind of do.
I started on Substack.
Otherwise, you can't have the moral high ground whenever you are just like, well, you know, Iran is killing protesters in mass and we need to go and save them.
The escalation trap, because I worried exactly watching the Armada being built, we would fall
for your wife. Thank you.
Into the escalation trap, and that's what's happened. We are now in the grip of the escalation trap, or the smart bomb trap, to be more precise, where the illusion of the 100% tactical success, which is real, it's the success of the bombs blowing up the targets is not false. It creates the illusion of control of escalation. And that is the smart bomb trap. And that is what has gripped us right now.
You're telling me a drug boat with 11 crew members on it when you would want all that space for, I don't know, cargo?
And the problem is that once we drop those bombs and once we announce.
Also, yeah, it's you're forgetting that the rules of engagement dictate that we can't just unilaterally shoot people down in international waters. That's not how that works. That's actually a legitimate war crime.
This regime change.
We're supposed to send our Navy to go and arrest these people and then prosecute them and figure out exactly what was going on. But that's too much work.
Is our goal, and we had no other tools. Trying to do this from the air, this has never worked in over 100 years.
Yep, but it's going to work for Trump because he's Trump.
This is not...
Whatever, guys. Just remember, MAGA are now all of a sudden experts on foreign policy. They're experts on Iran, and they're experts on all the war that has happened within, like you said, the last 100 years since we've essentially had planes.
Not like it works sometimes or rarely works. I'm choosing my words carefully. President Trump is up against the weight of history here. And it's the illusion of the smart bombs being near perfect in destroying their target. And the problem is when those bombs fall, they change politics in the target.
Yeah, for all those people that were cheering in the streets, now that we're carpet bombing their city, I don't think that they're going to be rah-rah America anymore.
They inject nationalism into the regime. Yep. They inject nationalism into...
I mean, we got this when 9/11 happened to us. I don't understand why we can't understand this parallel.
To the society. And they essentially fuse the regime and society against the air power attacker. And this is what you are seeing, because now society and the regime are taking more risky steps, and they do things that no one anticipated before. And that failure to anticipate the worst case, that has happened numerous times with smart bombs. That's just what happened in the last 30.
Dude, there's no Sharia law there.
6 hours.
You're a fucking moron.
That is
You really are.
Devastating.
And honestly, educating yourself on this would really benefit you. Like, you should look into the Shiite, or the Shiites and, oh my God, the Sunni Shiite conflict. Oh my God.
Devastating analysis. And I think Trump is stupid enough to think that this is going to work and regime change is going to...
And then you'll have a clearer understanding of what countries are Sunni, which ones are Shia.
Work. But as I pointed out...
And then you'll kind of understand what's kind of caused this conflict for so long. And also you'll understand how old fucking Tehran is.
He's pointing out, it literally...
Say that 10 times fast. I couldn't say it one time.
Has never worked, right? And so
my brain was just like...
Now they're talking about boots on the ground and stuff. But at the end of the day, what Robert Pape needs to factor in is that this is the end goal of the Israelis. What you're looking at right here is the point. The death is the point. The destruction is the point. They want Iran to be a failed state. They want it balkanized. They want it at civil war. They want everybody fighting each other, because then you remove Iran as a regional power player, and you have Israeli hegemony in the region. And not only do they want to be a regional superpower, I think in their heart of hearts in the long term, they want to be a global superpower. And that's exactly what we're witnessing right here. But according to his assessment and his analysis...
Yeah, I love how, like, a landmass, like, smaller than New Jersey is dog-walking us.
The U.S. has already...
Literally has our fucking president on a leash. Here, you're going to war.
They lost, and Trump is caught in
Come
this...
on, Trumpy. Come on, Trumpy.
Escalation.
I'm coming, baby. Hold on. My little legs, my little hands, my tiny paws, they can only go so fast.
Trap. And also, I've seen other analyses that point out we're effectively already in World War III. That when you game this out and you have China backing Iran and you have Russia backing Iran and you have, our allies begrudgingly going along with us in Europe, for example, it's very clear where the dividing lines are.
Stupid spell check. And your spell check makes you dumber.
It's very clear that now you have all of our allies getting hit in the region. Our military bases in the...
this guy just trolled himself.
Gulf Arab states and their hotels getting hit.
Keep going.
The crackdown on oil through the Strait of Hormuz and Qatar shutting down their liquid and natural gas production completely, leading to an economic shock and a supply shock all around the globe. This stuff, it's already...
We're already seeing it, and trust me, we're not even seeing the crux of it. We're just seeing the one where our markets are just like, oh, well, we can raise the price now,
out of control.
But when they actually need to, because by the way, this is where they're raising the price of gas on barrels that have already been bought.
And
that's what we call in the business them fucking us.
He's describing is because Secretary of War Crimes Pete Kegsbreath and Donald Trump, they can drop bombs into specific areas and have it blow up, and they could hit their target. That micro sense of success blinds them into thinking everything's under control. Meanwhile, this is a nightmare. This is a nightmare, and it's already spiraled. Okay. He also continues here, and he says the following.
I didn't see my cat there.
Saying he's losing control of the decision to escalate. The enemy now, with each passing day, has more and more control of the trajectory of what's happening. This is different than what happened last June. So President Trump is saying, well, I could do this, I could do that. But notice that if the Saudi government, if the Saudi leader, for example, was assassinated tomorrow, is President Trump just going to walk away and say, well, I said I wouldn't go more than a couple of weeks? No, he's stuck now in the smart bomb trap. He's on the horns of a dilemma. He can cut his...
Nelly, are you from the boo?
Losses now in the short...
I don't know why, but your name is funny.
But he probably can't even get the deal that was on the table last Friday at this point with the Iranians. So he can cut his losses now.
I don't even care if you hate me. I'm just saying. Funny name.
A political price, try to stop the war here, even though it would be a failure. Or he can go play for the long run and become Lyndon Johnson in the Vietnam War and face a more disastrous political outcome in the fall. And so this is really the smart bomb trap. There is no way in which we control the escalation at this point.
Jesus Christ, man. So there literally are no good answers. And actual best case scenario is he lies and declares victory and walks away. But the damage has already been immense in just this short amount of time. And of course, as we learned, it was Netanyahu who really decided when to pull the trigger, and Trump, like a little beta cuck boy, just went along with him. So who is really in control here? And if Trump were to say, we actually won and I'm declaring victory, are they going to immediately release the tapes, the Epstein tapes, of him doing horrific things with underage girls? There are so many questions here. And by the way, the idea that there is any deal for the Iranians to make, what people need to get their minds around is we were never serious. Netanyahu recorded a video and dropped it the other day where he says, this is what I've been yearning to do for 40 years. That's not a person who was engaged in good faith negotiations. That's a person who was lying. It was a ruse. It was a scam.
Aha. You heard it from Kyle Kalinske himself. Donald Trump is doing a scam on the American people. Sending your kids into a foreign country in another hot war.
thought that he was the peace president. Saw him with Umaga. Vince McMahon had to shave his head. It was a weird match, yeah. Gotta say, though, enjoyed seeing the rich guys battle for the hand. It's when I started recognizing myself, yeah. Donald Trump has a little bit of hair on his head, but he makes a lot out of it. Lots of respect. Macho Man started going bald when he was a knight. He was a wee little macho lad. About 1982. Sorry.
It was an attempt to lull the Iranians into a false sense of security so they could sneak attack them and kill them. Just like Trump did with Qasem Soleimani when he murdered him in his first term, luring him with negotiations. This whole thing was that exact same thing. So when Iran says, hey, we agree, we won't even have any stockpile of any enriched uranium, we're agreeing to your hardest line demand when it
lighten the fuck up and laugh a little.
Comes to uranium, and then they get bombed 2 hours later.
You didn't like the bit, so what? But dude, why are you such a fucking crumb bum? You're just like this guy. I can't let other people enjoy stuff.
Yeah, the point is there was nothing they could have said or nothing they could have done.
Stop having fun!
Because the end goal was Netanyahu wanted blood. He wanted blood, and Trump is a fucking idiot and a warmonger in his own respect, and he could easily get dragged along with the blackmail as well. And so, but to hear the experts say, look, I've gamed this out 1,000 ways to Sunday.
Aaron Parnas reported on it.
And it just gets worse and worse and worse.
Thank you for saying that. Aaron's actually somebody
when your best case scenario is the president lies, falsely declares victory, and cuts the losses here, that's a horrific situation to be in. Especially because we know Donald Trump is nuclear weapons curious. He's talked about nuclear weapons in a bizarre way multiple times where he said, what about nuking the hurricane? Can we nuke the hurricane? Will it stop the hurricane if we nuke it? He's talked about stuff like that. He posted the other day a vague nuclear threat where he basically said, if Iran hits back hard, we're going to hit them with a force that's never been seen before. This is all nuclear shit. They were betting on it on Polymarket, which, by the way, I think the page got pulled down. Hopefully it did. But there was a 22% chance of a nuclear war, a nuclear weapon being dropped before the summer, before they pulled the page down. Is that something that makes you sleep easy? We're this close from our fucking Alzheimer's having psychotic, dementia-ridden president from dropping a nuclear weapon? Oh my God, bro. 22%? I don't know how many of you are poker players, but for those of you who are, you know, a 22% thing hits a decent amount. It happens a decent amount of the time, and now we're talking about...
All right, so Aaron Parnas is reporting that the DOJ published FBI 302 the FBI 302 interviews with a woman who accused Trump of abusing her when she was a child. The Bates numbers are... okay, I can post those.
Nuclear weapons? From that perspective? Nukes. Jesus Christ. And this is on top of...
It looks like he's putting a video together for this, so I might have to cover that tomorrow.
Axis of Epstein, bombing schools, bombing hospitals. 9 hospitals at least already. Carpet bombing all of Tehran. Witnessing what's happening here, we haven't evolved a fucking iota since World War II. We're right back. This is the same... We're in the same place we were then, except now that whole, international law framework we laid out after World War II when we looked at a pile of millions of dead bodies.
It's going to be a big story tomorrow. Yeah,
let's never do that again. Now that's gone. The international law framework is gone. Now it's might makes right. It's law of the jungle, and we have 2 absolute imperialist, bloodthirsty, fascist psychopaths trying to crusade and create the 4th.
The problem is, I'm not sure if I can play the full interviews on stream or even show them because I'm not sure what they imply or any of that. So, yeah, I'm also going to be smart. I'm going to just look that up off stream.
Strike. And don't even get me started on the fucking...
And then bring it to you guys.
The end times, rapture, Armageddon type shit that our military is saying to the soldiers. Hey, get ready to go to heaven on a winged horse with Jesus because that's what this war is. It ushers in end times. But first we need violence and gore and the whole Middle East to be in a pool of blood. Jesus Christ, man, this is absolutely disturbing. But great points here from Robert Pape. I just wish he had better news for us. Horrifying, man. Horrifying. And I don't think the forecast is going to get any better. Hey, y'all.
No, it's not. We'll go to that in a minute.
And as I say,
so as we're talking, I will just say, and we're not going to show this live, as we don't show this live, but I do see interceptors going up from where I can say, we just saw one go up there. We're not showing you that because we're not going to show, the Israeli government does not allow us or want us to show where that may have come up, that interceptor. But I've not seen it intercept anything.
Well, the AP doesn't give two shits.
Okay. Right, now we hear the sirens. So
AP shows it all day.
Here's what we're going to do, everyone. Sirens, and you saw that interceptor. It didn't intercept anything, but we have things coming in, so we are going to just unmic. Dan, why don't you take your mic off?
And then go downstairs?
Yep, I'm going to show you exactly where we go. All right?
That's pretty dramatic.
We do need to move pretty
Well, that's pretty dramatic. Did you just hear him say that? Well, that's pretty dramatic.
Now we're inside, and
You just give me that boom mic.
everyone can still hear those sirens. We'll hear the booms when they start hitting, which sometimes are as the sirens are going, and sometimes are a little bit after. So now we're inside, and we're just going to go into a stairwell here. This is what it is, and I think it's important for everyone to understand. This is what has become the cadence, sorry, Dan, of normal life. And here we are now in the stairwell. So this is where we're going to go, obviously concrete fortified. You just don't know when it's coming.
And as
Concrete fortified. Not sure if you've seen how rubble works, but okay, Aaron. That's a lot of trust in them walls.
All right, y'all, we have a super disturbing worst-case scenario press conference that Trump just
Fuck it, this is a Kyle Kulinski heavy show
did
today.
in the Oval Office the other day. He's, of course, responding to questions about the Jeffrey Epstein war. And this...
By the way, guys, thank you for hanging. Wasn't even planning on streaming today, so really appreciate y'all being here. Hit that like button if you haven't already. It really, really helps me out. And subscribe to the channel if you are enjoying the content.
Thing veers itself into a ditch right away. So we'll get to that in just a second. But first, he posted something on Lie Social, and this should really open everybody's eyes up to what's actually going on with this Jeffrey Epstein war. So on February 28th, he said, "The Iran war is already won." Then on March 1st, he said, "Tehran will be taken in 3 to 4 days." Then a day after that, he said, "It's about 4 to 5 weeks. It'll be about 4 to 5 weeks." And now he's openly saying this could be a forever war. A forever war. So he said that.
Yeah, he literally went 4 to 5 weeks, maybe 8, maybe forever. Like, it was like, whoa, that's a jump.
Yes. The United States munition stockpiles have, at the medium and upper medium grade, never been higher or
You're a little
better.
burnt out on Midas right now. Ben is just flooding us with too many videos.
As was stated to me today, we have virtually
Sleepy Ben Mycelis. He always looks like he needs a nap.
unlimited supply of these weapons. Wars can be fought forever and very successfully just using these supplies. So the guy who ran for office and repeatedly said, "We're not going to get in the Middle East. We wasted $8 trillion in the Middle East. That was stupid. The war in Iraq was stupid. Why were we doing that? We should never do that. I'll never get you in the Middle East. Kamala will, but I'll never get you in the Middle East." And now here he is saying wars can be fought forever. Also, I should point out, the fact that he's saying, "Oh, we have endless munitions. I don't know what you're talking about." That is further validation that all of the reports are true, that we're running out of interceptors. All the reports say we're running out of interceptors, and once that happens, Iran is, they could do way more damage than they're doing right now, and they're already doing a tremendous amount of damage in the region to our allies, to our bases, etc. Right? But this, to me, reads as validation. Oh, we're definitely running out of those shits. He's like, actually, it's great. It's never been better. Thank you very much.
Well, and again, we're forgetting Iron Dome on that one.
And,
like, you do realize that it's like we kind of gave them all of them, right?
He's the worst liar on planet Earth. One of the things...
they're saying, oh, this is all old munitions. It's like, yeah, that's what they said about Ukraine. That's what they said about Israel. So how do we have still all these old munitions? It's almost like and then I'm told, well, we have to use them or lose them. I'm like, how is it that we still have munitions from the 1980s that we're dropping, but we have to use them or lose them? That makes no sense.
You'll realize with Trump is that if you just assume whatever the
Ben's so clickbaity.
Exact opposite.
It's the entire Midas channel, but yeah, I can't stand that.
What he says is
and half the time, it's not what they're like. That's why the fake news moniker could kind of stick to them a little bit, because of the way that they use their little outraged, rage baity titles.
And
the thing is, they have millions of followers. They don't need to do that.
Going to be right.
That's ego right there.
The overwhelming majority of the time. Whatever he says, just flip it, and that's the truth. Okay, it's a pretty reliable trick there. But the admission. Forever, we'll do forever war. Okay, but we're just getting started here because this gets worse and worse. So the White House is now posting goofy-ass shit like this. President Trump isn't interested in endless wars. He's interested in ending decades-long chaos in the Middle East.
By creating more? What?
And they post this goofy...
Motherfucker, Hezbollah is like in full effect right now. What are you talking about?
Graphic with him trying to hit you with like the blue steel stare, like, I'm a serious man.
This, again, Kyle, this works on his base, but his base are a bunch of morons.
And stare.
Like, they don't get it. They don't understand how useful they are.
And it says, critics say President Donald Trump's decision to strike Iran is a violation of his promise not to engage in forever wars. In fact, the opposite is true. Trump is not starting a forever war in Iran.
Yeah,
He's ending one. Did a fucking 7th grader write this?
Likely, yeah, somebody that like was in 7th grade maybe fucking 5 years ago, yeah.
Actually, if
fucking big balls.
you really think about it, by starting a war, he's actually ending a war. What? They say, well, the war actually started against us in 1979. Okay, so then
you do understand that we still have civilians trapped in the Middle East that with absolutely no way to get them home right now.
Why?
Including our journalists. Like,
why did you wait all the way until your second term, a year into your second term before you responded?
And you also understand that's what really fucked Jimmy Carter, right? You understand that's why his legacy was tarnished, was because he supposedly forgot our people there and couldn't get them out for the longest time. And then it turned into a fucking PR nightmare. Why is that not happening now?
Been a war since 19...
Oh, wait a minute. It's because there was this newspaper that broke the story, and they're the ones that made America care. Huh.
1979. Why didn't
what's missing now?
Trump get in there in 2017 and immediately say, we got to fight back. We're under attack. We're at war. What a ridiculous
Yet
notion.
they have the ability to get the MAGA influencers out of there. Yep.
And by the way, as everybody should point out, they say it started in 1979. No, bitch, it started in 1953. We overthrew their democratically elected leader who was going to nationalize their oil to help the people of Iran. But Western oil corporations were like, well, we can't have that. So the CIA and MI6 went in there, overthrew...
Oh, it's almost as bad as that Scottish guy that Midas pilfered from Occupy Democrats. He's just like, he uses the same drops where he's like, oh, that's gotta hurt.
Their democratically elected leader and put in a puppet dictator, and that dictator let the Western oil corporation steal the oil, and that's why we are where we are.
Much as I love me some Army of Darkness, come on, man.
They say it's 1979 with the Islamic Revolution. No, it was 1953 when we overthrew Mohammed Mossadegh. That's why we had this long-term fight or disagreement, right? But we're the bully, we're the baddie. It's never been more clear. And now they have to say goofy things like this. By starting a war, he's actually ending a war. Thank you with your logic-mangling, language-mangling bullshit. I'm sure it's going to convince a lot of people. When I first saw this, I thought, like, this got to be... I thought it was like an account that some leftist that's shitposting and, like, making fun of how bad their arguments are. But no, they're actually...
Dude, I've done that a few times with Trump shit where I'm just like, this has got to be fake. It's not.
Making this argument. All right, now we go to the White House. There's so many clips
fucking
here
hilarious
that are just going to want to make you bang your head against a concrete wall. So here he is saying, actually, this is going so great. Everybody's telling me it's...
Carter didn't forget anyone. Hell, he tried to send in special ops to get them out, which turned into another shit show, but Carter didn't cause the problem in Iran. But that's... You get it.
Amazing.
I'll tell you what, I have never had...
I'm just going based off what the Republicans think about Jimmy Carter.
More compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even before.
Oh, my God, bro. Oh, my God. By the way, the fact that he said, everybody loves this, they're complimenting me, that either means literally nobody has complimented him at all because it's an epic disaster.
I like this, Kyle. If he just lose the infatuation with Rogan and other podcasters, yeah.
Sure, because it is
Nick Fuentes.
It's an epic disaster. Or
the way he
it's
says
equally likely that the Israelis know how to play this game. So they're going, Mr. Pres, this is amazing. You're incredible. You're the best president ever. We're going to name a town after you. We're going to name a road after you. We might name the Knesset after you. Sir, this is the greatest thing ever. And Netanyahu knows all I have to do is tickle this guy's taint 24/7, and he'll let me fucking nuke Tehran. He doesn't give a fuck. As long as he's getting compliments, it'll be fine. So either nobody has said a positive thing about this, which is possible, or the only people that are the Israelis playing
Jimmy
him like
Carter shook my hand in September 1980 in Tacoma, Washington. He was a good man. Nice.
The fucking fiddle. Okay.
Nice, Damon.
Okay. But just prepare yourself.
Welcome to the show.
Because there's a lot of stuff here that's genuinely hard to listen to. Listen to this one.
Quick reminder, if you guys haven't subbed to the channel, please do. I'm a growing boy, and I could use all the help.
So, President, what's the worst case
And also, just in general, it makes you a better YouTube consumer, which we all need to be.
scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them
It's not like YouTube's paying these bills.
very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that.
Yeah. Does it look like we beat them? As every single, U.S. military base in the region is burnt to a crisp? Does it look like we beat them as they do precision targeted attacks on our intelligence officials in hotels? Does it look like we beat them as they jammed up the entire global oil market and they're now going to send an economic shock through the world?
It put us
Does
in
that
a
look
recession.
like we beat them?
It's likely. I mean, economists are already predicting that could happen. Recession wasn't even anywhere on the table. They were saying that Trump, for all his faults, did kind of keep us out of a recession. I was like, okay, that's good. But yeah, now we're in stagflation, and now we're getting additional inflation. His 15% blanket tariff bullshit has to get challenged again, and that just went into effect, I think, this week.
When they're fucking kamikaze
the economy's about to get way worse.
drones are taken out, like CIA headquarters in Saudi Arabia. When our consulates and our embassies.
Thank you. Someone gifted me a membership. Much appreciated.
Getting
That was Bryant Frankfurt. You can thank Mr. Bryant.
Fun everywhere. Does that look like we beat them?
Lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers. We're hitting all of their missile stock.
Oh, Pep, I was talking about Carter. Oh, gotcha.
You know, they built up all these missiles over the last few years.
Oh, yeah. My dad used to talk about the gas, how the gas crisis was.
They had a lot of them. They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this, and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. It would probably be the worst. You go through this, and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better.
By the way, he said this
He just said the quiet part out loud.
before. That's exactly what ended up.
God damn it, Trump. I don't think he gets how much he clowns himself sometimes.
Happening. That's exactly what ended up happening. Ayatollah Khomeini's son, also known as Ayatollah Khomeini, he takes over, and he's more of a hardliner.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. Oh, my God. And I like how he casually admits this now. It's like, yeah, I guess it is a possibility that all this was for absolutely motherfucking nothing. Oh, my God, bro. But look, for real, though, as you know, the Israelis have a plan, and the Israelis' plan is failed state, make Iran a failed state. And that's really why they're doing this. They probably told Trump, oh, it'll go great, and they'll build statues to you, and they'll say you're the most successful president ever, But I'm telling you, the Israelis want a failed state. The other thing is the blackmail may have been used as well, but you can get Trump to do it by buying him off.
Yeah, apparently there's also another side to this where the other powers that are out there that we are not talking about, because MAGA is talking about how Saudi Arabia and all these nation states are getting behind Trump unilaterally and pressuring Iran. The problem with that is Iran has a lot of leverage, especially with the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to see this get a lot worse before we see anything get better. I mean, for real, guys. And if you guys genuinely believe Trump that this is going to be over quickly,
complimenting him,
damn, I have to say, did you either get hit in the head real hard and just forget the last 20 years, and specifically 2003? That's a big one. Weapons of mass destruction, blah, blah, blah. We need to get behind the flag. Congress approves.
Which they do, and you can get them to do it by blackmailing him. There probably was a sprinkle of both in there.
So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people.
What happens if we unite the Middle East?
So here is
I don't think that's happening.
where he makes quite the admission.
Israel won't let that happen.
Where he's trying, like a toddler, he's trying to cover his tracks here and flip the narrative, and gives away the game in the process. Listen to this.
If Israel forced your hand to launch these strikes against Iran, did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No. I don't get forced to do anything.
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics.
BB had his tiny little
my
bitch
opinion
balls.
that they were going to attack first.
The fact that he's like, actually, I might have forced their hand. I might have forced their hand. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. I've never been more.
I mean, I'm starting to believe that his health is crumbling and he does want to take us with him. He's that much of a narcissist where he's just like, if I can't live forever, then nobody can.
For certain.
Nobody can even enjoy the rest of their life. I'm taking humanity with me.
That the Israelis were like, we're doing this. Right, that they were the ones who
Makes
led the
sense.
way. The fact that he was like, maybe I forced their hand. Oh my God, dog.
First, they were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready. And we've had a very, very powerful impact.
Again, just so everybody understands.
God, he looks like such a fucking moron when he sits like that too.
They did not
Yeah, that's that right there. That's the peak of fucking masculinity there, guys.
attack first. This is a lie. It's a total fucking lie. And there's already been reporting that, like, bro, they agreed to the hardest line asks when it came to the nuclear program, like a couple hours before the Axis of Epstein attacked them. Just insane, bro. Insane. All right. Now we have a question like,
Dude,
hey, man.
I mean, anybody else, like, just look at those shoulder, like his fucking shoulder pads, and this other guy, you know, sitting there all calm and cool, and this guy's just looking like you just fucking gave him bad news at his birthday party.
Why is it that they're still...
Trump, we didn't get the balloons. That's terrible. I wanted the balloons for the picture when I cut the cake.
A lot of Americans in the Middle East that are basically like fucking sitting ducks, and you didn't do Dickie McGee's acts to protect them.
Hey, there it is.
Listen here.
Oh, my favorite Kyleisms.
Air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there
This is beyond hater shit. This is us just recognizing how, like, our country's fucked.
an evacuation plan?
And this guy keeps doing more to fuck us. But sure, dude, keep ignoring it. Keep being the blowhard for Trump. Like, that's just insane to me at this point.
And who do you send planes to get people out?
Well, because it happened all
Get a better argument.
very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel.
Lie, 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 lie.
They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time.
Trump's a sitting duck. Does that make him Donald Duck?
Other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first.
They were definitely going to attack. They were going to attack. Cut to 7 seconds later. We attacked first. Oh, my
But
God.
then, you know, look, we're really
I think Shane just figured out that Iran used to be Persia.
decimating them. They're being decimated.
Now, you know, the fact that he's like, oh, yeah, this is going great for us. They know it's going absolutely horribly. But what an admission. He's like,
Oh, man.
yeah, you know, I wasn't really expecting all this response. So,
That
like,
was-
it all happened very quickly, bro. So I didn't evacuate people, and now they're stuck in the Middle East, and they're fucked.
Weird.
Oops. Tee-hee-hee. What they genuinely didn't expect this aggressive a response from Iran, and for Iran to have such good intelligence, and for
think you're
Iran
fat,
to be
man.
as successful as they've been so far, destroying the massive radar system that we have there. Like, they didn't expect any
Here.
of that shit.
Watch me tell him. You're gonna go on a diet. You need a diet. You're fat. You're so fat. Are you watching yourself? He's watching himself.
They didn't expect Iran to go after countries that, like, nominally told Trump,
Yeah,
oh,
you
you're
got
not allowed to
chunky.
use our military bases for these attacks. But then, meanwhile, they're whispering behind the scenes, please attack Iran. Iran was like, as soon as the Ayatollah was assassinated, they're like, it's on like Donkey Kong, bitch. I'm going after all you bitches. And so that's what took them by surprise. And so now they're like, you know, the White House is like, oh, shit, we got to evacuate Egypt? We didn't see that coming. And here we are. And here we are. Fucking amateur hour, bro. Fucking amateur hour. Then we get this, which speaks more to the dementia and to the early Alzheimer's. Listen to what he says here.
That country, UK, and I love that country. I love it. My mother was born there. I love it. My mother was born there. My father was born. Like, he knows all about my father. My father was born there, so, you know.
So you're saying you're an anchor baby.
Places
Got it.
that you
Got it.
sort of automatically
Got it.
very
Damn, my family has fucking more ties to America than Trump's does.
feel warmly about. But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible.
So he says his mother and his father were born in the UK. As you can see here, Trump's father Fred Trump was born in New York City in 1905. Mehdi Hassan says, imagine if Joe Biden had forgotten where his own dad was born.
Jesus Christ, dude.
By the way, this isn't the first time that Trump has falsely claimed his dad was born in Germany. Oh, I guess he was saying born in Germany. When he was actually born in New York. 25th Amendment. From your lips to God's ears, bro. From your lips to God's ears. All right. Then we get the deranged rant, where he gets every single thing he says here about Obama is a lie. Every single thing he says here about the Iran nuclear agreement is dead wrong. I've never seen anything more wrong than this.
Barack Hussein Obama made maybe the worst deal I've ever seen, because he gave all power in the Middle East to Iran. He went the exact opposite way, and I terminated that. If I didn't terminate that deal,
everything would be it would be like that meme where you're living in the beautiful futuristic city with the bright blue sky and the birds chirping and everybody's happy. Oh my God, I got to reel it in. I might just stroke out on air.
Sitting with a massive nuclear weapon 3 years ago, which would have been used already on Israel at least, and other countries also.
The Iranian nuclear agreement was Barack Obama's biggest success. It worked perfectly. Perfectly. We gave them their own money that we stole via sanctions. We gave them back their own money, and then they allowed in the IAEA to regulate their nuclear program so that they could only enrich to the level where they need power for their power grid and scientific research. They followed it perfectly. They verified it over a dozen times.
You have your dementia president. Now we have ours.
By the IAEA. Trump went in there and
I mean, dude, that was bad.
Legally violated the deal and ripped it up. And he's the reason why.
What's up, Astoria?
We now have the Jeffrey Epstein war. He's the reason why. None of this was necessary. This wasn't a problem. None of this was a problem at all. And what does he do? Flips the truth exactly on its head. This man is fucking Satan. He's Satan. And now he's going to go on an unhinged rant against Spain because Spain was like, yeah, we don't want to take part in your illegal and offensive war against a country that's not a threat to anybody. And then now he spends time in the midst of the world falling apart. We're spiraling out of control. We're entering World War III. You have U.S. Americans dying all over the place. They're bombing elementary school girls in Iran. In the midst of all of that, he spares some time to go, you believe this Spain is horrible. In fact, now I'm gonna declare economic war on Spain.
How we doing tonight? Hope you on a high wave. Hopefully you are. Yeah.
Spain has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it. But we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him, we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people. But they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything.
I actually really want to go to Barcelona.
They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
This is literally the Mad King, because they didn't want to partake in your illegal and offensive war. Therefore, now you're waging economic war on them.
I thought he said economic war with Maine.
Guys, he's got to go.
Dude, you never know with this guy.
He's got to be impeached. This is so crazy. And by the way, what he's admitting here is what he's doing is totally illegal.
Happy birthday next week? What?
That's not grounds, because they don't want to partake in your stupid illegal war. That's not grounds to say, now I'm going to tariff you and fucking wage
birthday is nowhere near that.
Economic war on you. Like, the Supreme Court goes, the tariffs are illegal. He goes, great, I'm going to do more tariffs. Like, what is this world we're living in? Like, he does 17 things on a daily basis that are grounds for impeachment. He's got to get out of there. He's got to get out of there. He's got.
Oh, damn, Metro just got that.
I'd be locked up.
I'm not even going to repeat that shit.
This is not acceptable. What's happening here? I don't know why other people are not as fucking passionate about this as I seem to be. It's so crazy to me. Still not done.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
This press conference was an absolute disaster, y'all.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also.
That's the most embarrassing shit.
Barron's a twat. I mean, now that I have heard Jared Kushner's voice, which, yeah, he does not. He sounds like he looks. Actually, I'm gonna be fair there. But Barron, no, he needs to have the. I
think I've
the Iago voice. God, I forgot his name.
My life. But remember, I don't think
Gilbert Gottfried.
It's an oops. I think that Israel is purposely targeting all the people that were theoretically maybe next in line to lead the country that would even cooperate with.
So if the draft actually happens, are we breaking bones on purpose?
With the West.
I mean, I don't know about you. Thanks for the sub, Eric. Appreciate that. I can't be drafted.
Because again, the
age and also medical stuff. So.
Ultimate plan is failed state. Balkanize Iran. Make them fight each other.
No. Jamie loses his right hand.
Civil war. Take them off the table.
Yeah, they cut off his sword hand.
As a regional power. We don't want to deal with anybody. They want to create a greater Israel and have total hegemony and dominance in the region. And so here's the president of the United States who got played like a motherfucking fiddle going, oh, well, look at all the people even we would have worked with and would have liked to lead the country. They're dead. Yeah, they're dead because the axis of Epstein just fucking murdered them in carpet bombings. I told you, they targeted specific regions in Tehran that had the opposition leaders, that had the protesters, that were like known for being against the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Now,
the story about Trump abusing girls comes out the next day. Netanyahu is scheduled to be tried the next day. War. Coincidence?
Trump fucks up, and this is yet another area where he...
Yeah, we're going to learn about that, the stuff that came out tomorrow.
He accidentally says the quiet part out loud. You guys know the way it works with Trump, right? If he says he's going to do something good, he's lying. He's not going to do that. But if he says he's going to do something bad, he 100%
Book Jamie's cool.
means it, and he will do that. It's an iron law of nature. If he says I'm going to do this good thing, he won't. If he says I'm going to do this bad thing, he will, okay? Listen closely to what he says here. He's basically going to accuse Iranian government officials of, like, looting their treasury, raiding their banks as they, run out the back door. And listen to what he says about what he's learned about that. Listen.
Boeing 757.
He's air crew, though? Oh, shit. No, he's definitely going to go.
Loaded. They took out all the seats.
I mean, we're focusing. We're focusing. Holy crap. Focusing. On air combat. So, yeah, they're going to need aircraft mechanics. They're going to need all hands on deck for that one.
It was loaded with green cash. So much cash that it was in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. They got all the cash from all the banks. They put it, and they flew it to Iran.
So what he's talking about...
No, what he's talking about is...
as part of the Iran agreement, we sanctioned Iran, stole their money.
Yeah, we literally gave them their money back that we were holding.
And this was when we gave back their own money so that they would allow in the IAEA.
Yeah, I remember when that happened, and I remember the Republicans being really pissed about it. But then even George Bush came out and was just like, actually, I kind of made that deal.
So this is all perfectly legal. That's all exactly what was supposed to happen. He's making it seem like it's nefarious, but wait for it. Ready?
I never knew a president had that power. I'm going to maybe
Apparently the Kurds are not going to join the war. Really?
Sometime if it's
well, there goes their whole plan with the northern border.
Okay, I think I'm going to do it. I'll fly it somewhere. Nobody's ever seen anything.
Do you understand what he just said? I didn't know a president had that power. Maybe I'll try that sometime.
This fucking
He's saying, I should go raid a bank, loot the treasury, steal the money, put it on a plane, and bring it wherever the fuck I want to bring it. That's what he's saying. Meanwhile...
Oh, my God. Dude, did he just tell us what he's going to do on his way out?
What he's describing from Obama was, like, perfectly legal and exactly what the Iran deal, the JCPOA, called for. We had to return their own money to them that we had stolen.
No, we are not ready for this. No, the thing is, we don't have competent leadership, and we don't have good intel either.
And the wheels start turning.
All of our major intel is coming from Israel. Like, we're relying on them way too much on this one. Just to say,
in his head, well, I know I'm already.
It's their war.
Trying to rob the American taxpayer to the tune of $10 billion, steal $10 billion, put it in my slush fund for the Board of Peace.
But totally not a world war.
Peace, where I'm like the emperor of the world and I control that money.
Right? Anybody ask what China thinks about this?
Right. Sue the IRS for $10 billion.
Especially, with all their oil being locked up in the Strait of Hormuz.
So that, again, I can shake down the...
Trust me, they ain't going to go after Iran on that one.
American taxpayer and become even richer, right? And now he's going, why don't I just march into the bank? I'm the president. I could just march into the bank and be like, give me $1 billion. And they got to do it. This is how he's thinking. This is how he's thinking. This man is crashing out. He's not there.
You're talking out of your ass. You should love that, considering that's what Trump does, and everybody loves them some Trump.
He's unhinged. He's losing it. And he fucking means that shit. Just like when he said we shouldn't.
Now you're going to point it out when anybody else does it?
Have elections.
Come on.
Now he's doing shit to try to make it so we don't have elections.
It's literally the entire Trump administration is just talking out their ass.
Oh my God. And then finally, I'll leave you with this. President Trump orders the U.S.
At least Biden knew what the fuck he was doing with the cabinet appointees. He did.
Developmental Finance Corporation
really
to
did.
provide political risk insurance and guarantees for all maritime trade traveling through the Persian Gulf. Trump also says the U.S. Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So all of the insurance companies were like, we're not going through the Strait of Hormuz. There's a hot war going on here. We are not going to take that risk, okay? Which means oil prices are going to skyrocket, which means the economy is fucked. So Trump is going, I'm going to send U.S. troops there to protect you. Here's the problem. Our radar was taken out. Iran destroyed our radar. So if there's somebody's launching a missile at us, if Iran's launching a missile at us, we wouldn't even know it's coming. Trump is literally sacrificing American soldiers,
someone's dad just told them that they were a mistake.
Sacrificing people in the Navy.
I'm sorry.
At the altar of the Jeffrey Epstein war. The axis of Epstein is making a blood sacrifice of American soldiers for the Jeffrey Epstein war. This is insane. These people are going to get fucking cooked. 10 ships. They've already shot 10 ships. And they'll fucking come after us too. Oh my God, bro. Like, this is why Trump's keeps, more are going to die. Because he's sending them to die. That's what he's doing. Again, this is out of control. He's got to go. I don't like, what are we waiting for? What are you waiting for? Democrats, wakey.
Democrats, wakey. Okay, so even if we have a unilateral vote, what the fuck? This is where I can't stand his shit. I can't stand, like, when he gets to this point, this is what we need to do, and then it's unrealistic bullshit.
The 0.1% of Republicans that still have a conscience or any semblance of morality.
Dude, you're not going to fucking wake them up with your, like, this bullshit. This is where you do come across as just being a whiny lefty.
Wakey.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Whoa. We're watching Republicans do what they do. The thing is, you need to get better at just accepting that and then saying, this is why we need a better opposition. This is why we need them to get off their asses, and they need to actually govern as far as the Democrats need to govern in the way that it's like, no, prepare for the election. Let's get some fucking good people in there. Let's win this fucking shit. But no. We got to play this. We got to play the game where we got to get the status quo in there.
This is the Fourth Reich. They're creating the Fourth Reich. Everybody's pretending like everything is...
They already did, Kyle. Shut the fuck up. They did this a year ago.
Normal. It is not normal.
Hey, y'all.
God damn. That's why everybody looks at him and they're just like, oh, so now you just figure this out? What the fuck, man? Yay. All right. All right, we'll do this and then we're gonna watch the Piers Morgan episode that I have saved for today. But this holy war thing has to be expanded upon because I don't think people understand that Pete Hegseth literally said that this is a holy war. Like, I don't think they're hearing it. I don't think that Fox News is going out of their way to let their viewership know that. I don't think Benny Johnson's going out of his way to let them know that. I don't think TPUSA is. The only one that might is Candace Owens, but she's focused on ruining Erica Kirk's life right now, which is kind of hilarious.
Increasingly, American officials and military commanders are
Good evening, Alexander.
framing our war with Iran in religious holy war terms. You also obviously have the Israelis framing things in religious terms. You have the Iranians, which is literally
You need me to do a Puffco?
theocracy. So to help us understand...
That's only on exclusive Twitch streams. So for that here, actually, I need to do this real quick. Follow me over on Twitch because you never know what will happen from day to day. So follow my Twitch page. Also, I do like Twitch exclusives where we watch some stuff that cannot be viewed on YouTube. I try to do one of those shows a month. Sometimes it happens by accident, but also follow me on X. I have been actually posting, and I kind of swore I would never do that. So I broke a major fucking promise to myself with getting a fucking Twitter. So please do me the favor and follow me over on X if you guys want to get my takes. And also, you can rip on me over there. If you can hate watch, you can hate tweet. I don't care, but just follow.
What the hell is going on with all of this? We could think of no one better than our own co-host, Emily Jashinsky, who also is host of After Party with Emily. Great to see you, Emily.
Good to see you, Em.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, of course. I need you to explain all of this to me because it's very disturbing and very confusing to me. So I'm just going to run through.
I'm just going to say it. and this might come off rude and no offense to anybody in my audience, but she is like the picture of asexuality.
Through a bunch of things that have just happened on the American Christian nationalist side, and then you can break down for me, what they're thinking.
Although joke's on me. She's probably a freak.
How deep this ideology goes, etc. So let's go ahead and start here with Lindsey Graham, who has been a primary mover and shaker in terms of, for years, but especially under this Trump administration, pushing towards this war. And he is explicitly framing it as a religious war. Let's take a listen to that.
This is a religious war. Who wins it at the end of the day? Do the radical...
Yeah, Chris, I lost 2 friends to that fucking bullshit.
Islamic terrorists who want to kill...
I lost 1 friend 2 months into his deployment in Iraq.
All the Jews because God told them to? Who want to kill me because I'm an infidel, who want to purify Islam, to reject moderation.
No doubt Emily's totally a dom.
And make everybody a jihadist. This is a big deal.
Is Blue Sky not popular enough? I mean, I still use my Blue Sky, but yeah, Twitter is like the good tertiary, because the fact that I can stream on there now too, it's kind of it's a secondary or, as I said, tertiary platform where, just in case.
I'll deal with Section 230. So what we're facing right now...
Yo, dude.
...is a...
Why is his face so fucking red?
...moment of decision that will set the course of the future of the Mideast for 1,000 years.
Oh, he is... Dude, something's wrong with him. He's like, he's on some kind of like drug or like he's fucked up.
It's a religious war, and if that's not enough for
like, it just come out, motherfucker.
For you,
God
here is
damn.
Speaker of the House Mike Johnson framing this also in terms of his problems with the Iranians' religion.
They have been, and they say
Blue Sky's great. I love the interface of Blue Sky. So yeah, follow me on Blue Sky at Pep Talks TV on Blue Sky.
quiet parts out loud. They wanted to wipe Israel off the face of the earth.
Dead serious.
And they'd like to take us out as well. We're the great Satan in their analogy.
Get these numbers up.
And their misguided religion, and there was no way to appease them.
Misguided religion. Okay, we've got Senator Kramer, when confronted by Code Pink activist Medea Benjamin, also talking about our religious obligations to Israel. Let's listen to that.
Does Israel have nuclear?
That's enough.
Listen, the United States and Israel are ironclad partners. We need them in the Middle East. We need them to be strong.
Go.
We have a biblical responsibility to them as well.
My cat just literally jumped up and pulled the main power cable and was like trying to pull himself up by it.
It was an allied responsibility.
Oh,
Israel, we should never sever that relationship.
Biblical responsibility to Israel. This United States Senator obviously just took a vote on War Powers Resolution. He says our responsibilities there are biblical. Let's take a look at F6. There's a report that military commanders, multiple of them, are telling troops that President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran, to carve
this shit's terrifying to me.
Armageddon, and mark his return to Earth.
I swear to God, that's like straight out of my school. Like, my school was part of the same Christian sect that is now apparently leading our military.
So you have a bunch of...
never thought, like, dude, again, I was part of a Christian school that got made fun of by other Christian schools because we were too extreme. They called us extremists. They said that if you believe Revelation to be literal, then you are not a true Christian.
Coming in to nonprofit organizations saying that, this whole...
Because they were like, yeah, there's a little bit of...
separation of church and state thing.
There's some issues with that. And there's like also, it's the one book that everybody in Christianity kind of... They look at the history of it and kind of go, yeah, it was a little fucked up.
It's not being held true to, as you have a number of military commanders framing this war as, a biblical religious conflict.
My cat's psychotic. I still love the little hairball POS. That's him. He's so cute. I love him. He's a good cuddler, but he's got El Diablo mode.
Let's do F5 next, guys. This is Paula White. This is Trump's spiritual advisor.
Revelations was talking about Nero. I mean, that's the theory
of the what's going on here behind the scenes, the type of spiritual.
Don't worry, soldiers don't believe that shit. Not at all.
Guidance that
some of them do.
The United States is receiving. Let's listen to that.
strike and strike.
Holy fuck, did he just say that we'd have to fight for Israel because God said so? These Christian nationalists are insane.
And strike and strike and strike and
yeah, here you go.
Strike and strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now.
And finally, the Secretary...
Have you seen the remix of that clip, by the way?
I have not, but I would like to.
Yeah, send it over.
They're bangers. Yeah.
Finally, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who has the Crusader Cross, he was deemed an extremist and not allowed to participate in protection for the Biden inauguration because of his tattoos. Here he is talking about, some of this biblical prophecy, and including the miracle of reconstructing the third Temple of Solomon. He also reportedly at a bar previously was chanting "Kill all Muslims." So this is our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth.
And today, Jennifer and I and others had a chance to go see the Western Wall of the Temple Mount, the Western Wall tunnels, so much of the old city. And as you stand there, you can't help but behold the miracle before you. And it got me thinking about another miracle that I hope all of you don't see too far away. Because 1917 was a miracle, 1948 was a miracle, 1967 was a miracle, 2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle, and there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible. I don't know how it would happen. You don't know how it would happen, but I know that it could happen.
So, Emily, why is this increasingly being framed as a religious conflict, holy war from the American side?
Well, what's interesting about that last Hegseth clip
was
is
weird shit. Yeah, that's a Seventh-day Adventist. She speaks in tongues and shit.
Around the time where the embassy was moved.
Yeah. She's a tongue speaker.
Officially by the first Trump administration to Jerusalem.
Yeah, she's fucked.
And
but she also they preach about prosperity gospel, which isn't a thing. That's just not in the Bible.
And we saw a lot of
they bastardize a whole lot of Jesus's teachings to just be like, capitalism's great. It's like, no, dude.
Of this flaring up as well. A lot of people speaking just like Pete Hegseth did. And Hegseth in that clip is somewhat careful. He doesn't say why there should be a third temple, which from the dispensationalist position. So if you're
Holy War Part 2,
an evangelical Christian.
Well, the thing is, they think this is the crusade. So what? Was there 13, 14?
There's a sect. It's sort of informal. It's taught in some seminaries.
Crusades
but
were there.
It's kind of a pop culture thing too. There's a movement called dispensationalism, and it's been around a while.
Dozens.
It's had waning popularity in America through different periods, but
all right. So there's been 9 documented, but there's been dozens in between.
It's not just about the end times, but basically prescribes.
That means that it's time for me to make some food. Y'all be safe. All right, Chris, take care.
Different dispensations of history, and one of those dispensations would be the third temple getting rebuilt and that ushering in the end times. And one of the easiest ways
Jesus would have been a communist. Yeah, I got in trouble for pointing that out to one of my doctrine teachers.
About it is you substitute everywhere in scripture for everywhere you see in scripture Israel, you substitute that for the nation, the current nation of Israel, so political Israel. Mm-hmm. And if you read scripture that way, that the nation of Israel that was established in the last 100 years, you can see why people, especially when the embassy was being moved to Jerusalem, look at this in evangelical circles as being fulfillment of scripture. Now, I'm a non-denominational evangelical. I grew up Missouri Synod Lutheran, so we weren't dispensationalist, but it was a huge pop culture movement at the time in the 90s. And so a lot of people in conservative Christian circles grew up with like the Left Behind books, the movies. They were very popular at the time.
They're also ass.
And
they're not good.
Pete Hegseth's church is not dispensationalist. I don't know where he was going to church in 2018. I think that's why he was careful with it. So some of this is...
It doesn't need to necessarily be, though, because I've seen a lot of these other ones kind of play with this shit. Because, like, when, for instance, in 2003, when we were, like, this is going to sound weird to some of y'all, but this happened. We all held our hands around the flagpole with the Christian flag and the American flag, and we were praying that this was going to be it. There were other churches that at that same time were kind of preaching like stuff that was very similar to us, just not as like surefire, because also you have to understand that I like came from a sect that they would also adopt like certain dates, and like they were one of those ones where they're just like, the end times is happening on December 12th, 2012. Like they did that, no joke. Then that happened and they were just like, it's gonna actually, you know what, because the Mayan calendar, they took days out, it's actually 2019.
Flirting.
Then that went by and nothing.
With people who are dispensationalist, the movement has kind of been waning since the 90s.
Whatever, guys. If you guys if you genuinely believe that you guys are going to get raptured, please consider having your bank accounts route to me or anybody here, because you guys won't need it. So yeah, just be very, very friendly with those routing numbers, please.
Since the early aughts, there aren't a ton of people, there aren't a ton of people I know in evangelical circles who are still dispensationalist my age, but it's
because you kind of grow out of it. The thing is, this is usually perpetrated by new blood, by the fucking the born-again Christians. Nothing worse than born-again Christians. I'm going to just say that much, because what these motherfuckers do is they live horrible lives, usually recognize that they did something that and that brings them to Jesus, or they have a really bad breakup, they can't, or they and this is, I'm coming from experience here, or they lose somebody and they can't get over that loss, so they have to like double down on just being like, no, God's got them, they're with God, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of time, those people will go to these churches where they feel like anybody that has been a longtime Christian doesn't actually abide by the book, which is true. Most Christians in America are Christians of convenience. None of them actually want to read the goddamn thing. When they do a bunch of Bible studies, most of the time it's to find what they want out of it. Like, never will you have somebody genuinely in like a conservative circle read Matthew 25 and go, yeah, I think Jesus was kind of giving us a blueprint on what we should do for people. And, that love thy neighbor thing and welcome the stranger, all that kind of shit. Like, James Tallarico is really good at bringing up Matthew 25. The second he said Matthew 25, I was like, oh, he's probably going to win Texas, because he knows how to speak scripture and he's a pastor too. So he actually oh, dude, that's a good one, because anybody that is really into God and Jesus, they will hear someone like Tallarico, and that's someone they will listen to, because if you're just coming from the Bible, it's none of that, you can't just always say, well, this is some lefty horse shit. It's like, this is your book, bro.
Boomers.
This is your Lord and Savior.
A lot of people who, that's how they've always seen Israel. The last thing I'll just add on this point, because there's a lot more to talk about.
Just because you say you're Christian doesn't mean you are. Common sense.
But the last thing I'll add on this point is,
just because I'm not Christian, for instance, because I grew up in this shit, I genuinely believe this. Jesus, if he is real, does not care what I believe. He just cares that I'm a good person that wants to help people and lives a godly life. And I do. Ironically, I do.
You grew up.
I want better for my community. I want to help people. I want to see people grow. I want to see this is also what people on the left seem to have that the right doesn't, is the whole rising tides, raising all ships kind of mentality. They would rather see the tides hit their opponents, who most of the time are ideologically aligned with them, so they can make it to shore and be the only ones there. They want to see everybody else sink.
Part of your life, there wasn't a country called Israel.
That was a damn good analogy.
And again, you could see how it's easy to read into some of this, the fulfillment of Scripture, when suddenly there is a country called Israel that kept surviving after all of this conflict. So that's where some of this is coming from. I think it is theologically very misguided, but that's a little bit of the background on like the movement that fuels some of this.
So let's get into the nitty gritty. So Tucker did a whole episode about this today, which I also recommend people go and listen to.
I watched it.
Why would why do they even
I need to pull,
want
actually, you know what? I might do that one as a Twitch exclusive, because that was a good interview.
temple to be built? Because as he was saying, it's actually kind of violates their own scripture about the way that they see Jesus as the coming of God, and that, but it's very important in the Torah and to the rebuilding of the temple to
The only person talking about Kamala Harris here is you.
like Jewish
Oh, that's not Kamala Harris, Jasmine. Jasmine's a good fighter. Where's she at right now? I love her spirit and brains. Okay, my bad. I thought you were talking about Kamala.
theology, and that there's kind of basically an intersection within the dispensationalist framework about bringing about the end times and apocalypse and the return of Christ Earth. So get into some of that because, you know, obviously not exactly my area of expertise.
No, that's exactly right.
Honestly, I think that she was kind of classy in the way that she conceded. Like, she said that she was going to support his campaign now.
Because that's part of this big debate in Christians.
Literally did an apology, said that, you know, it was a hard-fought campaign, but, you know, there's no love lost, and she's there to help him win and turn that seat blue.
Circles about dispensations. So there's something called premillennial dispensationalism, there's something called postmillennial dispensationalism, and then there's amillennials. But what that means is you're reading into scripture, and a lot of these prophetic verses are they're vague, and that's part of the, I think, theological problem with carving out dispensations is it's very clear in the Gospels, for instance, that you're not going to know. There will be signs, but you're not going to know. So if you're reading really specific things into the dispensations, I mean, my perspective on that is it's not prescribed in the Gospels. It's not the way that Christ talked about the end times. But there are different dispensations. So if you're a premillennial dispensationalist,
you understand how much bullshit that is? Because if you're trying to correlate the cancer rise to the vaccines, it would take over 10 years for that to even show up in people.
You believe that...
But because you know so much about, you know, medicine...
this ushers in...
No, they actually think that the cancer rise in the youth, especially colorectal cancer, is specifically from glyphosate.
A millenarian time where...
Which Trump just made... he just took that off the whole poison list. So now Roundup can totally be used freely, and now we can't sue him. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun how we're going to get proven that all of us got cancer from this one thing, and Trump decided just, you know, because he got a $1 million camp, and that's how much it cost, by the way, $1 million, not $1 billion, $1 million, and he was just like, glyphosate for all.
Christ.
Forever chemicals that show up in the blood.
Returns, and the Jews...
Yeah, shut up.
Are...
Shut up. Like, I don't, because you don't know anything about modern politics or like just the goings on of the fucking news because it's all fake news to you. I have no fucking time for that.
Ryan will say, you know, a lot of Christians,
because I don't hear you crowing about it. I don't hear you crowing about how now we can use asbestos in buildings.
He'll say it's like using Jewish people as cannon fodder.
Oh, that's all you got? Booster shot, idiot.
For
whatever.
The apocalypse. That's how Ryan's described it before. I think the charitable way that a lot of evangelicals would say is actually that they believed the Jewish people are going to be protected and are going to be, by when Christ returns, are going to be ushered in to the true church with Jesus. And that's where this particular plot of land, which is Temple Mount, as you mentioned, Sagar, if you have a third temple, then Christ returns. It's a sign of the return. And you can read into Daniel, you can read into the book of Revelation, you can read into all kinds of different prophecies. I mean, that's why Numbers 19, the red heifer, which Ryan and I have covered before, that's why there's the temple institute in Jerusalem that is preparing things like the Ark of the Covenant to exact biblical proportions, the red heifer to
I wouldn't doubt that fucking they would put lead in gasoline if it would save them a couple bucks.
exact biblical proportions, because they believe they want to re-enter the temple, and you can't without the red heifer, for example.
Yep.
So that means that they're fully intent.
That was always my favorite one because, like, I was watching Rocco's Modern Life at that time, and I just would always think of like Demon Heifer. J-Rock
building the third temple,
Right.
which then
They think I'm bringing about the apocalypse.
brings us into conflict, obviously with Islam, where you have
Oh, Heifer, I don't think you're gonna bring about the apocalypse. Only personally to me.
the dome
I can't do a good fucking impression of either of those guys, but I love Rocco's Modern Life, so.
of the Rock,
Shout
Al-Aqsa,
out.
on that exact same territory, and people who are willing to fight to the death to protect that from being rebuilt. So a little bit of a tangent, but basically there are dispensations that people believe in, and part of it is
Yes, but that's half of religion now is dispensationalism. That's part of the problem. And she kind of acknowledged that this has been going on since the mid-2000s.
the Jewish people rebuilt.
Like, hardcore. It was literally, like, post-9/11. That's when everybody got really big into this.
building the third temple, that ushering in the apocalyptic reign of Christ.
Yeah. Well, and look, here's my thing. It's a free country. People can believe whatever they want to believe. It becomes my problem when policymakers are asserting that this ideology is being used.
That's also why, like, the founding fathers wanted to make sure that Christianity wasn't like an official religion or anything, so they couldn't use these justifications. They never wanted to have any prophecy in our military
to justify another endless war in the Middle East. And, you know, partly I think all of us have been trying to read the tea leaves and get whatever intel we can, read the reporting about, like, what is going on here? Why, even though the political people and the
I mean,
military
Joe Rogan literally thinks that Jesus could be AI because of Peter Thiel.
people and all our allies in the region and the Europeans are like, don't do this, why we still did this. And I'm curious for your view on how influential this religious, ideological view is. Like, how many people in high levels of the Trump administration are in favor of this war because they want to, like, precipitate the end times like these military commanders are telling our troops.
You know, I wonder about that too. I think it's sort of less the dispensationalists and more the people who believe that you have to see. So it's overlaps with dispensationalism, but people who believe that you have to literally interpret Israel as the modern nation state of Israel in Scripture.
Yeah.
So that's where I would look at a Pete Hegseth for.
Well, it's also she's failing to mention that they do lay it out like with the whole field of a Harmageddon
example, and say I don't think that he's.
Which is when I saw that it was only like it was the size of like 2 or 3 football fields. I was like, that's nothing.
A dispensationalist. He goes to.
That's where we're supposed to have this grand, like, literal. Everybody's going to be fighting there.
Wilson's church. I don't think he believes that.
You understand also that that was written when they didn't understand modern weaponry.
We have some moral obligation to usher in this dispensation of the end times. I do think he believes very strongly that everywhere we see Israel in Scripture, we're not just talking about the lowercase n nation of the Jewish people. We are talking about the literal political nation state of modern Israel. And I do think there are a lot of people, Mike Huckabee, and Huckabee has played very carefully with dispensationalist rhetoric.
Sure he has.
Strong guy.
No, he's been... Emily, no, he's been pretty fucking ham-fisted with it.
Is that Mike Huckabee is a dispensationalist, but he's also, like, I've gone back.
There is overuse of a term
to when he ran for president.
Like, we get it. You can call him like you could call him an end times cultist
in the 08 cycle.
Dispensationalist is just a way to whitewash that.
Try and decode and get him, like, explicitly talking like a dispensationalist. He does talk like a dispensationalist, but
because he is. Emily, get fucked. Seriously, he is literally an end times believer. He told Tucker Carlson that he doesn't care if it's from the fucking sea all the way to the mountains or whatever.
He's been careful to whether or not to, like,
he was like, take it all,
fully embrace that politically. But I'm pretty sure Mike Huckabee, you could probably put him in that vein. You can definitely put him in the vein of somebody who substitutes the nation of Israel in Scripture for the modern political nation state of Israel.
Yeah.
And I actually think that's probably even more powerfully driving the people in the Trump administration's policy toward Israel. We know Donald Trump doesn't. I mean, Paula White could say whatever she wants to Donald Trump. He doesn't believe any of it. He thinks it's wacky. There's, like, like no question in my mind.
Yeah,
but
it's like a
people
tacit
around him.
alliance.
Well, we know who Emily's a big fan of.
But I mean, the Speaker of the House, you know, you've got
Yes,
the senators, we just played for you. They believe this stuff. Inside Israel, too, I want to
Seems like
flag
it.
this, like you said about the Temple
This is big.
Institute. Let's go ahead and put F7 up on the screen. So here you have soldiers of the IDF, and they're tweeting out the Temple Institute.
Dying because powerful idiots believe in the end times is ridiculous. I hope the aliens enjoy reading the memes during this time, interpreting our history with that.
Saying soldiers of the IDF are fighting with all their might, hearts and souls for the land of Israel, the people of Israel.
Feeling sickly from all this. Oh, shit.
And the God of Israel. This
Just remember, everybody else is in this too. So, Kyle, I know.
soldier made that clear when he attached an arm patch depicting the Holy Temple.
If you need it, as I said, guys, if y'all need to take breaks, I get it.
And
also, just let me know if you guys want to do like
the
just be like enough politics, and if there's a general consensus, then we can, you know, do something else.
Fear, ancient Hebrew for the Holy
for now,
of Holies. Can we show the
high on
patch, guys?
politics.
Please, just
That's why we get high. And then do the politics.
To show everybody what they have on their arm. And then you also had previously members of the IDF and others put, for example, like Greater Israel patches on their uniform to signify what they are voting for. So can you explain why this is so significant?
I've lost so much sleep because of this. Yeah, I did too.
Said to the Temple Institute. What is the Temple Institute? Why is it so powerful?
Yeah, the Temple Institute is a really important aspect of all of this because it's this physical manifestation of the theology here of people, I would argue, like a Ben Gavir who goes and prays on the Temple Mount. So that's not, you're not supposed to do that, but has been pushing the limits. This is actually what was cited by Hamas when they talked about Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. That is what they called October 7th. And part of their justification for that awful attack was that they saw encroachment on this area. And so that's where this gets really like politically and on a human level very scary because this is sacred ground, obviously, to three faiths and eschatologically significant for three faiths. So for people who are supportive of the Temple Institute, which is funded by billionaires, they have literally been going through the exact specifications in verses like Numbers 19. They have been, you mentioned the holiest of holies. That's supposed to be in the temple. That's where God resides, in the temple. That's where you have to build that place. This is throughout the Old Testament. You build that place for God. This is the Ark of the Covenant has been built to specifications by the Temple Institute. They have made preparation.
Swear to God, one of the most convincing ones that I had a pastor say was how like technically the temple is wherever you make it, and that's why God resides there, and the temple is your heart. It's like goddamn, dude.
For Israel
Got me
to
at that one.
take that ground, basically, and rebuild the third temple. So it's actually not a crazy abstract thing.
Yeah.
This is in motion. It is funded by politically significant billionaires. And people try to keep, at my sense...
because there's no reason that Hitler literally was documented going after that stuff.
that
I mean,
in Israel
they only made Indiana Jones movies about it, which, just because they were adventure fucking fiction... It doesn't mean that the Nazis were not doing it.
Keep a little bit of distance from it because it's such a hot, kinetic.
I was actually one that believed in the spear theory, that Hitler actually did find the spear.
Question from the Temple Institute itself, but this is happening, and there are people who are obviously supportive of it. And
I think
so
he did.
If Israel were to get this ground, they would be rebuilding the third
if the spear exists, of course.
temple and expecting, in some cases, to be
there is a spear,
operating
whether it's the
with
spear.
Third Temple Judaism, immediately. And I think a lot of far-right Jews absolutely would support that. Religious Jews would absolutely support that. I mean, it is in their scripture.
Literally.
So that's where this can come to a head very, very quickly in very, very ugly ways.
And do those donors overlap with
Yeah.
Republican Party or Donald Trump donors?
My guess is probably the Washington Post did a long story back in 2013 on who was funding the Temple Institute, and I would assume that some of the same people have since been active in the Trump world. One of the reasons I would assume that is because we saw, again, some of this overlap when he moved the embassy to Jerusalem. And then obviously with Mike Huckabee now being the ambassador, he's not just an advisor, he's not just like Paula White, he's literally the ambassador to Israel, which is, so yes, I would assume so. But it's I think they try to be kind of
A literal Zionist dispensationalist.
key. So it's great. It's hard to know exactly.
Well, one person who hasn't been that low key about certain of his views is Pete Hegseth. Just to go back to him, because he is the Secretary of War. He, reportedly, I don't know if it's true or not, he's pushing for a ground invasion in Iran. He wrote a book in 2020 called American Crusade. In it, he argued that, quote, Christian crusaders pushed back the Muslim hordes in the 12th century. American crusaders will need to muster the same courage against Islamists today. And so he's been quite explicit about his view for
I wouldn't doubt that book is on sale at my fucking school.
Another like Crusades 2.0, and that he views it in explicitly religious terms. So talk to us about what we know about his ideology, as he is clearly a key influential figure behind the scenes, making important decisions about how this all unfolds.
And just by the way, while you were saying that, Crystal, I did look up some of the Temple Mount donors. Yes, and the instinct that you had is correct. It's not entirely surprising. Overlap with Trump World. One of them actually quit the Columbia University Board of Directors over post-October 7th things on that campus. So Hegseth, I think, I mean, this is, again, right now, post-October 7th, there are people who are actually in the bucket that are critical of Israel from a Christian perspective that might be more like aligned with actually Tucker on this, but who are frustrated with Tucker for urging more, I don't even know what the right word is, tolerance of Islam. Maybe that's the right way to put it. Because, you know, Rod Dreher writes about this a lot. He's an Orthodox Christian, but he writes about how the civilizational conflict between Islam and Christianity is inevitably coming to a head in the 21st century. So Hegseth is in that bucket. I think it's not necessarily an eschatological end times type thing, but it is definitely Christianity has been too permissive of the spread of Islam, would be the line, for too long. And you need to sort of prepare for that fight because it's inevitably surging in the years ahead. That's how I would describe the perspective of people like Pete.
I think that makes sense. Yeah. Well, crazy stuff. At least from my perspective, you know, like you said, it's a free country. You can believe anything you would like. It is a little worrying whenever it starts to affect our foreign policy. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say also, we didn't even cover the eschatological perspective of like the IRGC, which has in recent years been looking specifically at a lot of this as like the Mahdiism and the 12th Imam. And we could have Muslim guests explain this better than I can. But that particular slice of land, which is in contest right now, is so tied up in some extremist eschatologies, some mainstream eschatologies around the world. So it's such a fragile situation.
I think next week we'll have a guest on.
I do want to ask you one question about that, though, because obviously we assassinated the Ayatollah, who was not only a political leader, but also a Shia religious leader. You know, I've seen some analysis that...
Again, I like how this is just educational to everybody, but this asshole's out there just like, why you gotta be so mean to right-wingers? It's like, nobody's actually being mean here.
You know, basically like, okay.
We're pointing out facts, dummy.
Okay, you've
now I'll get mean.
Turn this guy, who was an old man and probably
Holy
dying
shit.
within the year.
This is literally, like, she's as right-wing as you can get. What's your point here? Like, we're learning about fucking, like, people that believe in the end times and are now pushing it through our military, which our founding fathers wanted to make sure that this could never happen, but here we are.
You've now turned him
But somehow, oh, you hate Republicans.
into a martyr. And this is going to have
grow up.
significance for Shia Muslims, not only in Iran, but across the region. You may see some signs of that already since we have riots in Bahrain, which is sort of a 50-50 roughly Muslim, Shia Muslim country. So, you know, what do you make of that analysis and the significance of our assassination of the Ayatollah?
Yeah, stuff about like Mahdiism is often peddled by neoconservatives who are pushing for exactly.
Yeah, one of my friends was pushing the shit.
Just happened. War with Iran and heightened conflict with Iran.
He was literally saying like the Book of Ruth. This was in the Book of Ruth.
I look at that as actually evidence to the contrary, which is that you are not going to bomb away this theology that is now deeply ingrained by your own arguments in the IRGC, which is, you know, it's not 100% support of Iranians, of course not, but it's not an insignificant portion of the country either. We've seen people weeping in the streets over the death of the Ayatollah. So it's not like you're bombing away entire swaths of Iran that are supportive of the Ayatollah and this theology.
No, somebody actually pointed this out yesterday that technically the areas that they're bombing right now in Tehran are the ones that would rise up against the next regime like that. But the people on the outskirts are the ones that are now they're being left alone, and they're the ones that will likely rise up because of this, which again will cause a longer conflict.
That to me is also,
so it's almost like that's why he keeps saying, and changing the time frame where, again, remember, this started off as this, it's only gonna be 4 to 5 days. 4 to 5 days, and then no more war. We're only, all right, well, it's going to be a few more weeks. We're going to need 4 to 5 weeks. Okay? 4 to 5 weeks, no more war. You know what? Let's do 4 to 8. 4 to 8 weeks. And now he's like, it could be 8 weeks. It could be forever.
Completely backwards, but it's...
You can hate me all you want, bro. This is, I'm obviously not direct quoting him, but I'm damn close.
You end up, again, with potential for an ISIS to come out of a power vacuum, where you have radicalized people who are even, because they feel like this just confirmed what the Ayatollah
What are the lies, Ken?
was saying about him being a martyr. And
you guys are always just so vague. You come in here when we're watching something, learning something, and then you're just like, nah, stop. You're listening to lies, fake news.
And being
and you can never answer where it's just like, okay, so where do you get your news?
A historic religious figure, which obviously he is, but in that kind of theological
He said weeks? Oh, no, dude. And then he came out and just said, could be forever.
Sense as well. So it's so dangerous. It's so dangerous. And that has been used as evidence why we should act. I think
also,
it's
not
scary
like we haven't heard that one before.
that you would have anybody with nuclear weapons.
Pepperidge Farm remembers what Donald Rumsfeld said and the timetable that we got for the Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Who has that eschatological
That was about 3 to 4 weeks.
Claim on the land. There are many countries at this point
20 years later
who have people in their countries with those types of beliefs. United States, Israel. So missiles in the hands of people who believe that destruction of Jewish people helps bring about the Mahdi, who helps bring about that dispensation in Islamic theology. No, it's not comfortable to the rest of the world either, but did you just make that more potent? Serious question. Right. Obviously, serious question.
Yeah, and what I had read is, look, I don't know. He's 80. He was 86, right?
I feel like
he had multiple quotes on the record where he's like, my greatest fear is that I'll, I don't have it exactly, but he was like, my greatest fear is I'll die of old age and I won't get to be a martyr. And so he was like a year left. He basically said something like that. He's like, my greatest fear is I won't get to die as a martyr. And he did, right? And now he did. And so now what? And so you've got all these Shia Muslims in Iraq, in Bahrain, and elsewhere who are going to look at who knows who they're going to elect. There's some reporting now that his own son might be selected, even though the Ayatollah himself had he had said some things about how he didn't want familial succession necessarily, but they might do it as a political statement. If you killed my father and didn't they kill his granddaughter and his daughter? His wife, so my sister and his wife, her wife's daughter and all that. Yeah, what do you think my beliefs are going to be, right? It doesn't take a genius at a personal level and then combine that with religious faith, one of the most important Shia leaders in the world, to say, oh man, this could have some serious consequences. Anyway, Emily, we've talked for a long time.
That's not an answer, Ken. Where do you get your news from?
Thank you.
What outlets are you getting your news from? Whether it be an outlet, a personality, where do you get your news?
We appreciate it.
Are you watching both sides to be uncomfortable and kind of get what the other side is saying? Because that's what I do. I literally go to the other side sources so I understand what you guys are being fed. But it seems like you guys are totally adverse to doing anything like that, which doesn't surprise me. It's so much easier just to control you. Goddamn, he got you guys. He really did. All right.
As the Epstein Files scandal continues to backfire spectacularly and creatively on Donald Trump in ways that are truly
It's a placeholder. I need to find the video I was looking for.
Astonishing, legendary Fox News lawyer and conservative legal analyst Andy McCarthy wrote a brutal op-ed in the National Review about Trump's, quote, self-own on the Epstein Files, which will lead, McCarthy writes, to further worse humiliation for Trump, his family, and the Republican Party collectively as soon as Democrats get back in power. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support...
you can watch it later, because I found the one I was looking for.
That Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, could not have been clearer. And what you're expecting me to do is pretend he said the complete opposite.
It seems to me that Rubio slightly misspoke, and he had to clarify himself yesterday.
You think? Again, I didn't see a man.
That was more than just a misspeak, dude. He said, like, there were a lot of words there. Usually a misspeak is like in the middle of like a sentence where you're just kind of like, oh, yeah, I misspoke. Like, actually, ironically, the one guy that was like, it's not a war, it's a conflict. It's not a war, it's a conflict. And then he's just like, you know, during this war, they're just like, we thought that you didn't call it a war. He's like, I didn't call it a war. It's like, you just did. He's like, no, I didn't. And it's like, you just did. Do you want us to play it back? He's like, I misspoke.
Any great courage, either before, during, or after his demise.
You see cowards all over
Oh, look at that. Ken cannot list where he gets his news.
the Middle East, Europe, and here in America, bowing to Israel. Does it take courage to know that you're going to be killed and take on Israel anyway and refuse to bend a knee? Of course it does. Just like Bill Maher.
He didn't say it. He didn't do his thing. Of course.
When he said the 9/11 guys were obviously terrible terrorists, but did it take courage to run into the buildings? Of course it did.
Cenk Uyghur, who I'm always reminded has the morality of a cockroach and the IQ of a tadpole. You are
Maybe they'll pummel
clinically
your
retarded.
And then you pan to one shot of Josh, and there's his book with Israel in the title. Israel. Everybody serve Israel.
I have
look.
published content.
Israel.
Literally
Israel.
put my hand on the Bible.
It's right
He got him on that one.
behind you, dude.
It's like, dude, it's right behind you.
Crystal clear argument from our leaders is a foundational necessity for
Jake's best work is here. I hate to say it.
going to war. That's why Tony Blair and Alistair Campbell sacrificed their reputations and legacies for the dodgy dossier which they used to justify invading Iraq. And that's why muddled messaging on Iran is now wreaking havoc on both sides of the Atlantic. Prime Minister Starmer's shifting position has triggered an unprecedented rebuke from President Trump.
And I'm not, by the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it, for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Well, Starmer specifically cited the mistakes of Iraq in denying US permission to use its bases for attacking Iran. But less than 2 days later, he did give permission for the US to use UK bases for defensive strikes. The net effect is that he's annoying just about everybody. He could have stood in lockstep with our greatest ally, or he could have taken a bold stand on international law by demanding diplomacy over bombs. Instead, nobody knows what Starmer's position really is or whether it will stick. And frankly, on a far bigger scale, the exact same thing applies to the United States government. There are two simple questions that any wartime leader has to answer. What is the aim of this war, and why did it have to start now? Well, for the first few days of this week, we had an answer to the second question. Israel forced the US into war. That wasn't a Cenk Uyghur conspiracy theory, but the explanation given by very senior Republicans.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded.
Israel faced an existential risk, and they were prepared to strike Iran alone. If that happened, Iran was very likely to target our troops. That may address the question of why now? Why not 2 weeks ago? Why not 2 months from now?
That if Israel fired upon Iran and took action.
Notice how all of them look like they're nowhere near as confident as they usually are.
Against Iran to take out the missiles, then they would have immediately retaliated against.
This is a little bit
US
different than them
personnel
having to
and
stand up
assets.
for their usual bullshit.
Well, unsurprisingly, that narrative didn't play very well. There's now a rush of Republicans, including Rubio himself, explaining why he didn't say what he said. The same thing applies to the shifting pretext for war. The nuclear sites were obliterated, but we need to apparently obliterate them again. The war is to change the regime, but it's not a regime change war, or even a war. The Iranian people must do this on their own, but as we're learning today, the CIA may arm a Kurdish militia to help them do it. A crystal clear argument is always essential for several vital reasons. Voters need to tolerate the cost of war in dollars and in lives. Servicemen and women need to believe there's a purpose for risking their lives. Allies need to understand what they're being asked to support, and most of all,
that's why I like to, again, that's the post 9/11 sentiment kind of shit.
Means a clear ending. You can't declare victory if you don't know what victory actually is.
Yep.
Well, joining me to discuss all this is Cenk Uygur, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Peter Beinart, author of the Beinart Notebook on Substack, Josh Hammer, author of Israel and Civilization, and the CPAC chairman, Matt Schlapp. Well, welcome to all of you. Matt Schlapp, let me start with you. Donald Trump's approval rating has fallen to an all-time low. A significant majority of Americans have turned on him over this war in Iran. A new Daily Mail JL Partners poll found the president's approval rating now stands at 44%, down 4 points since Friday, and the lowest rating recorded in Daily Mail tracking to date. So this is something that was unpopular anyway, has become increasingly unpopular since it started several days ago. And it represents, as I said at the time, an extremely big gamble by Donald Trump. I'm not, confident to say whether it's going to succeed or not, but I am confident in saying this is the biggest gamble of his presidency in either term and will determine, I think, his legacy. Are you concerned about this? I mean, when you see the changing position of the Republicans, which has been, flip-flopping around all week as to what the real pretext for this war is, and they're not even calling it a war yet, does it concern you?
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't call Donald Trump a gambler. I do think he's a risk taker. I think, unlike our previous presidents, if he thinks something is in the interest of the United States, he does it. It's a pretty clear
Tamaska
calculus as far as I'm concerned.
What's up, guys? Who here loves SpongeBob?
I think it's foolish to think that
I wouldn't say I love it, but it's a good time.
Donald Trump is somehow being
Everybody's always been way more into it than I am.
led by the nose by Benjamin Netanyahu.
No hate.
I think that's a bit of a conspiracy theory. Are our nations closely aligned? Yes. Do Netanyahu and Trump have a good relationship? They do. We have a similar strategic interest? Absolutely. Do I think Donald Trump did this because he received actionable intelligence that Iran still had heightened capabilities when it came to ICBMs and their missile capabilities, which were not taken out by the previous strike, and that their nuclear program, although hobbled, still exists. He believed there was more work to do to make sure that those threats were taken care of. Now, I think anybody who follows American politics would say this is awfully risky politically. We're in a very important election year. If Donald Trump loses majorities in the House, he'll be impeached. If he loses majorities in the Senate, he won't be able to make any big court appointments, including to the Supreme Court. But I think in his mind,
guys, fucking vote.
I trust him, number one, and in his mind, he believed this was the right thing to do.
Except for you Trumpers, you guys, you get it.
Not just for Israel. I think that's a
have faith
sidebar. He thought this was the right thing to do for America. He believed America was vulnerable with an Iran that was so aggressive and had capabilities that expand what maybe most people know.
Okay, Cenk, welcome back to Uncensored. I want to get to your response to that, and in particular, the flip-flopping by the likes of Rubio over this question of whether it was a preemptive action because of something that Israel may do or not. But I just want to talk to you, first of all, about the little exchange you and I had on X, because I was a little bit bemused by this. You posted this.
We'll go a little bit overtime, but
on Sunday. I criticized Iran's
after
Supreme
this
Leader
segment, I will be calling it.
Ali Khamenei 1,000 times. He was oppressing his own people and preventing democracy. But there's one thing you can't take away from him. He died on his own 2 feet instead of kneeling to Israel.
God, I forgot he said that.
That took courage.
He literally did say, "You'll never have to vote again."
He didn't bow. And I responded to you saying that
crazy.
I didn't think there was anything courageous about this. He shamefully repressed his people. He sponsored terrorism all over the world. That's not cowardly. That's cowardly, not courageous. I just wonder whether, on reflection, you're happy about the wording of the post you made, because I just couldn't follow the thread. Where was he not bowing to Israel? I mean, the guy was meeting with all his top people, presumably sitting.
All right, so my friend occasionally sends me just like random pontifications. I can already tell how high he is. He says, "So the word kidnapping conjures up such a sweet image. My kid taking a nap. Just a child sweetly napping. But babysitting, ain't nobody better be sitting on my baby."
Down, ironically.
What the fuck?
And he got blown to pieces because of his
my friends are weird.
decades of terrorism he waged against Israel. But I didn't see a man showing any great courage either before, during, or after his demise.
Yeah. So I definitely want to address
Nobody better be sitting
what
on my
Matt
baby.
Schreib just said in the heart of this issue. But in terms of that issue, Piers, I don't understand why it's so confusing to you. So, yeah, the Ayatollah was a terrible guy. We've said that on the Young Turks a million times. And he repressed his own people. At the same time, as you see cowards all over the Middle East, Europe, and here in America bowing to Israel. And no matter what they do, they bow. And so this guy knew that he was going to get killed. I mean, look at what happened to Hezbollah. Look at what happened to Hamas. You know, what you got to give Israel credit for is they're excellent in terms of intelligence and military. That's why they should fight their own wars and not drag us.
Breaking news. Trump just said, was just asked if Americans should be worried about retaliatory attacks at home. I guess, like I said, some people will die.
Into it. But does it take courage to know that you're going to be killed and take on Israel anyway and refuse to bend a knee?
Is baby oil made out of...
Of course it
Oh, no. I got to text that. All right, that one's going over.
Where's the question? Like, you're trying to make it seem like since
Oh,
he has 19
man.
other or 99 other terrible qualities,
What'd he
you
start?
have to lie and say that it's not courageous to take on Israel when you know you're going to die. No, of
Well,
course,
it's a
that's
bit
a
like
definition
saying,
of courage.
all right, it's a bit, okay, but I would say this, it's a bit like saying, Adolf Hitler was a terrible man, but because part of him may have thought, well, I may end up dead if I pursue this policy of wanting global domination through Holocaust and other means, that somehow that was an act of courage. It wasn't. The guy was a genocidal man.
Yeah, no, I just saw that.
Maniac. I'm struggling
Thanks for that, Kyle.
to see what is
but
courageous
Piers, I
about
view
this
it the other
Ayatollah.
way.
The fuck, man?
Yeah, so Piers, it's so easy to say this guy is bad, so everything about
Kyle, it doesn't say where it's fucking from, though.
him is bad.
Here,
And if
hold on.
anybody
I
says
gotta
anything
find.
good about him,
I gotta
then
find
you're
a
monster.
source
For
now.
example,
Yeah.
the old thing about Hitler
That's
being a vegetarian.
that is fucking insane. He actually said it. Like how? Oh my god, Republicans, yo, if you're MAGA here, I gotta find this clip.
So do we have to hate
I
all
gotta find this
vegetarians?
fucking
Do
clip.
we have to say that it
he
was
just
a
Lord Farquaaded like for real.
whole thing that Hitler was a vegetarian? No one should be a vegetarian. No, Hitler is a disgusting, terrible person. Ayatollah was terrible. By the way, Netanyahu is way worse than the Ayatollah. Are we allowed to say anything positive about Netanyahu? I mean, I think he's strategically brilliant. Oh, no, you can't say something positive about a person who's terrible. Yeah, Netanyahu is one of the worst terrorists in the world, but he is
But that's not the point I'm
excellent
making. The point
at
I'm making
strategy.
is what you've not explained to me is where the courage is in this Ayatollah's position. He was a ruthless leader
Piers,
who
look,
pursued
I
the
love your
policy.
brother,
Well,
but
hang on, let me finish.
but why are
hang
you
on.
acting dense?
Let me articulate. Let me articulate what I mean. So I'm struggling to see what is courageous about ruling over a regime that oppresses its own people, murdering thousands of them only recently.
That's not the
but
courageous
also
part.
but hang on. On the foreign stage, it wages a systematic, targeted series of, through tentacles like Hamas, Houthis, and Hamas, attempts to try and obliterate Israel and everything it stands for. There's nothing courageous about that.
8 hours ago, Al Jazeera.
But you see what you're doing, right? You're switching it up. It's like a 3-card Monty. I'm saying he was courageous for taking on Israel when almost all the other world leaders are cowards and kneel before
Where was
Israel.
this quote?
And you're saying, wait, it's not courageous to oppress your own people. Yeah, because that's a different topic. It's not courageous at all to oppress your own people, especially when you have, over 1 million people in the Iran Revolutionary Guard. They've been a terribly oppressive government. That doesn't mean that final act of opposing Israel was courageous. I mean, look at our cowardly leaders. Trump bows, Biden bows, Kamala Harris bowed, Mike Johnson, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, they all bow like cowards. It's a disgusting display. None of us want to see it. So, no, you're not going to get me to back away. This is, you know what this is exactly like.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Hold on, let me finish the thought.
It's on Yahoo.
Finish the thought real quick. 10 seconds. Just like Bill Maher.
Sylvie, can you send that to me in Discord, please?
When he said the 9/11 guys
I'm
were
bring
obviously
that,
terrible terrorists.
I'll end show with that.
Obviously, Bill Maher thinks that. But did it take courage to run into the buildings? Of course it did. Of course, they're heinous, terrible people, but Bill Maher was right. Obviously, that's not a cowardly thing to do. I wish they hadn't done it. It's a terrible, disgusting thing to do. But this is kind of obvious. It feels, you know what it is? It's like obvious bad faith. Oh, we caught Cenk saying something that is true. But let's try to use it to smear him and pretend that he meant that the Ayatollah was an angel. That's not remotely true.
I don't think it was true. And if it was Netanyahu who got killed in this war, I'm pretty certain Cenk Uygur would not be
Hindustan Times
lining up to call him courageous because of the way he stood up to the terrorism from Iran.
Grain of salt.
But he hides behind America. He hides behind everyone else.
Right.
Netanyahu has no courage at all. But on the other hand,
grain of salt, that one hard, man.
Hold on. As I just told you, no, because
Hindustan Times is the one that I'm like.
It's like the safest place on earth. It has Iron Dome. It has nukes. It has the best military in the Middle East and it has all of America backing it, all of Europe backing it. So that's not any courage. Like, oh, I ordered America into the war. That's not courageous. It is strategically smart, though. So, would I make it a positive about Netanyahu?
Well, the first thing that when I typed that in was a tweet from Brian Tyler Cohen.
Well, even though I think he's
I'm not going to report on that if it's just him.
Biggest terrorist in the world? Of course I would.
Yeah,
because he was brilliant strategically. He is today.
I don't even see the Hindustan Times on this one, though.
He uses the Americans as suckers. He's stolen like $300 billion from us, caused us to fight his wars at the tune of $8 trillion. He pushed us into the Iraq war. He just pushed us into the Iran war. So that is brilliant. And I get that he wants to protect Israeli interests. So I give the devil his due, whether it's Netanyahu or the Ayatollah.
All right, I'm going to come back and get your response to what Matt Schlapp said on the bigger picture. But I do want to get the other panelists to comment on this, because I'd be very curious if anybody else genuinely thinks that the Ayatollah Khomeini was a man of courage. Josh Hammer, what's your response to that?
Yeah, Pierce, look, I think it would be very easy to, dunk on Cenk Uygur, who I'm always reminded has the morality of a cockroach and the IQ of a tadpole. I mean, it would be very easy for me to kind of just launch off, and explain why this morbidly obese fat oaf just continues to bloviate and find himself on the wrong side of every single geopolitical issue. But I'd rather cut to the actual heart of the substance here, Pierce, which is this narrative that's being advanced here, unfortunately, a little bit in your opening monologue as well, which I think is contrary to what was actually said. So this Marco Rubio clip that's been making the rounds there, Rubio himself literally said was taken remarkably out of context. If you actually play the full clip there, it's pretty clear that he didn't say what you Pierce have said and what many others.
Man, Pac-Man doesn't even show up on my algorithm anymore.
Said that Marco Rubio actually said. In fact, Donald Trump yesterday, when he was meeting with the Chancellor of Germany there in the White House, was asked point blank, did Israel drag you into this war? Donald Trump said no. If anything, we actually forced their hand. Marco Rubio reiterated that yesterday. Pete Hegseth reiterating that yet again.
Well, let's play. Okay, look, hang on. Let's play the whole Rubio.
What hilarious Israeli propaganda!
Let's play the Rubio clip.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran Iran was going to get.
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked
okay.
the question.
Yeah, she was the one that asked the question. I love that.
Yesterday, did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you were asking me that, that follow-up. And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. The president systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of timing, of why this had to happen as a joint operation, not the question of the intent. Once the president made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. If you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement. Not
We do.
flip it.
They actually did. To be completely fair, there, fucking asshole.
The narrative that you want to do, all right?
Dude.
So that was his rebuttal to what he said, but this is what he said the day before.
Yeah, great.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately
No, apparently the sin was we need to go back even further on this clip. Just
come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded.
Time magazine?
Israel
All right. Quote from Time
existential
magazine.
risk, and they were prepared to strike Iran alone. If that happened, Iran was very likely to target our troops. That may address the question of why now? Why not 2 weeks ago? Why not 2 months from now?
I mean, it couldn't be clearer. I'm not sure how we've taken this out of context. I mean, Rubio made it crystal clear in very simple language that the reason that America took preemptive action is because they understood that we clearly assume Israel was about to attack.
Here, breaking news. This is really quick. I'm not going to do a full segment on it. This is the quote from Trump. Iran retaliated with missile and drone bombardments against U.S. bases and allied territory, targeting military facilities across the Gulf, including Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. One Iranian drone killed 6 American service members at the U.S. Command Center in Kuwait. Asked whether Americans should be worried about retaliatory attacks at home, Trump acknowledges the possibility. I guess, he says, but I think they're worried about all that time. I think they're worried about that all the time. We think about that all the time. We plan for it. But yeah, you know, we expect some things. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. Holy fuck. Yeah, he said it.
Iran, and that the side effect of that, the consequence of that would be that Iran would lash out and potentially attack American interests, bases or whatever. He couldn't have been clearer. And what happened then was they realized this was playing incredibly badly when a bunch of Republicans lined up
so
with the
cares
same
about
talking
you.
point.
Exactly. What do you? Yeah, exactly.
Donald Trump reframed the narrative in a different way, and then suddenly out they all come saying the complete opposite to what they'd said the day before.
It has come out, okay? We now know over the past 40 hours, it has come out that this operation was planned, Piers, for months and months. We now know that the Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff negotiations were what many of us said they were, which is a red herring and a decoy. That has all come out. This was in the works. Trump and Netanyahu working.
So anytime that we try to make negotiations with any fucking superpower, then we should be ignored. You do understand the precedent that sets, right?
Hand in glove, planning this joint binational operation for months and months and months now. What they are saying is that the reason that it happened literally on Saturday, the actual ultimate reason is that the CIA found out that Khamenei was going to be physically present at this meeting with all the rest of the top council here. That is the actual reason that the CIA got the intelligence. They've said that also publicly. It's all publicly available.
Worst wartime present ever.
We now know that because of that, perhaps because Israel was saber-rattling about a possible last place right there. That's why it happens literally this Saturday.
Dude, I forgot to tell you what my dad said. Sorry, I'm gonna not pause as much through this, but my dad, who is kind of apolitical, but he leans Trump, finally said it where he was just like, I am not exactly counting on Trump to make the best decisions when, you know, we're at war with somebody that even the last 2 presidencies, and he meant Obama and Bush. He totally forgot about Biden. And he's like, yeah, they wouldn't even do it. I was just like, oh, you get it.
And not last Saturday, not next Saturday, but the fact that the two countries were going to go in together there.
He is not happy.
That decision was made months ago. Again, that's all publicly available now. The Wall Street Journal, New York Times, they've all been reporting that the two countries have been planning this thing for months. The only debate is why it happened literally right now, because the CIA found out Khamenei would be there, Piers.
Fine. I'm not disputing that there may have been conversations going on for months about whether to do this. I'm simply saying that Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, could not have been clearer in his public statements 48 hours ago when he was asked about this, that the reason for America as the attack on Iran...
Gotta say, the script ain't working.
Because they had information that Iran was going to get attacked by somebody else, that we presume to be Israel, and therefore... this would then imperil potentially American interests coming back the other way from Iran. And he couldn't have been clearer. I mean, what they're expecting us to do, and what you're expecting me to do, is to listen to Marco Rubio's own words on camera and pretend he said the complete opposite. He couldn't have been clearer. And then they've done a complete screeching U-turn because they realize it looks ridiculous for the United States of America to have a position of saying we had a preemptive need to do this, but actually it turns out the preemptive need was Israel attacking Iran.
I'm shocked that this is so difficult for some people to grasp, apparently including you Pierre.
Really hard.
This was planned for months. It was literally planned for months.
So why didn't they say that?
That it happened... it seems to me that Rubio slightly misspoke, and he had to clarify himself yesterday.
You think?
Again, it's been... I'm not defending every single line that was said there, but the president of the United States could not possibly have been clearer there. This has been planned for months. What Rubio is saying is that...
Sorry.
The actual reason happened on Saturday seems to me...
That's all I hear from this guy. He's choking on Israel's dick.
If I'm trying to kind of put all these strands together, it seems to me that the reason it started on Saturday was a combination, one, of possible Israeli intelligence about a strike there. They want to go be preemptive, combined with the fact that the CIA, apparently it was the CIA, not Mossad, the CIA found out that Khamenei would be at this meeting. Those are the two things, it seems, that made this operation start this past Saturday, not 2 Saturdays ago, not 2 Saturdays from now.
Okay.
But the fact this is going to happen, apparently that decision was made months and months and months ago.
Then all they had to do was say, we were in this with Israel from the start, we planned it together, and we went in together. It's very straightforward positioning, and we both felt that there was a need to launch a preemptive joint attack because we believed that we were both going to be under attack from Iran. They didn't say that. Let me bring in Peter Beinart. You know, I try and be fair and dispassionate, Peter, about all these things. I like to judge people on what comes out of their mouths. You know, and I'm afraid Marco Rubio is damned by what came out of his mouth. He is one of the most powerful men in America right now. I actually think he's been one of Trump's better performers, actually, in his role as Secretary of State. But you cannot watch those two clips and not conclude he said one thing, then pretended he said something completely different.
Right, but I think it's worth distinguishing two things. I think it may well be that the United States attacked when it did because it thought Israel was about to attack. But it still begs the question of why the United States didn't stop Israel from attacking.
For fuck's sake, this is the first time I've heard this in media.
Israel has wanted, particularly Benjamin Netanyahu, has wanted America to go into war against Iran for a very, very long time. I think the other critical ingredient here, the thing that changed was not Israel wanting to be in a war against Iran. It was Donald Trump's mounting hubris as after the Venezuela operation. I think what's happened is that Donald Trump, after attacking in his first term Soleimani and not getting a significant Iranian response, and then the 12-day war last year, and now the attack on Venezuela, Trump now sees military action as a political winner for him, right? Something that makes him look good. And I don't think he's smart enough to recognize that he's now bitten off something which is fundamentally different than what he does in Venezuela. He even said yesterday, according to the New York Times, that they want to do in Iran, what they did in Venezuela. So I think the critical shifting aspect is not Israel. It's Trump's growing hubris about what American military action can produce.
Well,
sorry, my wife's being funny.
I'll come to Cenk now for the bigger picture question, which I didn't ask you the first time, which is if I'm Donald Trump and I'm trying to explain why I think there's a consistency to what I'm doing here. Trump doesn't believe in putting boots on the ground so far. He believes in surgically decapitating things and people, right? He believes in going in and taking out individuals or having very short attacks on nuclear capability or whatever it may be. In Venezuela, classic Trump, no boots on the ground, middle of a night attack, special forces snatching Maduro and his wife, get them out, no American dead. This is what he does. This is what he's always done. And he distinguishes in his head between that and putting big boots on the ground for a ground invasion. And there is clearly a qualitative difference. In Venezuela, he's taken a bet that if you get rid of Maduro, that the regime may stay in place, but they've now had the ultimate warning, you play by our rules or you're going to be next. And it puts them back in a box that can be controlled or not as threatening to United States interests. I think he's thinking the same thing can happen in Iran, where it's highly unlikely that he's going to get any kind of revolution of the kind that he talks about. I think it's far more likely and achievable because of the sheer power of the United States military, that what could happen is you could have the regime remaining in place, but severely neutered to a degree that it has no ability to progress with its nuclear program, and actually has no ability to represent much of a threat to the United States or Israel or anybody else. And it may be that that is what their actual game plan is here, without putting boots on the ground, and that may end up being successful. I don't know. None of us know, right? But if it was successful, it would at least have the benefit of being consistent with Trump's overall philosophy that you don't need to commit thousands of troops on the ground to
his old philosophy. I mean, you have to really emphasize that.
Regime.
Like, this is why, again, I'm not going to get preachy to anybody like from MAGA here, but this is realistically why the left does kind of get like a little uppity sometimes about this, where we're just like, hey, man, he kind of says like exactly what he means, and then we just kind of broadcast that to you, and then you call us crazy, and then he does it, and we're all just like,
control.
What's up, Brian? Morning. Hope you're doing well, man.
Yeah,
fucking shit is crazy.
This is all nonsense. Look, could Trump's hubris be a part of it? Of course.
Fuck, man. I'm so sorry you're going through this.
Of course he has hubris. Does he want to dip in and out of war? Yeah, I guess he does. But why does he want to go into war in the first place? That's the central.
To distract from the Epstein files?
Question. Because he ran on anti-war. He ran on America first. Right now, we're not doing anything about grocery prices. Oil prices are going higher. The economy's slipping into a disaster.
Dude, oh my God. I don't know what the fuck is going on with coffee, but god damn.
With higher inflation and higher unemployment. But he's obsessed with complying with Israel.
Fucking cat food was also like jacked up too.
His demands. So Josh said something hilarious about how Marco Rubio misspoke. Well, Tom Cotton said the same thing. He's a senator, and Mike Johnson's the Speaker of the House, and he said the same thing.
It's honestly like, you guys almost had it too, where like MAGA could have actually, like I was kind of getting to the point where I'm like, all right, it seems like prices are kind of coming down a little bit. I'm like, because I didn't have to double check my receipt as much. No.
Caroline,
this is like the fourth time I've had to be like, are you fucking kidding me?
Levitt, the White House spokesperson, said the same thing. So they all misspoke? No, they had
the trade routes are closed.
Reason.
Oh no! Oh fuck! I didn't even think about that.
Israel was not going to listen to us because they're the boss of us.
Yeah,
and they were going to go bomb and endanger our troops. So we had to scurry
jump in on that?
and catch up to Israel and do as they command. So now you mentioned in the beginning, Piers, it turns out it's not a Cenk Uygur conspiracy theory, it's real. But think about the framing of conspiracy theories that our national media talks about. So I say, for example, and these are all verifiable facts, and they agree, these are facts, 94% of Congress gets money from the Israeli lobby. The number one lifetime donor to Donald Trump is Israeli lobby, $337 million. Number one lifetime donor to Biden is Israeli lobby. Mike Johnson, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, etc. Hold on, let me finish.
198th? Who's the first?
So now the New York Times and others look at that and go, it is a conspiracy that billions of dollars given to scummy politicians would affect them. I think that's the conspiracy theory is that it wouldn't affect them. Of course it affects them. Israel has bought our government. Hold on. Israel has bought our government lock, stock, and barrel. And did they do something else as well?
The Chamber of Commerce.
With this Operation Epstein's Fury.
Pharmaceutical research.
In terms of
Realtors is number 2. Pharmaceuticals number 3. Business Roundtable number 4. American Hospital Association number 5.
Of getting blackmail on people? Yes, it's entirely possible. Because Epstein and
he's full of shit. AIPAC is literally number 6. Fuck off.
Every interaction was trying to help Israel, procured cyber weapons for Israel.
Okay.
So we have an enormous Israeli lobbying operation in America.
Pierce, can I jump in now?
Our politicians.
Yeah, let me bring Matt. Okay, let me bring. Okay,
to say that they are
Cenk,
not
you've had a good say.
when they obviously
That's
are.
right. Yeah, we
are sick of Israeli control. They have driven Trump into every war. Every war.
I get it.
It's
I get it.
Go
Honestly,
ahead.
we're
Go
almost
ahead. Deny it when it's
all right.
obvious.
I'm going to come to Matt. I'm going to come to Matt to respond. What I would say, Cenk, is you are in danger of getting to the stage where if there is inclement weather in America, you instinctively blame
because
Israel.
Of Israel.
And I do think you've got to be slightly careful.
No,
you don't just sound like.
How would we have already lost? Did I say we lost?
Because
Israel is
Someone blames Israel for everything.
But let me, do you not understand, Piers?
We've done enough there.
Let me bring in
like they almost control.
Read that title again there, brother.
All of Congress. Yes, because they literally donated to 94% of Congress.
Let me bring
wake
some
up,
reality.
wake up, America.
Let me bring
Israel
in Matt.
runs all our
Let
politics.
Other people speak.
Everyone, go ahead, lie.
Let me go.
Please don't talk. Cenk,
so,
the other people. I don't want to mute you, Cenk. So let Matt Schlapp respond.
Right. So,
Sylvia, I know.
I do think Israel is in charge of your brain. But the fact is, AIPAC and these other lobbies, it's true. They were very powerful in Washington, D.C. for a
6-second
long period of
delays.
time. And I do believe
Bitch, they got to fix that.
You could argue that they were one of the most effective lobbies 25 years ago. Over time, I will just tell you, someone who's been in this town, their effectiveness from them and others has deteriorated. It's deteriorated to the point that even in Republican and conservative circles, we all have been watching this debate, this acrimony from people who are, leading voices in the conservative movement about wanting to rejigger their priorities in the Middle East and step away from Israel. So the idea that somehow politicians are bought and paid for by an Israeli lobby and somehow that's preventing people from having heterodox views is absurd. We're watching this all happen in real time. The reason why Donald Trump acted is not because Jared Kushner's Jewish or because
dude, CPD just put out a fucking warning for DUIs.
Some real estate guys who are Jewish gave him money
on St. Patrick's Day. I think they're anticipating a lot of drunk Chicagoans this year.
The reason why, or Bibi Netanyahu forced him to act.
Oh,
these are
man, that's funny.
Theories, or I don't even know where you're going with Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm not a Democrat or a Republican.
He acted is because several presidents in a row,
an independent brain leftist,
have looked at the process.
But I'm also not like commie leftist.
Of taking aggressive steps in Iran because Iran chants death to America on a regular basis, the leading sponsor of terrorism around the globe, including towards Americans. And we can go through the dozens and dozens examples of the outrageous behavior that moderate Arab states also know is a massive danger. That's the story that doesn't get told here.
You're getting a migraine. My meds aren't touching it. I got to bounce. Good night, Rachel. And I'm so sorry about your migraine. I get ocular migraines. So I totally understand where you're at. Please get some sleep. Sometimes an ice pack does, like on the head, like that'll help.
Most moderate Arab states, despite what they say publicly, are all for defanging Iran. And Donald Trump did this because he thought it was in the
wait,
the interest of the American people, not because he's playing games with polls.
Here,
politics,
I'm gonna try and find the video for you. Don't go yet, because if you need to go, there's a video that will give you the pressure point. I swear to God, it fucking worked for me last time.
Commander-in-Chief, this was the right time to act in our interest as Americans.
Okay, just hold fire.
He just
panel
said
for
that
a
it was
moment.
conspiratorial.
Hang on,
I think
that the problem, if I can,
hang on,
the problem
please.
with,
hang on, please. I'm just going to ask the panel. If I could ask
right
the panel
here.
just to have some patience, just for 5 minutes.
You want to hold here on both your hands like this? You want to pinch? Yeah, the PC6. So, and then you want to you want to do this for a minute. You want to hold it, and then before like you're done, you want to extend, pull your arm out like this, and just hold it for a second. Ooh, guess I kind of had a little headache going after all.
IDF spokesman Nadav
Feel
Shoshani.
better now.
Welcome to you, Mr. Shoshani. Look, I don't know how much of that you may have been listening to, but there is a narrative that many people are promoting that this has all been done at Israel's behest. It was a narrative that Marco Rubio and others explicitly laid out. They said, look, the reason America launched a strike when they did was because they knew that Israel were going to, and that the response would come back from Iran, and that might threaten American interests, and that's why America had to be preempted, which is now, they've now changed that position.
Oh, yeah? Well, you just hate Israel. Why don't you go there? Duh, come on.
After the blowback they got. But what is the truth? I mean, is the truth that Israel decided to do this, and America then decided, well, if you do it, we're going to have to do something too? Or is, as some of my panelists have argued, something that's been in the works for months and months and months, was always going to be a joint operation?
How's your day?
Well, Pierce, first of all, thanks for having me, and I'm glad to see you're doing better. I'll answer the question. First of all, I've heard the Americans speak very loud and clear, all American leadership about it. I'm not a spokesperson for the Americans, but I can say, as someone who's been in the inner rooms in the IDF, that is not a real claim. It's not close to the truth. I think that even if anyone thought that, America is not one to be dragged by Israel, but being in the rooms, knowing what's been happening in recent weeks and months, has no relation to reality. This is a joint operation with a mutual enemy, shared interests, shared values, shared enemy. When they yell death to America, they yell death to Israel. When they yell death to Israel, they yell death to America. But I can explicitly say, since I'm an IDF spokesperson, knowing the planning for weeks and months, saying that Israel decided to attack alone and the U.S. was dragged into it is just completely false.
What people are struggling to understand is that last year, in the 12-day war, there was a specific attack on Iran's nuclear capability, which we were told had been incredibly successful. And yet here we are less than a year later, significantly less than a year later, with apparently a need to go to a full-blown war with them because they still have the ability to have nuclear capability. And people are struggling to put those two positions together. They're like, well, we thought we destroyed. That was the whole point of what happened last summer, was that was the end of that nuclear threat. Why is that threat now within 8-9 months now deemed to be so imminent that they have to be exposed to a full-blown war?
Well, that's a great question. And first of all, your statement is absolutely correct. We gave a very heavy blow, Israel and the United States of America, to the Iranian nuclear program. But what happened after the 12-day war is Ayatollah Khamenei and Iranian leadership decided we're going to go full in. We're going to go full in on ballistic missiles, and we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that we will obtain a nuclear weapon. Now, two things happened that are very disturbing. The first one is them hiding and digging deeper and concealing and fortifying their nuclear program. The idea is that even if they don't have nuclear weapons now, or they're not even producing now, but by the time that we understand something is happening, it's too late. And even the best technology, best bombers in the world won't be able to use that. So that's one ticking time bomb. And the second one is the ballistic missiles. What we're seeing in the last 4 or 5 days is incredible, unbelievable attacks by Iran towards the entire region, including European countries, including Australian, French, British assets in the region. And this is just a preview to how the reality would look.
Oh, shit, I wasn't following. Who's homeboy?
Like
apparently the IDF spokesman.
A year or two away, if Iran continued in the pace of producing many hundreds of ballistic missiles a year. They were planning, we know this, they were planning to reach high numbers of ballistic missiles, all the way up to 8,000, 10,000 missiles.
Nadav Shoshani.
And get to a place where no one can deal with them. They are creating an immunity for them that no one would dare deal with them. And what we're seeing right now in recent days shows the exact intent of the Iranian regime, but on a much smaller scale, because we caught this in the right timing. And by the way, Pierce, there was one more important thing that's really important to mention. We also had a golden opportunity. We had golden intelligence that's been built up together with Americans for weeks on targeting Ayatollah Khamenei and the entire leadership, leading the way for the Iranian war machine. And we were able to make a real change, because what happened after the 12-day war, Ayatollah Khamenei decided we're going all in. Our lesson from the 12-day war is let's fight even harder. And I can guarantee you at least one thing. Ayatollah Khamenei will not be leading the way again all in against Israel and America.
Well, he may not, but his son might. He's being apparently promoted to be the new supreme leader. And the reality is the Revolutionary Guard remains intact, and there are over 200,000 of them.
What up, Josh?
There are 500,000 more paramilitaries loyal to the regime. There's a standing army of nearly 1 million more who are also loyal to the regime. And at the moment, there is no sign of the uprising by the people of Iran that Donald Trump was suggesting he hoped would happen. And so that begs the question, as with any war when it gets started, is, well, what is the end game? What is victory? If the people do not rise up and overthrow the regime in the way that Donald Trump has clearly hoped for, then what does victory look like?
I can speak on behalf of the IDF and on behalf of Israel. Our goal is to remove a gun that's pointed at our heads, and it's a loaded gun. That's our goal, to degrade the Iranians' regime capabilities, to pose an existential threat for us, but also an enormous threat for the entire region. 3 continents all the way to Eastern Europe, they are posing a threat to everyone. So that is our goal. But I'll tell you something more than that. The Iranian regime is not a small army. They have multiple armies. They're an enormous country.
It must be tough to be MAGA since MAGA's so gay. I mean, nobody's gayer than some dudes that love them from some Donald Trump. Don't make fun of my daddy.
Population of Israel. We did not say this would
That's pretty gay.
be something short or simple. But we do this not because it's easy, because we need to. Because if you don't do this right now, we'll face something much, much worse later. And success for us, if you're asking victory for us, would mean that we would not need to fight Iran for a long time to come. Maybe it's because we've degraded them so far, and maybe it's because they're not trying to kill us after this operation is all said and done. But what we want to do is make a real change, take this loaded gun that's to our heads and remove it for a prolonged period of time.
But that just finally, that does seem to be an
that was his
acceptance
connection
on your part.
Like,
correct me if I'm wrong. That victory may end up with the regime intact because it's so big and the tentacles spread so far, it's impossible to overthrow that regime or to change it in any conventional sense, but that it becomes so neutered that it no longer represents a clear and present threat to Israel. Is that what you're saying?
Well, as an IDF spokesperson, we're looking at military threats and how we deal with those threats and remove them from Israel, and we're looking at those threats and acting to remove.
Yeah, keep it vague.
Them actively now.
Everything's a threat to you. Shut up.
Everyone
seriously
in the Middle East understands how dangerous this regime.
Somebody pointed out that like the Predator in Predator 2, there's a scene where they see a kid that has a fake gun that that he deems as not a threat, and they're just like, wow, that awkward moment that the fucking Predator species has better rules of engagement than the IDF.
In Israel, remember having good relationships.
Although to be fair, U.S. ain't much better
with Iran. We're not in war.
We got a pretty strong track record of hitting kids too.
With the people of Iran, we would be happy to see them liberated, but that's not an official goal of the war. That is not a military goal. By the way, I have Iranian family. And a little bit far past, but we would be happy to not need to fight this war. But we have to fight this war right now because this is a regime that for 50 years has been doing, not just saying, but doing everything they can to kill us. In the last year alone, Pierce, this is amazing.
That meme was pretty fucking bomb.
While they've been in the worst economical situation in Iran, maybe in their entire history, people had no water. They invested almost $1 billion in proxies in the Middle East, most of it going to Hezbollah. So when people in Iran don't have water, this regime is doing everything they can to kill us. So I think everyone agrees this regime is not good. But our goal to this operation, military goals, is to look at the threats, to make sure that Israel is not posing an existential threat, and to act against it.
Okay, IDF spokesman Nadav Shoshani, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Pierce.
Let's go back to the panel. Let me
yes.
bring in Josh
Cool.
Hammer there. I mean,
I was about to say,
me,
I thought there was a second part to this.
You know, I've got a lot of military in my family. My brother was a British Army colonel. My brother-in-law was a British Army colonel, and so on. The rule one of when you start a war is you've got to know what victory looks like for everyone's sake, for the armed forces that take part in it, for the people of the countries that you're at war with, and so on. And yet it seems here no one seems to be quite sure.
No.
Is the goal regime change? If so, how does that get achieved without boots on the ground? Most experts think that's completely impossible with a country the size of Iran. If it's not regime change, is it a damaged regime which stays in power, a bit like we've seen with, say, Venezuela? Where's the victory here? When does this war end? Because victory has been achieved. And what does that victory look like?
So, Piers, I can speak for what I believe is America's national interest in this war and what I think Donald Trump's end goal is.
Right.
I obviously can't speak for a different country. I think that Nadav just spoke quite well from his country's perspective. From a U.S. perspective, I think that Pete Hegseth and General Kane.
You're an American? Fucking chick.
Here's Cenk Uygur doing the whole anti-Semitic thing. Okay.
No, that was pretty fucking funny. Because honestly, I didn't know.
Very predictable. So says.
I thought he was Israeli.
Sorry, can I just jump in? Yeah. Of course, Josh Hammer is an American. I profoundly disagree with Josh Hammer's political views, but he's an American Jew. He's not an Israeli. We should be clear about these.
No, I mean, when you've lost Peter Beinart, you have seriously lost him. I would just say that.
I think we have to be careful. We have to be careful about this.
Peter.
Yeah,
this has nothing to do with Jewish Americans. No, it has to do with scum who represent Israel and are loyal to Israel. And by the way, it's not at all just Jewish Americans. It's actually mostly Christians like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and Trump and Biden and Kamala Harris who serve Israel like dogs.
All right, you know what?
Khamenei's stenographer and apologist has some words to say here. Let's get back to Pierce's question. Okay, so America's interest, Pierce, as defined by Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane at their Pentagon press conferences for the past few days, is, as I understand it, as
what is happening?
As follows. At minimum, the severe crippling of the Iranian.
Are you guys turning into fucking
the severe decapitation of their
Alpha 5 over here?
Their ballistic missile programs, preventing them from acquiring intercontinental ballistic missiles that can reach Western Europe and perhaps the East Coast of the United States, finally delivering a fatal blow to their nuclear program. There has not been a clear articulation as to whether or not the goal here is to see the entire mullahs, the entire IRGC, all of that to be ended. In fact, if I'm being very candid with you, I think that there is actually a real world where a year from now, I think that it actually could look like what you suggested could look like. This could look like a Delcy Rodriguez, post-Chavez, post-Maduro type situation in Venezuela.
I'm so sick of the narrative that Trump somehow installed Darcy Rodriguez when she was she was the VP under Maduro, which, how in the fuck is that us installing unless we're admitting that like CIA was there way before Trump?
I do think it's also possible, to be clear, that the exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi could be called back in to
Pep, when am I going on, Piers? Oh, Jesus.
Lead some sort of transition period. There could be a civil war. I don't really know, frankly. I don't think that anyone knows exactly what it's going to look like. But the goal here is to deliver a severe crippling to this most despotic and tyrannical regimes. And at minimum, if nothing else.
What is it go for? Absolutely nothing. Good God, y'all.
To give the non-clerical, the non-theocratic, non-Islamo-fascist elements within the country of Iran, of which there are many. That's the majority of the country here. Tens and tens of millions of people that have been slaughtered by the horrific regime that Cenk Uygur is infamously now calling courageous there. It's to give them a fighting chance to take back their country. That is the goal here. Whether or not it will all work out, who knows? It could be just dealing with a...
President Trump just won the poll? What? Fucking Bibi Netanyahu's poll up his ass?
Severely crippled IRGC.
He sure did.
A less radical mullah that is a more restrained second, third-rate power in the region there. That's entirely possible. But for now, I think it's going staggeringly well, and we should definitely applaud all of our efforts.
I mean, Peter Beinart, it seems to me that notwithstanding the confusion about the mission statements that have been made by the Americans and Israelis, that it seems to me a gigantically stupid strategic error by the Iranians to start attacking all the other Gulf states. All they seem to have done by doing that is, rather than, as they've tried to do in recent years, put up a wedge between Saudi Arabia and Israel, for example, by what they did in helping Hamas commit the atrocities of October the 7th. What they hoped by doing that, one of the aspirations clearly was to stop Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords. But here, by attacking sites in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in Dubai, what they've done is galvanize these Gulf states now against
Oh,
Iran.
damn.
And
I just realized through all this war coverage that we still haven't found that old lady. Oh, damn.
You know, on the
I don't think she's around anymore, man. And I hate to say that. That sucks.
America and Israel. I would say it's now
God, where's the FBI? It's almost like Kash Patel runs that shit.
far more likely that Saudi Arabia will end up joining the Abraham Accords than it was last week.
Yeah, it may well be a strategic mistake for Iran to do that, but I'm not Iranian. I'm an American. I get on the subway every day in New York, and I see people who our government isn't giving the basic decencies of life, a home, enough food.
Fuck
and
yeah,
then
man.
I think, is it a good use of my government's money to be spending billions and billions of dollars to attack a country that with an absolutely odious regime that poses no threat to the United States? I mean, come on, let's be real, right? Iran doesn't have a single nuclear weapon. The United States has thousands of nuclear weapons. You know how much more? The United States probably spends as much on its military in a day as Iran spends in a year. Right? You think you can go to the American people who can see that this country has desperate need. We don't give our people health care. We have a deteriorating infrastructure. People are suffering, and say this is the best use of our money. Beyond that, I just want to say, because I would like you, Pierce, if you could, to get one of the parents of those 100
Billions a day? Yeah. No, it is.
175 children who were killed.
No, it's estimated that we're spending at least $1 billion per day.
In that school.
And that's not insane, because that's about what we were spending at the end of the Iraq War.
That the United States or Israel bombed.
Again, a lot of us fucking remember this shit.
In southern Iran.
You want to talk about TDS? A lot of these fucking MAGA motherfuckers, they like got the TDS when they started supporting this guy, because they just abandoned every principle they had politically before that.
Well, yeah, but hang on. Okay. But Peter.
To say
all right,
them.
Peter.
I mean, they already did. He was the anti-war president, peace president. Now he's got us in a fucking other war, and they convinced themselves that this is war for peace. Do you understand how retarded that is? You have to be like the biggest fucking retard on the planet to realistically think that. Peace through strength. Peace through war. Literally, that is why, and I've repeated this numerous times, why it was a joke in Peacemaker that when he said, I love peace, and I'm gonna kill as many people as I need to get it.
Peter, let me...
That's literally American foreign policy now.
Stop you there. Let me stop you there, because we've been through all this in Gaza, and I've learned to be patient about these things, because we don't actually know for a fact yet what happened with that school. It was clearly an appalling incident. Clearly, many, many young girls were killed in that school.
Sound like an asshole. I'm going to use a classic on this one. Takes one to know one.
Clearly, the school used to
You can literally smell your own.
be, until recently, part of the Revolutionary Guard base there.
It was near,
Recently,
yes.
But several years ago, it got separated and has been a separate entity. Now, there are various things that could have happened here. It could have been struck mistakenly by an Israeli or American missile, of course. It could also be, as some people have suggested, it could have been an attempt by the Revolutionary Guard to stop a missile coming in that has gone horribly wrong. And
Right, but Pierce, can I respond to that? Can I respond to that? Yeah,
well,
let me just respond.
finish. Just for viewers who are not up to speed.
Yes,
and have
but
seen
Pierce,
this,
the point is...
hang on, Peter. Hang on. Let me finish my point, please. The reason it's important is well, it's important to know the facts, right? It's a bit like when the 3 American fighter jets were taken down. The initial reporting was all over the place about that, and I preferred to wait. And now it turns out it was friendly fire from a Kuwaiti pilot who mistook them for Iranians. So I just think we need to get to facts before you declare
Pierce, I understand
that this
what
was
you're
definitely an Israeli missile.
Pierce, even if it was an Iranian missile that was fired in response to the attack from Israel and the United States, right? Even if it was an Iranian missile, those girls would still be alive today if the United States and Israel had not launched the attack. So you are right. We don't know who launched
plain
the
and
missile.
simple.
But we know that if the U.S. and
Kinda
Israel
glad he
had
said
not
that.
attacked a country that poses no serious threat to them, Israel has hundreds of nuclear weapons. America has thousands, that those girls would be alive.
Okay, but I would also say to that...
Dude, Moskowitz. Fucking Moskowitz just got quoted as saying, "Let me congratulate the former DHS secretary on her appointment to the Shield of Americas," which I'm pretty sure the president came up with when he watched the last Avengers movie.
It is indisputable. It is indisputable to me. Well, hang on, Matt, please.
Oh, dude, it's another one for her cosplay. She's going to have the fucking shield of Captain America.
Hang on, please. Let me finish my point. Matt, let me just make the point. You're probably going to make the same point.
Dude, Moskowitz is a fucking apex shill, but god damn it, every once in a while he'll drop some fire.
Which is, if you're Israel, you have had 47 years of this regime in Iran wedded to your destruction, to the extent that Iran has absolutely, indisputably sponsored Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, in a concerted effort to take out Israel. So regardless of what you think of Israel, that is indisputable. They've also, by the way, continually...
Can I just jump in?
Well, it
Pierce,
is.
You know, Pierce, do you know that Israel
bullshit.
sold Iran weapons in the 1980s under the Ayatollah Khomeini? I want to stop there for a second. In fact, some of the weapons that Hezbollah has used against Israeli forces, Haaretz, Israeli newspaper has reported, were likely sold to Iran by Israel, not under the Shah, under Ayatollah
I think there is
Khomeini.
probably shocking hypocrisy on arms sales from all countries.
It's because the point is that Israel did not...
But Peter, just answer my point. Do you
We're number one.
dispute that Iran has been very instrumental in funding terror groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis against Israel? Would you dispute that?
Absolutely, they have funded those groups against Israel, but it doesn't mean
then we're in agreement.
But it doesn't mean they pose an existential threat. Iran also endorsed the Arab Peace Initiative in 2002, in which it said it would recognize Israel's existence if Israel allowed a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza, and there was an agreement on refugee return. Yes, Iran, for its own cynical reasons, uses the Palestinian cause and others to try to gain influence in the Middle East. That is not the same as saying it's an existential threat to a country that has nuclear weapons on submarines, has a massive nuclear deterrent, and is massively more powerful than them. And the point I was making about the 1980s, and then I'll stop, is the reason Israel wasn't afraid of Iran in the 1980s, in fact, sold them weapons, was at that point they saw Iraq as the greater threat. It was only when Iraq became weaker that they turned to saying Iran is the existential threat. And mark my words, if Iran is destroyed by this war, we will have people like our guests here coming on a year from now and saying it's Turkey, and Turkey needs to be attacked, because there will always be some country that's willing to support the Palestinian cause, maybe for their own reasons, and Israel will declare that country an existential threat, whether it is or not.
Well, I don't look, Cenk. Let me bring in Matt, then Cenk. Let me bring in Matt first, because you wanted to get in there. I know, Matt, your chance.
I just feel like it's hypocritical to say that these attacks harmed women and children, when those women and children, the young girls that you reference, would live a life in a barbaric, unequal society behind a burqa with no ability to make career choices.
By the way, the burqa is usually by like choice with their religion. You can stop with that shit.
Human rights in Iran is nothing
So
you
just
should
kill them.
use as the focal point. No, that's not what I'm saying either.
Like, I'm not even trying to be a dick there. Like,
I will
if we're gonna talk about patriarchy, we have our own fucking shit to focus on. Okay.
admit, from my point of view,
That is what you're
that
saying.
all of this is controversial. Pierce started off by saying, isn't it controversial that Donald Trump is doing this? And I think I need to be honest from my point of view. It is. It's controversial.
not
There are a
controversial
lot
to
of
kill those
MAGA
girls?
America First
I
people
mean, you want to sit there talking about a burqa, but then like a woman wearing a short skirt was asking for it, quote unquote.
who are surprised.
So they were going to
that
be
he
covered
took
up in a
this
burqa,
step.
in your
The
opinion, so it's
question
not
is-
controversial to
the
murder
question
them.
to this is, if I could, I'll summarize quickly.
Oh, user blah 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 blah. You're a loser podcaster. You make no sense. Can you? You have nothing except for some will hear your BS as you profit in your nothing.
But the answer
Wow. You just made me so sad. I'm gonna quit my show forever,
to this is there's a tremendous amount of trust,
guys.
Pierce, towards Donald Trump's judgment on these things, and really nobody who's a serious
They don't give a fuck about women's rights. No, they don't.
mind.
Dude, literally, Nick Fuentes is just like, women shouldn't vote, and you have like 50% of Republicans Republican men going, yeah.
Politics believes that Donald Trump was blackmailed or leveraged or led by the nose into this decision. He made this decision because he thought it was in the long-term best interest of the American people. And there is a chance that his decision-making around the strikes in Iran will result in a better situation, not just in Iran for the people of Iran who are long suffering, but for the region. And if that ends up happening, I actually think politically it'd be a very positive thing.
Okay, Cenk, final word to
you said about Iraq, right?
Nigel.
Yeah, look, they're not comparable, but if
welcome, Nigel.
If we go down
Peter
the road
and
of Iraq, I will agree
hey,
with you.
Matt,
It's a political
Matt,
disaster.
You were wrong about Iraq because you serve Israel. You're wrong about Iran because you serve Israel. So let's
Everyone
get
serves
to the
Israel according
reality.
to Cenk
Don't
Uygur.
listen to the trolls.
That's
why I said that in my serious voice.
That part is funny. That part is funny.
What disgusting slop.
So I thought it was my turn to talk. I thought it was my turn.
You
to
can
talk.
talk, but you can't make false libelous charges.
talk, but you
That's
can't
not-
Yeah. I got
People
it.
can
You
be
already
wrong
yapped
without
for
serving
Israel.
Israel.
You already yapped for it. Don't worry.
You're on YouTube watching me.
You'll get the check.
What the fuck?
Don't worry. You'll
This person's making this person
get the check. So I like, for
I don't
example,
get
I'd
a
say
check.
that
beep boop 0111111
Josh is
zero
Israel.
zero 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 zero
Yeah,
one
sure, I
one.
know. So
111.
maybe they'll call me retarded. Anyway,
First karma. Thank you for this sub.
Like, what is wrong with you?
So Josh, I say Josh is Israel first, and then you guys flip out over it. Then you pan
Come on, sucker, lick my battery.
into one shot of Josh, and there's his book with Israel in the title. Israel, everybody serve Israel.
I have
Of
clerked
course
for a
it is.
federal
Okay.
appeals judge. I have
Okay,
spoken
okay,
at Yale
come
Law School,
on.
Harvard
Look,
Law School,
look.
published content. I have
Israel.
literally put my hand on the Bible
It's right behind
and
you,
taken
dude.
my oath
It's
to the
right
United States
behind you.
Constitution. I have
That's
been a
your
citizen
book.
of one country and
Why
one
didn't you write
country.
a book about
This
America?
It is a. Actually, if you've
Why
read my
didn't
damn
you write a
book,
book about
large
how America
swaths of
has
the
to
book
serve
are actually
Israel?
about America.
You know you're tired when you sleep through literal rockets.
The book is about the
about how we
Bible
Bro.
and
serve
Western
Israel.
civilization. No, if you were less
I've slept through some pretty intense thunderstorms, but
of a retard,
can I
you
yeah, that's a new one.
answer
understand
the
that
question?
actually
These
in
guys
the
are
book,
obvious.
I did sleep through a tornado once.
Israel
frauds.
refers actually to the children of Israel, to the biblical inheritance, something that you don't know a
That shit was crazy. I went outside next morning. I'm like, what the fuck?
damn
Of
thing
course,
about
I
because
know.
you serve
The Bible
non-Western,
says we have to serve
neo-pagan,
Netanyahu.
Islamic,
We've
You know
heard
what?
this
You
garbage
know what?
propaganda our whole lives.
You know what? Let me
Can
jump
I
in.
answer a
Let
question?
me jump in. Well, let me jump in because actually I'm going to make a statement, not a question, which is actually,
Excuse me.
Cenk, of all my guests in the last 3 years on Uncensored, probably the one who's mentioned the word Israel the most is you.
No, literally, dude.
Because, okay, so can I explain why?
Haters are acting out tonight. Yeah, they are.
So, guys,
Very
so
quickly.
we
You've got
keep
1
stating
minute to
facts.
explain
Peter
why.
Okay, Peter and I keep arguing, hey, we should take care of the American people, our health care, our wages, etc. Everybody else is saying, had this giant conversation about Israel's interests. And then,
Yeah, Ryan.
and I say, hey, look, obviously, guys, they've given billions to our politicians, so we're ignoring the elephant in the room. Yes, the conspiracy theory is that the national media says that our politicians are so moral, so decent, that they're not affected by the billions of dollars.
Yeah, dude, for real. Virtual hugs from the community. Dude, our thoughts are with you.
That the Israeli lobby
They really are.
has given them. That is a
198th biggest
wild,
lobby in DC,
outrageous conspiracy theory.
198th.
So number one, we have no interest in this war. We already destroyed their nuclear facilities. Their ballistic missiles cannot reach us. So when we talk about their ballistic missiles, we're all admitting this is a war for Israel.
That is kind of a funny thing. Your family's panicking. You're just like,
Israel cares about their ballistic missiles.
They can reach the
We
European
had
government.
no problems with their ballistic missiles until we attacked them. And then this outrageous thing of like, can you believe Iran has attacked the countries that has attacked it? Of course. When you launch a war against the country, what did you think they were going to do?
Has Cenk
I'm
heard about the
afraid we're gonna
hostage
lose
crisis
so
in
many more
Tehran in 1990? Has he
American
heard about
lives.
the
I
Beirut
don't care
barracks
about
bombing in
your
1983?
stupid Israeli
Does he know
lies.
anything about the history
I'm worried
of
about
Iranian
American lives. I
jihad
thought I
against
was
the
going to
United
give
States
an,
there?
of course.
A regime that was founded.
oh, stop.
You know why
Stop, because, dude, honestly, realistically, we can start talking about Bibi Netanyahu in these types of terms. So stop.
Upon the seizure of the
Like this idea that you're like gonna do this moral grandstanding and just be like, this leader needed to go because he did XYZ. I brought this up about Trump, guys. Like, again, dangerous precedent to set.
You know why I shout on your show?
It was literally
because
founded upon
every time I start talking, some Israeli puppet comes in and goes, dab, 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 dab. I was talking about the 6 Americans dead and how so many more Americans are going to die for Israel because our scum politicians have taken, and no one disputes this, billions of dollars from the Israeli lobby.
Okay.
That is why they serve Israel. And this story has a long way. Joe Biden
this story has a long way to go.
Yes, Joe Biden is corrupt. Donald Trump is corrupt.
Okay.
They've taken tens and hundreds of millions of dollars from Israeli lobby.
Okay.
Don't dispute
I'm going to leave
that. All you do is talk over
I'm going to
me.
leave it there for the sake of your blood vessels, Cenk. I appreciate you all joining me.
Honestly, Cenk's not red at all.
Thank you very much.
I'm perfectly calm.
No, that's Cenk perfectly calm. That's wild. Dude, no. I've watched enough of Cenk Uygur to tell, like, that's actually, like, baseline Cenk.
Get Israel out of our country.
Yeah, he's actually being...
and we'll be in great shape.
You know I'm right.
You sound very
Serve
calm.
Americans,
Thank you very much.
not Israel.
You sound... No. Yeah, Pierce, this is where he does have a talent for this.
Israelis. That is not a conspiracy theory. That's an American theory.
Yeah, he can speak with passion and not have his blood vessels almost burst. Although there are times where you're just like, Jesus, Jake, calm down.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Serve Israel, the rest of you, except Peter.
Ah! Oh! Jake dropping he's dropping his own right there. Woo! Damn. That was crazy. I gotta say, I wasn't expecting that last bit there. Holy shit, Jake. Fuck. All right. I feel like I had something that I needed to show you guys. Oh yeah, this.
We can blow it.
All right. I think I might have showed this yesterday, but it's very important.
So this is a map. And this map, even if you don't really know the war, even if you don't know the participants, even if you don't know the weaponry, this map will tell you exactly how this war will progress. All right, so some certain things to keep in mind about this map.
Yep.
This is what we call...
Just remember, this is what maps actually look like.
This area...
Like, yeah, you go into space, this is what you see.
Okay, really small, it's 33 kilometers wide, okay? People can swim across it. It's really, really narrow, okay? This small area, guys, it's called the Strait of Hormuz. All right? And it's important because it's really the center of the world. This one area is the nexus.
Yeah, I'll admit that I have gone through at least 6 of his most recent videos about this. Yeah, man, if you guys want to learn some shit, follow this motherfucker.
Pivot of the world. Let me explain why. First of all, from the GCC, you have 20% of all the world's oil flowing through this narrow strait. Where does it go, guys? It goes to Asia, India, Pakistan, South Korea, China, Japan. India depends on 60% of its oil from this area. China depends on 40%. Japan, 75%. Prime Minister Takaichi of Japan has said that, listen, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, we will run out of oil in about 8-9 months.
Yep.
The entire Japanese economy would collapse in 8-9 months if the Strait of Hormuz were to close. And guess what? The Iranians have closed the Strait of Hormuz.
Yep.
Okay? So we can
with absolutely no line on when it's going to open, if it will open.
Expect that the entire global economy will suffer greatly over the next few months. All right, so that's point number 1. Point number 2 is, okay, so the GCC sends oil across the Strait of Hormuz, and what do they get back in return? Food, guys. All right, so people don't appreciate the GCC, but it is really the linchpin of the American empire. Because what is the American empire? The American empire is the petrodollar. All right? The idea of the petrodollar is this. The US dollar is worth nothing. It's only valuable if people want it. But the GCC says that if you want oil for
I love how many people don't know that.
much, you have to pay us in US dollars. Okay?
I hate to say this, my own dad didn't know this. I had to explain what the petrodollar was to him, and he's a fucking 69-year-old man. Nice.
Then that is the basis of the value of the US dollar. So, if the GCC collapses, the American economy...
Oh, my dad turned 70 this year.
...and the American empire both collapse at the same time. The problem, though, is the GCC is an artificial construct of empire. It does not exist naturally. Why? Because there's no food, there's no oil, no water. Okay, guys? No food, no water.
Yep.
So these cities are able to grow in the millions because of all these petrodollars flowing in. If you close off the Strait of Hormuz,
it's almost like all of our monies kind of help you, like, kind of make up the gaps in where they have something we need, we have something they need. You know, it was almost like there was this peace in commerce.
There's no food coming in, right?
But now,
right? They're all gonna starve. How much food does the GCC
Japan has confirmed that we are fucking them. Yeah.
get from overseas?
You know how I found that out? Because they gave us an update that Godzilla, the new Godzilla, might suffer from this. I was like, no!
8%.
Manny Pena, thank you for the follow, or the sub. Appreciate that.
80% of all the food it consumes comes from
Call my dad.
Overseas, that it imports. It doesn't grow by itself.
I love my dad. My dad may have been like a hard ass like when growing up. I love my dad.
Imports. All right?
I talk to my dad every other day. Ish.
So the Strait of Hormuz is really key. And again, the Iranians will close it.
My dad's hilarious. It's just sometimes, you guys would think my dad is hilarious. I think he's cringe.
In order to strangle the global economy and therefore bankrupt the American empire. All right? Second thing you will notice is these mountains. These mountains is what we call Iran.
Yeah, that's Iran.
Right, this is Iran.
And this is where, again, most of that country is like that. Also, you have no idea how big Iran is. Iran is a huge country.
This is GCC. Okay, this is not a fair matchup, right?
This is Israel's war.
These are mountains. And what can you do in mountains? Well, you can hide rocket bases. You can hide drone bases. You can hide missiles. And that's the entire Iranian offensive strategy, all right? From here, they can hide missiles and drones from which to attack the GCC. And what are they attacking? They're attacking...
America's military is not going to tell you about this.
Three things, right? They're attacking American military bases. American military bases. That's number one. Okay? Is it possible for the Americans to defend against these attacks? The answer is no.
No. There's nothing we can do about this.
It's not.
No.
It's a silly...
No, and honestly, what proved this is, again, all of our intelligence during the Iraq and Afghanistan war and the way that we couldn't pinpoint the Taliban's positions. This is why we didn't get bin Laden until fucking, Obama 2?
It's in the world. You have all these bases in the Middle East, but you cannot defend them.
It was the same tactics.
Against the Iranians. That's kind of strange. Okay, but that's number one. Number two.
Yeah, that's why they were also able to keep us at bay.
Is oil and energy.
Man, if there's one thing America can consistently do is underestimate their fucking opponents.
How hard is it to blow up an oil field with a drone? Not hard at all. Can you defend these oil fields? No, you cannot. All right? Number three.
Oh, really? Man, I'm sorry.
The most important.
I'm sorry. If you guys are getting YouTube glitches and shit too.
Important is water.
Fuck.
Okay? You guys don't know this, but
I really do feel targeted lately. I had I'll just say it. So I totally got DOSed earlier today and yesterday.
GCC has little access to fresh water. So the only way that it can produce water is what we call desalination plants, okay? These factories that take salt water and then through electrical chemical process turn it into fresh water for the population to use. 60%.
This is why I say follow my my Twitch as well.
Of the water
supply. Got to make sure that you got the backup channels just in case.
Desalination plants, okay? 60%. Is it hard to blow up a desalination plant using a drone? The answer is it's very easy. You understand? Okay? So you have this absurd situation where Iran is a mountain fortress where it can hide its offensive capacity, and the GCC, it's just this.
Also follow me on Twitter.
Desert, this flat desert, and it is exposed to attack, and there's nothing it can do about it. Okay? So at any point in this war, the Iranians can choose to just destroy the entire GCC, and there's nothing that anyone can do about it.
Right. And the reason that they're not doing that is because they understand that that's WW3.
Okay. But Iran also has,
believe it or not, they're actually holding back,
as a weakness. Okay. And this is fundamental. So Iran also has a water problem. Okay. So for the longest time, they suffered a drought issue. Okay. Just climate change. And so what the plan of the Israelis and Americans is destroy the water supply of the Iranians. Because the fortress, it is a mountain fortress, but it can also be a mountain prison.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, because once you take away their fresh water. But that drought isn't as prevalent as it was in the last few years, so they are getting rainwater.
Trapped inside with no access to water. Okay, so what we're going to see right now, we're already seeing attacks on civilian infrastructure, hospitals. In the future, you'll see attacks on water supply, on dams, on reservoirs, on power plants.
Power plants. Yeah, they already did that. Yeah.
The point, the idea is to make Iran so inhabitable that the people will have to rebel against the people, or there'll be a refugee crisis in Iran. Okay? So as you can see from this map, this war, it is the end of the world. Okay? Both sides have the potential to destroy each other. And it's really a question of how far do they want to go. All right? We can also say this is almost a game of chicken. Okay? We can blow each other up. How far do you want to go? And the problem is this. The problem is that the Iranians are Shia, which believes in martyrdom. And you've killed the religious leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei. So they're willing to go very, very far. The GCC countries are Muslim, but they're materialistic. They love money. And also, most of the population are expatriates, foreigners. 90% of Dubai are foreigners.
Foreigners, yeah.
Guess what's going to happen if they suffer? They're going to run away.
Yeah, they're going to just go back to, country of origin.
So this is not a fair matchup.
No.
The big question that...
No, and all it takes is just one, solid, bombardment from them for all those expats to just be like, peace.
People have.
Did I see what Asmongold? No.
Is, first of all...
What did Asmongold have to say?
Are the Americans going to use ground troops? Because the only way that you can defeat Iran is by using ground troops, okay? That's a big question we will look at over the next few weeks. Will America send its...
No, I didn't hear that, and it's just... Okay.
Army.
That guy's such a fucking moron.
500,000, 2 million soldiers to topple...
Okay, and he's a moron.
The government, okay?
He literally just dipped his toe into politics, 2 days ago? And then all of a sudden, he's a fucking expert on everything, and his audience thinks that he's an expert on everything?
That's question number one.
When I saw them saying that he's like the right-wing answer to Hassan, I'm like, no, that would require him to actually know about politics. Hassan, as much as I can disagree with the guy, he at least knows about politics.
Question number two.
He is educated.
Nuclear weapon.
Asmon is literally just grifting off of the fact that gaming is not doing as well, especially because he's his unk ass now, where that younger audience has kind of aged out, and now they're not following gaming as much. Because, yeah, once you get old enough, you know, playing fucking video games all the time doesn't seem as cool. And also, politics starts affecting you.
If you're losing a war, would you choose to use nuclear weapons? Okay, that's another big question.
Dude, we're literally like a week in, and we're already talking about it.
That we have, okay? Now, another big question that we have is who gets involved? Because this situation is so dire that Europe, okay, specifically Germany, France, and Britain are talking about entering this war. And guess what? If that happens, it is possible that Russia and China
Russia and China will, and that's World War III.
Will also enter this war on the side of.
Or is that just still a global conflict that we can all just not call World War III?
The Iranians. This is World War III, okay? Because of the importance of the Strait of Hormuz, because of the importance of the Middle East, everyone has to get involved at some point. And we're going to use game theory to really try to understand what's happening on the ground and where this could lead us. As you know, I made the prediction that the United States will lose this war. Today, I present to you a very important idea. And once you understand this idea, you understand why things will turn out the way they do. Okay, it's called a law of asymmetry. Okay, law of asymmetry. And
oh yeah, we're getting educated at the end of the stream here. I'm going overtime.
What this is saying is that the United States and Iran are not peers. They're not equals.
No.
The United States is far stronger than Iran. And we should expect the United States to overwhelm and destroy Iran really easily. But the law of asymmetry states that that's usually not the case. It's usually the underdog that has the advantage. And we see this from history all the time.
Yeah, this is the no new wars president. No, he kept saying no new wars. This is a fucking new war.
Okay.
Again, Obama, Bush, Biden would not touch this, but Trump's included in that. The first time, he had the war hawk, the guy, Mr. I want to go for Iran, John Bolton. Now here we are, and it's ironic how that just, it fits. Thanks for going. Thanks, man. I really appreciate the $5.
At HBX $5.
Yeah.
Thanks for going long on your day off. This is so important.
Fuck yeah, it
the
is.
Persian.
Thank you for that, man. Really appreciate that.
In about 490 BC, invaded mainland Greece against Athens and Sparta. Persia at that time was the first world empire. It had infinite resources, infinite manpower, infinite wealth. And it lost to the Greeks not once, but twice. And then the Macedonians under Alexander the Greek, and they were like a tribal army, not a very large army. They were able to go into Persia, and Persia at the time was basically most of Eurasia, and conquered it in about 10 years' time. The Romans started off as a tribal people, which then built the Mediterranean Empire. Then you had the Aztecs, so the Vikings. So this happens a lot in human history. A people in the borderlands, a tribe, a small ethnicity, are able to conquer a great empire. And the law of asymmetry tells us why, okay? So I'm gonna go over very slowly in detail how this law of asymmetry works. All right, so let's look at an empire. And there are three major advantages to an empire. All right, the first is mass. This just means that they have a lot of people, okay? They almost have an infinite amount of people. The United States has a population of about 350 million people. But remember, the United States can also draw on the populations of its allies, which includes the Five Eyes, the Anglosphere. It also includes Europe. It also includes East Asia, South Korea, Japan. Basically, wherever the Americans have a military base. Right? So most of the world are either allies of the United States or vassals of the United States. So the United States can basically draw on in billions and billions of people for its wars. Okay? So it's mass. Second is the idea of organization.
Let me present you with Vietnam.
Organization just means a hierarchy of bureaucracy and elite that allows you to organize your resources and your people in order to generate wealth, which is basically science and technology, okay? Science and technology, which leads to the most advanced weaponry, okay? So think about the United States, how they fight this war. They have these satellites that provide for precision targeting. They have these airplanes, these B-2 bombers, F-15s, that are the most advanced weaponry ever in human history. Okay? So, organization. And the last great strength of the empire is the idea of death. Death is the idea that because your people are infinite, because your organization is so strong, because your resources are so vast, you can afford to lose many, many wars, okay? It's not a big deal if the United States loses this war in Iran. If they want to go back, they can go back with even more soldiers, even more weaponry.
Welcome, Trevor Borens. I appreciate you being here.
Because their wealth is infinite. Okay? So these are the three major advantages.
Trump is an idiot. Steve Trujillo.
Of an empire.
Trujillo.
And in theory, because of these advantages, an empire.
Also appreciate you. If you guys have not already subbed to the channel, please do, and hit that like button, man.
Should be
thanks.
Invincible and eternal. But we know for a fact.
Oh, yeah. You guys got to use the shorthand for that. Yeah, unfortunately, YouTube is weird.
That all empires fall. And they fall very, very hard. And quite honestly, they don't last a very long time. Maybe 28 years, maybe 38 years for most empires. That's not a very long time. So we need to better understand what's going on, okay? Why is it that an empire with these vast resources, they all fall in 20 years, 30 years, okay? All right, so what we need to understand is that all these advantages are ultimately disadvantages no longer.
Thank you for, breaking points, because I did not know about this guy. So without breaking points, would not have found him. But also, shout out Diego for also enjoying this guy and just knowing that this is, he's probably one of the most important figures in this entire conflict right now, as far as teaching us exactly what we can expect and why. Dude, he's nailing this shit, and he already nailed exactly when and how we were going to get into this. And it's not predictive shit either. It's just the way that he was no, if they do this, this is what the outcome will be.
All right, so let me explain what I mean.
It's predictive, but you know what I mean. It's not voodoo predictive.
A lot of people, okay? When you have a lot of people,
MAGA call him dumb.
You create a lot.
Of course they do.
Of inequality. Why? Because there's competition for resources. There's too many people, okay? And this often leads to debt and slavery.
My constituency. You know what? I love them. I absolutely love them.
And as a result, your people become complacent, lazy, indifferent. They're competing against each other. They really don't like
Mangelos, thank you for the follow.
The government, okay? So they're not really that motivated to do anything, to work or to fight wars.
Hey, just stopping in. Whom is this man? This is Professor Jiang. Here, let me give you the link. This is technically his second page, but you can also find the rest of his stuff there. I am Pep. Nice to meet you.
But especially to fight wars. So this mass looks
The uneducated love me.
like
They love me so much. Smart people don't like me so much.
looks like an advantage in the beginning, but over time it becomes a disadvantage. Right? Organization means an elite. The problem with this is that over time the elite become parasites. Why? Because the way they make their money is through rent seeking. Rent seeking just means that you have power and you seek to monetize your power.
Angelos,
Like
could I join your Discord?
exploiting the mass. All right? So basically landlord.
I usually invite people.
Are a classic type.
I just met you, Mangelos. What are your politics? Like, why? What's your incentive for wanting to join the Discord? If you could just answer that, then I'll throw you the invite.
Of rent-seeking elite. And so they don't really work, but they make a lot of money because they own the land, because they control all the resources, because they control all the capital.
My Discord is very locked down. It's invite only from me.
And that forces the mass to go into slavery, to go into debt, which is what's happening in America today. The problem with this is that everyone wants to be part of the elite, and there are too many elite.
Sorry, man. I do controversial, political content, and I'm in the fucking vertical feed or the shorts feed of YouTube. So, yeah,
over time.
I gotta have rules.
Okay, so even though
you just want to see, I just want to see what's going on in the world. That's not where that happens. That's my show. So I appreciate you following, but
the elite have many kids.
I'm sorry, it's not a great the
power is a
hang out in the community for a little bit, and then I'll invite you.
A zero-sum game. It's a hierarchy, and so this leads to the idea of elite overproduction. Okay, elite overproduction. This is a term.
It's not like a political thing, by the way. I actually do welcome like right wingers into my chat, my Discord, but yeah, when people are just like, because when I get asked, can I be a mod or can I be in your Discord? Immediately, I'm like, you just got a timetable.
Coined by the historian Peter Turchin. Okay, and his theory is that you have turmoil, you have wars. For example, the French Revolution, for example, the fall of the Roman Republic, because there's too many elite and they start wars to accumulate power for themselves. Okay? So this organization, this elite, leads to basically factionalism or infighting.
Seems
and that's what's happening in America today, where the Democrats and the Republicans, they hate each other, they refuse to get along. It leads to political polarization. Okay? So,
I mean, honestly, Ryan, I had that thought.
Another saying this is that an empire over time becomes insular.
You're 16. No.
They don't care about what happens.
I'm sorry. My Discord is 18 plus.
Outside the world, all they care about is what
but you can follow me here, but no, sorry. My Discord is 18 plus. It's a very strict thing.
Happens in Washington, D.C., and as a result,
I do appreciate you being interested in politics and wanting to impress your mom.
They make a lot of stupid mistakes, okay? All right, now the last thing is death. Okay, the problem with death is that if there are no consequences.
I'll just say this much. I was 16 when I got into politics.
Consequences to your actions, you become arrogant, you become lazy.
I feel sorry for the kids. Good luck, guys. You know what? It's okay, man. I'm sorry. It's just how it is. It's literally just a rule.
And you become incompetent, okay? Because you don't care. It doesn't really matter. And this leads to the idea of hubris.
You were 7?
Okay. Hubris is just...
No, I'm talking about when I really got into politics. When I started, developing my own politics.
Blindness to your own arrogance. A violent...
I never had a right-wing arc. I thought I was a conservative for, a hot minute because my school told me I was. But when I joined my debate team, it turned out oh my God, fucking civics teacher was just like, no, I think that you're technically a liberal. I was just like, I am?
Arrogance that makes you make silly mistakes, but you don't recognize your mistakes and you keep on repeating this.
I'm not.
Same mistake.
And they were wrong about that even then.
Over and over again.
At that point, I was just literally trying to practice what Christ would have done.
All right? So,
which was ironically communism.
Yes, it seems like the empire is invincible, but if you actually think about it, the empire, its advantages becomes over time its disadvantages, which will lead ultimately to its downfall. Okay? So the mass leads to inequality, the organization leads to overproduction, which leads to factionalism, and death leads to hubris. That's why an empire must fall over time. But an empire cannot fall by itself. It needs an enemy that forces it to collapse. Okay? And so what happens is that an enemy will emerge that will overwhelm the empire because it is able to take advantage of the weaknesses of the empire. All right? And so, what are the weaknesses of this empire? Well, the first major weakness of this empire is that the people aren't really motivated. So if you as people are really motivated, you have a huge advantage, okay? We call this energy. All right? Now, as an empire, you become insular. You refuse to admit your mistakes. You refuse to learn from others. Well, if you are willing to admit your mistakes, if you're willing to learn, if you're willing to promote the best and brightest, if you're willing to be meritocratic, you have a huge advantage, okay? And so this idea of openness.
Yo, an oil tanker got bombed. Shit. All right, well, before I leave, I'm going to cover that.
The last idea is this.
Coming.
An empire, it's fractured. So if you're able...
This is interesting.
To make...
Actually, you know what? Because you are kind of new to this, this is perfect for you. So please pay attention. Also, I do appreciate having you know,
maintain
having you here.
Cohesion. If people are able to remain united, if they're able to have a common purpose, they'll be strong, okay?
I'm never going to bed? No.
So,
it's okay.
If an enemy of the empire
I ate already, I'm all right.
emerges with these three qualities, energy, openness, and cohesion, this enemy will
I had a really big lunch. As I mentioned, I had that fucking, God, what is it called?
defeat the empire.
The arch, the big arch.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Thing is, I mean, that's a lot.
Okay. So,
it's good though.
What I want you to focus on as you follow the news in this war between the United States and Iran is ask yourself a question.
I'm at that age, where, yeah, if I eat something like that, that's it.
Will Iran become an energetic, open, and cohesive society? Because if it does, it will become invincible. The empire won't change because of hubris.
No.
It's too static. It's too stagnant. It's too bureaucratic.
No, and that's why we never had a victory in Afghanistan or Iraq.
The empire won't change. Yep. The empire will not admit its own mistakes.
No. No, but that's also where America, again.
And quite honestly, Iran, because it's still a country of 92 million people.
We are very egotistical. We're just we're so, we have our modern society, blah, 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 blah. But, these people have thousands and thousands of years of fucking war, of actual tactics to defend their land because, they've been there for a while.
People, it still suffers from issues of mass organization and death. And so it's able to transform itself into an energetic,
you're homeschool,
open and cohesive society.
I was Christian school, so you guys used to kind of
then it will
cross over in events with us, so I have some sympathy for that.
Will triumph over America? That is the fundamental question in this.
I'm not even kidding. We had our equivalent of a prom. That was the big, woo! We had some homeschoolers come to our prom because we didn't really have enough students.
War, okay? Don't worry about America.
Nothing worse than getting turned down by somebody that you've gone to school with since kindergarten.
It's technology. Don't worry about the economy. Don't worry about these
true story.
Things, okay? Just ask yourself one question. Is Iran transforming as a society?
Yes, Razor, we're watching why this might happen right now.
People becoming much more motivated.
The war might have been lost just by attacking.
Are people...
Because now America is in this for the long run. If you think this is only going to be a few weeks, you are genuinely gullible.
In Iran, learning from their mistakes and innovating and becoming resilient on the battlefield. Are the Iranians...
I'm sorry, man, that must have hurt. It did.
Okay? Because if the answer is yes to all three questions, then Iran will win and America will lose. Okay?
That's when I started dating public school girls.
Makes sense.
Okay? So we know for a fact that no regime in history has...
Jesus, he has like 4 videos on the same topic presented differently? Fuck off. This guy's awesome.
Ever been changed by air power alone.
Holy shit.
Every single successful...
All right, well, hold on. I want to play this slop bullshit real quick.
We have a Secretary of War that has Crusader tattoos. He says, fuck around and find out. And they're bombing people. And yeah, it's going to happen, guys. Sorry to say. Until they're all gone? Absolutely. I think that a lot of...
Sitting there sipping a soda?
People... I think that the peacetime that we've experienced for
objectively, I am so much better looking than fucking Asmongold
for such a long time has really kind
of a little bit of my ego showing, sure,
but made people
come on, really
soft to the
dude never leaves his house. He is literally talking about those who are significantly less fortunate than him going out and dying for Israel. Okay. He is trying to package this.
That's a really low bar. You're right.
As like, oh, we were just a soft.
That wasn't the dunk I thought it was.
Soft nation. Now we're a hard nation. Okay, you go to the fucking front lines then. Draft Asmongold. Send Asmongold to the front lines. What the fuck do you mean we're a soft nation? You would perish if you didn't get your fucking...
Yo, I got a much better beer than Hassan, though.
Dr. Pepper and chicken nuggets one day.
Hey.
And you're over here...
Now I'm being attacked here. Wait a minute.
Talking about we're a soft nation. We're going to be hard again.
Of just mass killing people. It works amazingly well. Trust me. If you look at the history books, you will see that mass killing people works really, really fucking well. Every single time it's worked. So every page, every chapter...
Yo, no, for real. My gray stayed down here. Hassan has the unfortunate patches. I feel bad for him. That sucks.
Every story is based off...
Maybe it'll, like once he hits, like, 38, like, it'll kind of, like, come in, but...
That every single...
That's unfortunate, man. At 30... What is he, 33, 34?
Full time. And again, this is not an alternative that you can have peace to. This is an alternative that you can have a perpetual, ongoing war that costs the lives of thousands of people, or...
Your billionaires win, you lose because you're poor, then... you're poor to them, and they hate you. What else? War is a business.
Or you can, for once, put a stop to it, or at least try to put a stop to it, and improve things. That's it.
Dude, it's getting increasingly harder, in my opinion, to do this kind of like Israel first propaganda, but from an American first perspective. He's trying. He's still trying his best.
We have a secretary.
Pep, you don't use a V-neck, so I don't trust you.
Of War that has Crusader tattoos.
All right.
He says.
No, if I wear a V-neck, then I'll get it compared to this asshole.
Fuck around.
Dude, I haven't worn a V-neck since I was in high school.
And find out. And they're bombing people. And yeah, it's going to happen, guys. Sorry to say. Until they're all gone? Absolutely. I think that a lot of people... I think that the peacetime that we've experienced for such a long time has really kind of made people soft to the
Dude never leaves his house. He is literally...
Oh, I just realized that. Sorry. I forget that these things repeat. What do we got here?
They will not acknowledge the genuine, growing, vibrant, long-standing anti-Semitism within the right in this country. And they conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism that exists on the left and frankly in the center in many respects now. To say like Jewish Democrats are alarmed about whether their party will remain welcoming, there is no problem if you are Jewish and you're a Democrat. Hopefully, there will be an increasing problem if you are a Zionist and you're a Democrat. To trade the anti-Semitism of the right for what remains of support of Israel on the right is a very dangerous thing for Jews in this country. I will just say that.
All of that said, just to make that abundantly clear, I don't know if I've seen anybody with the access that Tucker Carlson has hold the Christian right to account on Zionism
That is true.
in the way that I've seen Tucker Carlson do that. So this is to point out that the overall project is one that is anti-Semitic, but when we're calling out Christian Zionists here and Mike Huckabee's absolute zealotry, if Tucker had our perspective, he would be pointing out that Christian Zionists are like populating the Trump administration and driving this policy, which Mike Huckabee is one of. You'll also notice that Tucker's criticisms of Israel policy, he centers Huckabee a lot in it, but doesn't touch Trump, much like the other right-wing cowards on this front. They won't go after Trump. This clip basically sparked an international incident.
I've reached out to several of the president's most prominent supporters in his movement to get the reaction to this momentous decision to launch a wide-scale attack on Iran. I just heard back from Tucker Carlson, and his answer, he told me the president's decision is, quote, absolutely disgusting and evil.
As you can imagine, Donald Trump did not take kindly to that statement from Tucker Carlson. And so as a result, he is retaliating against the former cable news host and is booting Tucker Carlson out of the MAGA club. Thanks
So does Tucker move left?
to his aggressive criticism of this war
I mean,
against
I'm dead
Iran
serious.
on behalf of Israel.
Oh,
Now,
what's
before we
happening here?
give
This
you
is
his full
weird.
statement, Cenk, your 2 cents.
So
she had to do the 2 cents.
Who's going to join Tucker in this rebellion against Trump on MAGA? And who's going to win that argument? Well, there's evidence on both sides. But first, let's give you the details of this fight.
So ABC's Jonathan Karl posted on X this afternoon, writing that in a lengthy conversation just now, President Trump hit back at Tucker Carlson, who called the Iran war absolutely disgusting and evil. Quote,
dude, he's going to attack all his pundits to the point where he's only got like 2.
Tucker has lost his way, Trump told me.
Oh my
I knew that a
God.
long time ago, and he's not MAGA.
I mean, he just did Megyn Kelly, what, 2 days ago?
MAGA is saving our country. MAGA is making our country great again. MAGA is America first. What a lie. And Tucker is none of those things. And Tucker is really not smart enough to understand that. Look, delusional, like absolutely delusional in every way, shape, or form. How is fighting a war on behalf of a foreign country America first?
He'll only have Hannity.
And you're
Yep.
going to call Tucker Carlson dumb? Look, as much as members of our audience might disagree with Tucker Carlson, I totally respect that. You can't call the guy dumb. He's not a dumb guy. And he is absolutely correct on the issue of Israel and Iran. But I'm curious what you think, Cenk.
Yeah, so it's now open warfare. Before, Tucker's saying some nice things. He still said something nice afterwards about Trump. We'll get to that in a minute. But Trump is saying that I'm done with Tucker Carlson. I'm done with Megyn Kelly. He's done with Marjorie Taylor Greene. He's done with Tom Massey. But those are 4 of the most, I was gonna say true blue, but I guess true red, right? Conservatives, right-wingers, MAGA, America First, there is. So Trump is putting in his lot with the neocons.
And Jesse Waters, that dude's so far up his ass. You ain't wrong.
And with the establishment and with the donor class. Yeah. And so can he win that war? Well, Anna, so far the
hope Trump will stop this war for weeks, or else we are all doomed.
Polling indicates that among people who still call themselves MAGA, he has
fucking 16-year-old fucking sees that shit.
Huge support, okay? But among Trump voters who don't call themselves MAGA, and there might be more of them now.
Oh shit, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate that.
At Ryan2691 $5. Just subbed. I hope your wife pulls through. If it's a scam, my faith in humanity will be lost. Embarrassed smiley face emoji.
It's okay, man. No. My wife is occasionally she's in chat, but I don't think she is tonight. She is in her second round of chemo, and this one is mixed with radiation, and then we go to surgery in 5 weeks. Well, 5 weeks until the end of this, and then then we go to surgery. No matter what, because they need to cut out the tissue that is infected. She has colorectal cancer, which, by the way, if you guys are anywhere near the age of 40, please consider getting a Cologuard check or like talk to your doctors. I'm not kidding. We have an epidemic of this happening, and they're saying that early screenings, like if you're 35 and you get screened and they find this stuff, like it's a breeze. But once this hits stage 3, you're fucked.
Now,
so please take your health seriously. This is an epidemic. And I don't want anybody to ever deal with what my wife is going through. And I know she agrees with me on this one because it is hell.
Not calling themselves MAGA. His support is down to 60.
Thank you. Pray for the wife. Thank you.
63%.
Appreciate that.
Which is unprecedentedly low for him with his own voters.
So
you have to. You know what? Western drugs are keeping my wife alive. And not just keeping her alive, she's thriving. So please don't do that. Like, we have a really shitty healthcare system, but like, and I gotta tell you, that's why I have this fund right here, is because we do not get taken care of. Actually, that's low for how much we actually owe in medical bills. Yeah, and like I said, I wish this upon nobody. I don't care who you are.
I would differentiate the two different factions in the Republican base, not as MAGA or not MAGA.
No, her oncologist said that there's a fucking epidemic, and they think like so he personally, and this is not a scientific journal, this is just her oncologist, he thinks it's tied to like Roundup and the chemicals in herbicides, because a lot of us played soccer and field sports and we went outside a lot. They think that might have played a fucking major part in it.
It's either America first or...
For your wife, may the creator watch over her. Oh, thank you.
Same old deal.
$5 for your wife. May the creator watch over her.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Con traditional Republican slop, right? So the America First crowd is really upset, and that crowd significantly sides with Tucker Carlson. But one other thing that I've noticed in the polling, Cenk, as it pertains to Republican voters, is that
no, and that's the thing. That's why when Trump said that he was going to make glyphosate, like not just legal again, because like there was a major hold on that because there was proof that this was causing cancer. Now that that's just going to be prevalent, it's going to make it even worse.
Prior to entering this war against Iran, a higher percentage of
Thank you, by the way, for the donations. My dog also gets to partake in that.
Republicans were against taking military action against Iran. But once Trump made the decision...
And the thing is, my wife played softball for a long time. So there is correlation here. We don't know, but our oncologist is keeping that in mind.
A lot of them turned around and decided to fall in line. Now, what does that mean for the future of the
We really live in the shitty
Republican Party? I don't know. And I'm not even going to attempt to predict it. But I think that someone like Tucker Carlson has managed to cobble together a bit of a coalition, the type of coalition that Trump succeeded at building in the lead up to the 2024 presidential election. And
stop, Anna. Oh my God, she's literally going to fucking launch this campaign for him. Well, we're back to fucking banning TYT if that's the case.
I say that as someone who has noticed, like just looking at his audience and the type of people who tend to watch his show, there's a pretty good mix there now. Whereas before it used to be just straight up right wingers. I'm noticing a lot of independents have flocked.
God damn it, Anna.
To his program, because these are the independents who voted for Trump because they didn't want to get dragged into forever wars, especially on behalf of Israel. And so it's really interesting to see. And I do think that, this ongoing realignment is still happening to some extent. I don't know what it means for the Democratic Party, and I'm very curious to see how this all plays out for the next presidential election in 28.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure. So look, the terms are confusing because they used to all be united around the term MAGA. But now if you go online, there's tons of America First people going, MAGA's dead. We're done with MAGA. MAGA's just the dead enders supporting Trump. And so there's a cleave there. And then
so now they think that they can pick that up. God damn it, they really are delusional. This is why TYT is going to fail.
America First.
Realistically, this is why TYT is going to fail. It's because they abandoned the fucking left.
It's confused because sometimes,
and you know what? Cool.
Nick Fuentes uses it, and then you're like, wait, not that America First, right? And so I think that what it really breaks.
No, this is what happens when you guys got fooled by MTG and fucking Tucker Carlson. Like, that's kind of crazy. It only took them to take TYT to the fucking right.
Down to is establishment versus the populist. And when you look at it that
fuck you. You always do this. Oh, the populist movement is good. Like, no. By that thinking, that's why Kamala had fucking Liz Cheney, Jank. Keep talking.
That way, within the Republican Party now and among the voters, that's not a contest. The populists are going to win. We already had that. It was Trump versus Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. How'd that turn out? I mean, it was.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It was a slaughter.
That's a good point.
Right?
And there's more. So on Monday, Trump hit back for the first time at both Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, to your point earlier, Cenk, who had expressed concerns about Trump's decision to go to war with Iran. And so Trump said of the two pundits, I think that.
Yeah, I fell off of TYT 2 years ago.
MAGA is Trump. MAGA is not the other two. MAGA wants to see our country thrive and be safe. And MAGA loves what I'm doing, every aspect of it. This is a detour that we have to take.
Cyborg Dragon. Whoa, part of the Dragon Squad coming after me.
In order to keep our.
You're a dipshit talking to the right is not abandoning the left. Kamala wasn't a populist. I'm not saying Kamala was. I wasn't a Kamala fan. What the fuck are you talking about?
Country safe.
No. But the fact that, I'm saying that they're saying that Tucker is.
And keep our country safe, Frank.
Yo, Cyborg, are you what's keeping TYT alive?
So I guess in the second part.
Don't forget, I'm part of this space. Like, I'm literally part of a collaborative that is filled with ex-TYT mods and talent.
That he's referring to the United States and Israel.
You want to talk shit? Go ahead.
Israel. Again, it bears repeating, Iran did not pose any type of security issue for the United States. This is all about Israel. And Tucker Carlson has been repeatedly saying that, which I'm sure Trump is not a fan of. And then he continues to say, Trump, Megyn was opposed to me for years.
What's wrong with the Young Turks? Anna is a fucking turf. I literally call her JK Crapsparian. Jank doesn't know where he wants to sit depending on who the fuck his latest interview was with. So if he was on Piers Morgan, it could be that he's, gonna pivot left. But if he's got Tucker Carlson, then he'll pivot right.
Years when I ran the first time, and
I don't know, man. They became very inconsistent in their politics. And yeah, now I can't get behind them. They also treat talent like shit.
Stopped me. And so, some people are against and they always come back. She came all the way back, but now I guess she maybe doesn't like the idea of this war, but I do because I have to keep nuclear weapons out of the hands of the Iranians. Now, I gotta say, this is not a great time for the nuclear disarmament crowd because we now have multiple case studies that show nuclear weapons.
Well, to be fair, they don't have the Polymarket studio anymore.
Tend to serve as a pretty good deterrent. Okay.
I see. She's still stupid. Got it. Yep.
Could have been a deterrent when
Trustvids, you got it.
It comes to Russia invading Ukraine, but Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons at our behest in the 1990s. And then you look at Iran. Do you really think Iran would have been invaded by the United States? Would it be bombed by the United States and Israel, knowing that they have a
No, they took advantage of Hassan like he was it was a car dealership and fucking Jank was the owner of it.
Nuclear arsenal.
Like, that's the type of familial abuse that he exposed Hassan to there.
Well, probably not. Although the Israelis are a little crazy, so who knows?
And I'm talking financial.
Don't forget, Noble Mobile saved.
Noble Mobile. Nobody's using your fucking shitty cell service, dude.
As for Tucker, Trump insisted that his criticism doesn't bother him at all. Carlson can say whatever he wants. It has no impact on me. And after Trump's attack on Tucker today, Marjorie Taylor Greene came out in passionate defense of
Outside of reading articles, Majority Report, Secular Talk, Hassan or the Ghost.
Carlson, saying that she supports
Hey, can we get a pep talks on there soon?
Tucker. Trump doesn't even know what MAGA is anymore and turned it into MIGA, meaning make Israel great.
Pep, you don't hit me up for money every 20 minutes like TYT does either.
Again. Trump is not America first. He's donor first.
Hey.
I know you love that, Cenk. Tucker would beat Trump if he ran for president.
God damn.
And Trump tried to violate the Constitution and tried to run again for the third time.
That's TYT.
Tucker
right.
himself wasn't willing to go nearly as far. In fact, he told reporter Oliver Darcy the following: "There are times I get annoyed with Trump, right now definitely included, but I'll always love him no matter what he says about me." Tucker does this thing. I don't know if it's disingenuous or not. To me, it kind of comes across as
Costa Rica.
disingenuous, where he'll
now I have an idea of where I can retire.
pretty viciously trash someone, but then he'll be like, "He's just the nicest guy. He's the nicest guy." You know, he's a vicious warmonger and has committed war crimes and should probably be tried at The Hague, but he's the nicest guy I've ever met in my life. I've known him my whole life.
Yeah. No.
That's for my wife's cancer fund, Cyborg.
I gotta admit,
and I don't ask about it every 20 minutes, like he just said. Yo, really? Like, all right.
I don't believe Tucker when he says that. So look,
I don't stand up for anybody this much.
Okay, we agree on war in
This is
Israel and
fucking
now donors and a bunch of things, and wonderful. We'll take it.
How is that hypocritical? They literally just said, I don't ask to donate every 20 minutes like Cenk does. Which is inherently true. Like, Cyborg, I will not only watch, but I was a paid member for TYT since like 2009. Like, god damn.
We disagree on.
I was like one of the, I thought I was OG, but I wasn't.
And yeah, no, I don't think he
always felt like I was, though.
Loves Donald Trump. I think he's just being political there, and fine.
It's the first, actually, it was the only YouTube channel that I paid for content from for a long time, over a decade.
Whatever. People are allowed to be political.
They did it to themselves. Dude, Anna started in with her fucking anti-homeless bullshit, and then she fucking threw Benny to the wolves. You know what? Hold them to account on that one. If you actually care about the shit that they said they did, I don't know, maybe, just maybe, stand up for trans rights a little bit harder and kind of fucking look at the fact that they abandon anybody that they say is that is within their progressive values, unless they criticize them.
But
Bonnie, not Benny, sorry.
Okay, so a bunch of clarifications that are important. So, Anna said, this is a little side one, but MIGA, it means make Israel great again, and that's versus MAGA. But Trump once said, oh, no, it means make Iran great again. And the mainstream media, Anna, I've now seen in articles, thinks that that's what it means. No, it doesn't mean that at all. God, they're so clueless. Anyway, small point. And another one that's a little tangential but important, and that statement that Anna read you about Trump saying, oh, yeah, this war's for us. I mean, it's a little detour and it's for us and other countries. Wait, there's two huge admissions there. One, he said it's a
I mean, you're a daily watcher. You haven't noticed that they've kind of shifted a little since getting Marjorie Taylor Greene and fucking Tucker Carlson, who want to run a dual ticket
tour,
and they want to use fucking disaffected leftists. So this is their way of doing so.
And
come on,
tour by definition means.
You know what? You can say that I'm wrong when this comes to fruition, but it seems like that's what they want to fucking do.
Not the road we were going on. Not the path.
I mean, Cenk has always kind of had a little bit of his, oh, well, I came from the right wing.
We were on. Clearly, right? So, and then the second part is
the DEA trans push cost Kamala the election. Really? Not her not her acknowledging the genocide, not her doubling down on Liz Cheney. Wow.
He says,
you know what? You can leave. It's okay. I don't care. Cyborg Dragon. I got enough Dragon Squad members here that actually matter. Cyborg Dragon sucks.
Us and other countries. So he's admitting, yeah, this is definitely at a bare minimum also for other countries, meaning of course Israel.
No, fuck you.
So
seriously, fuck you.
So Trump is not likely.
You are a right winger. That's why you like TYT.
To say that, right? I mean, those are confessions for him. Just because it's so true that even he can't help but say it. So we're asking on TYT.com, who do you think is sticking to the MAGA policies more, Donald Trump or Tucker Carlson? It's kind of fun.
I got Groove and Squishmallow Dragon. I got the two best dragons in the entire Dragon Squad.
Funny to ask, left-leaning and independent, and now
I love MTG
right wingers.
I literally just last fucking Thursday played some Commander.
Watching this too for sure. But I am curious what you.
I lost on the last fucking round, or the last move. I was so fucking pissed.
You guys think, because it isn't about whether you're right wing or not. It's about, hey,
asshole had a counter card where he can take out the spellcaster that I was about to use.
We all have eyes and ears. I remember
my dragon game is strong. It is.
Yeah. I'm old enough to remember a year ago when.
No, Cyborg Dragon. I mean, it's like Mecha Godzilla up there. All right, Kiryu. Goodbye.
Trump was saying
Mekaji.
Anti-war and America first, and he is most clearly not doing that.
I think a really important part of actually making America great again is trying to get back to a place, because
I love Commanders, the most expensive though.
Do think this existed at some point. I think I remember.
Just need one good deck
for it.
That's what
Getting back to a place where both sides can just be honest and then engage in good faith policy debates. You can't do that when one side or both sides are lying. So in this case, Trump is just trying to lie to us. How are you supposed to take that seriously? How are you supposed to make the country better and unite fellow Americans when one side and one leader is being viciously dishonest about what the motivations for war with Iran happen to be?
Used to play tiny leaders all the time.
So that's the distinction that I draw, because look,
dude, one of my friends that I play cards with, he uses the fucking squirrel deck. It is not fucking fair because it produces a a proxy card every fucking turn.
Look, if
it's insane.
A right winger who's in favor of the war with Iran comes to me and wants to get into a debate and is
for the normies,
at least honest about what the motivating factors, the real drivers of this war happen to be. Okay, great. I can have a conversation with you. We might get into a heated debate. There's no question. But I can't take people seriously when they lie to your face. And there are a lot of people in the Trump orbit who are very happy to lie in our faces.
Yeah, look, last thing on that is, as always, we're fair on both sides. And what really set me off yesterday was a whole bunch of the Democrats, a big chunk of the Democrats who were speaking out against the war. I can't believe we went into this war. This is outrageous. They're going to go vote on it. They're going to vote to fund it. They're such liars.
Yeah.
And why are they lying? Because they literally, it's not hard to solve. They also get paid by the Israeli lobby, literally, completely. So all of this is a game. It's theater.
White winnies. Ooh.
That's why I get so mad at the media who keeps playing along with the play as if it's real world. It's not the real world. Trump is getting paid by the Israelis. So are a lot of Democrats. They're both lying. So that's why in this whole struggle, if you say to me, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, who are largely being honest, even when certainly on the things we disagree with them on too.
Yeah, the card got banned. Yeah, that's why I was laughing.
They're not hiding any of their opinions. So there's they're very harsh on some of the things we disagree on. And then on the ones that we agree on, well,
isn't that whole deck ban now?
They've been more consistent. There's no question that they were anti-war and stayed anti-war. Trump has not been consistent. And, and Trump, of course, when you're talking about liars, I mean, he's a legendary liar. So he's kind of ironically perfect for politics. And I say ironic because originally MAGA liked him because they thought he wasn't a politician and he was one of them. And that was probably the thing they were most wrong about. Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets its wing.
Every time you ring that bell below and then you fart, an angel gets its wings. There we go.
So an interesting thing is happening in MAGA these days. When it comes to the media pundits, there is a huge split when it comes to the Iran war and when it comes to the Epstein files and stuff like that, right? So you have like Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, even like Matt Walsh now is flirting with this position. They're against war with Iran. They're certainly against. I mean, I guess they were.
Wait, Matt Walsh? Really?
Kind of okay with the quick, bombing thing that happened in the summer, but now they're like this, right? You also have Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was big time MAGA.
Stop.
Has gone a little further away from that position recently since she's left Congress, and now she's more directly calling out Trump, right? But big split in the MAGA media class, and you have the Sean Hannitys and the traditional conservative Republican, the Laura Loomers and stuff, the Mark Levins, the Donald Trumps. They are still rah-rah, all pro-war, doing the war, etc. Now, it's a little misleading, though, because, yes, there's a big disagreement among the MAGA media class, and I do think that matters in the long run. However, having said that, among the MAGA voters, there is no disagreement. Before Trump did the bombing and the war in Iran, it was like anywhere between 40% to 55%.
Oh, wait a minute. I just realized I have like people that play Magic here. Hey, if any of you did some Final Fantasy rips and you have the 5-color Warrior of Light, hey.
Of the Republic.
Your boy needs it.
Looking base.
Trying to build a Warrior of Light commander deck.
Said, I want to do war with Iran. So it was pretty.
I cannot pull that motherfucker. And honestly, I just can't go to a card store like right now.
Low. All things considered. 40 to 55%. Then after Trump launched this illegal and offensive war with Netanyahu, with the access of Epstein here, now it's all the way up to 85% like that. Just like in the summer, it was at like 40 or 50% supported bombing Iran. After Trump did it, it shot up to 95% among MAGA Republicans. So it's actually true to say.
Oh, shit. Never mind. Fuck, it's a $2.50 card. I thought it was a $25 card.
Not much of a split among the actual voters. They go where Trump goes. In other words, yes, it is a terrorist death cult. It is. That's what it is. That's what MAGA is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So the split with the media pundits is not really reflective of where the base is. In fact, I'd venture
I do have a job and I make money from this.
To guess if you're Tucker Carlson now or Megyn Kelly or any of these people who are really speaking up against this, you probably are getting quite a bit of shit from people who used to like you because they've rented their brain out to a fat pedophile war criminal known as Donald Trump. Now, having said that, Donald Trump was given word that, hey man, these people who like you and are part of MAGA and who are in the media, they're pretty fucking mad and they don't agree with what you're doing here. And he fired Baksky. So we get this. Exclusive. In a phone call with me just now, Donald Trump hit back at MAGA world critics of his Iran gambit, including Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson. Kelly, quote, ought to study her history book a little bit, he said when asked the criticism on her show today.
When people criticize my Trump impression, come on, man.
Tucker's criticism has no impact on me. That's what Trump said. And MAGA, POTUS told me, is
on a scale of 1 to 10, mine's at least a 6.
With him, quote,
this motherfucker's sitting at a 3.
That MAGA is Trump. MAGA's not the other two, Trump said, referring to Kelly and Carlson. MAGA wants to see our country thrive and be safe, and MAGA loves what I'm doing, every aspect of it. In other words, he's saying, yeah, bitch, this is a cult and I'm the cult leader, motherfucker. Yeah, this is like Jim Jones. I'm Jim Jones. I'm the Kool-Aid handing out dude. That's what I do, right?
Oh, yeah.
But he said the only difference between Trump and Jim Jones is Trump would charge you for the Kool-Aid before it kills you. Jim Jones would just give it to you. Iran, he added, quote, is a detour that we have to take in order to keep...
You used enunciation and all caps?
Wow. Our country safe and keep other countries safe.
Guys, it made it hit a little bit harder. You are a fucking idiot.
Frankly. So that's sort of an admission like, am I doing this for Israel? You bet your ass I'm doing this for Israel. Trump's comments come...
I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum.
As
all out of gum.
The White House is...
Hey, rest in peace, Rowdy Piper.
Flooding the zone to defend its attack on Iran, an offensive that peaks as early public polling suggests Americans disapprove of the campaign. So among the American public...
Wait, what news is telling you that Iran wants to negotiate?
I've seen numbers as low as like 21 to 25% that support the bombing, and highs of like...
If you think that, don't be surprised when this is going next week, and the week after that, and the week after that, and a year from now when you come back here and we're still at war.
39%, right? That's the range. So even though MAGA loves it, everybody else hates it. On Monday night, Vice President J.D. Vance took to Fox News with a clear message. This is not Iraq or Afghanistan. Oh, I'm sure, buddy. By the way, at the beginning of Iraq, they said this isn't Iraq. They said, oh, this will be like a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months. And then over 20 years.
Me and Kyle are about the same age. We lived through this shit.
Years later, we're still motherfucking there. I'm told by the White House that the PR push will pull in other high-profile administration officials, too, including Steve Witkoff, the guy who's grifting off of foreign policy and personally profiting because he's a corrupt asshole, and Michael Waltz. That's the fucking Israeli spy who was involved in Signalgate. And we should expect frequent, if not daily, briefings by the Pentagon. The damage control effort follows some prominent Trump world allies questioning the need for the operation at all. On Monday, Kelly became the latest to assail the administration for fighting a war that she argued is not America First priorities. Here she is. So this is what Megyn Kelly said. Ready? Why are we doing this now? What was the catalyst? Kelly asked her millions of followers, adding that, I don't think those 4 service members died for the United States. I think they died for Iran or for Israel. I have serious doubts about what we're doing. I support the president. I campaign for the president. But that doesn't mean you have to accept another Middle East war without question. And anybody who tells you that can suck it. Read some of Kelly's comments. Trump dismissed them. Kelly, quote, was opposed to me. She was opposed to me for years when I ran the first time, and nothing stopped me. And so, you know, some people are against, and they always come back, he said calmly. You know what's so devastating? That's actually accurate about MAGA. This has been my main bone to pick with these people. I mean, we talked about it when it came to fucking Dave Smith, who's one of the better people on the right. He's a libertarian. He's one of the better people. But he went from Trump, so this is in the first term, with Trump arming and funding genocide in Yemen by arming and funding Saudi Arabia and letting them do it, right? He goes, this is genocidal shit. Not only should he be in prison, he should be buried under the prison, Dave Smith said. Cut to 2024, he goes, I think I'm going to vote Trump. See, there's my problem, because even sometimes when you get, somebody on the right might have a moment of clarity and lucidity where they say the right thing. You tune in 2 weeks later and Trump does some other dumb bullshit and they're like, I may have been mad before, but I sure do love this thing where he's like saying fuck you to trans people and trying to take away their health care. That's awesome. So it's back, forth. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He says, she was opposed to me at first, and then she hopped on the bandwagon because my force of personality is stronger than hers. That's exactly right. And he goes, some people might be against, but they always come back. That's exactly right. Now, having said that, though, and this is my question for you guys, I do believe the Jeffrey Epstein war is going to be such a fucking disaster that it already is, right? I mean, we're watching them commit genocide on live TV. And we're watching our bases get bombed and all that stuff. I think he's going to go to his floor. I think his floor is in the near future. And as I've always told you guys, his floor is anywhere from like 25% to 33%. Once he falls in that range, he literally can't go.
He already is, 27.
Any lower, because everybody else is card-carrying members of the terrorist death cult.
That's where he's at.
Who just literally Donald Trump can rape their moms and shoot them in the face right in front of them, and they would just be like, I love my Donald Trump. So he's never going to go below that. But I think this will get to the floor. So even though he's right, talking about the media pundits like, oh, you always come back, you sad motherfuckers, he actually might be wrong in the long run because, yes, it's happened every time to this point, but, I mean, you don't have the sauce anymore, dog. Like, you don't have the sauce. Like, the thing is, he could get away with some shit when, the economy was doing okay. And now it's like everything is crumbling around him. Everything. And so I don't know exactly what that floor is, whether it's 25% or 28% or 33%, but he's going to fucking hit it. He's going to hit it. And so it's actually, I do think in the long run, it's kind of intelligent what Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and these people are doing because they're realizing Trump's 80 years old. He's literally rotting away in front of us, as we'll talk about in a little bit. I don't know how much longer he is for this earth. He's high in his own supply. He's clearly losing his mind and showing signs of Alzheimer's. He's warmongering like nobody's business. He's destroying the economy. So where am I going to be in 7 years? Right? If I just hitch my wagon to this asshole until the fucking Titanic crashes into the iceberg, Why would I do that? I need to start distancing myself now. So there's like complex dynamics at play here. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And so I think these guys in the long run actually are the smarter ones, because there is going to have to be a Republican Party after MAGA, after Trump. And right now, the motherfucking stench that's all over J.D. Vance and all over Marco Rubio and all over Tulsi Gabbard and RFK and all these loathsome, vapid, vile, empty cretins, like, they're cooked.
Well, you want to know the thing about 5D chess? It's not real.
They're done. When this is over, I mean, they're going to have to go get a job at fucking at Denny's, all right? They're going to have to go to Arby's and sign up there, because there ain't going to be anything left.
Welcome to Arby's. What can I get for you?
For you in politics, because the world is going to be...
Have you considered trying our new curly fries? They're different than the original curly fries. These ones are a little bit more crispy.
Be done with you guys. All right, they continue here. Worth noting, there's a belief among some insiders that Republicans...
Consider having some potato wedges.
Republicans will give the president the benefit of the doubt and eventually come around. A senior White House official told me this afternoon that we are in
Trusty Dome,
the first inning of a 9-inning game. All right, well, if that's the case, you motherfuckers are down like 12-0 already. Quote, the Panicans need to relax, the person said, referring to Trump's nickname for worrywart Republicans. The president and cabinet will continue to make the case about why this was necessary. How can it be necessary when you guys started it? You did the illegal attack. You did the offensive attack. They had agreed to your uranium demands, and you still attacked them. By definition, that is not necessary. There are questions in Trump world about how deep the MAGA fracture actually runs. Some argue that while these voices of dissent may be loud with large followings, they don't constitute a majority of Republicans. But other Republicans argue that logic merely papers over GOP fractures that now need to be repaired ahead of the midterms. Even if, say, 30% of Republicans are on the other side of this issue from the White House, that could cause some major problems for the Electoral Coalition. And they are, right? And they are. Or we're getting there. It's you know, like I said, what is 85% at this moment? But last time he did it was 95%. So,
Etch, good night.
Like,
I'll
it's going
catch you tomorrow.
one direction and it ain't up. All right. One Republican operative involved in multiple statewide races across the country told me, this person argued, it's hard to see how the politics play out favorably, and the real question is how fast the administration can wrap up the job and pivot. I mean, it really is one of those things where, like, he's really pushing it as far as he can go. It's almost like he's testing the cult. Like, okay, are you really a death cult? Let's see how far you'll go, right? It almost feels like that. I mean, it's not. It's really about, like, he's blackmailed by Mossad, and he's also a warmonger, and, you know, he's a fucking idiot. Like, it's more about that. But this fundamentally is a test for the cult. And, you know, he's pushing the boundary as much as he possibly can. And we're at the point now where, like, what else would he have to do to prove he's evil, sadistic, and stupid? Like, does he actually have to nuke Iran? Does he actually have to nuke Iran? Because that's on the motherfucking table now. And when he does that, what's the reaction going to be? I got to tell you the truth, though. I'm sickened at the fact that there hasn't been impeachment. There hasn't been a movement.
Our Navy does not have full control of the passage. That's why the fucking, like, you do understand that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. If you believe that, I don't know what fucking propaganda you're getting.
To impeach, there hasn't
Holy shit.
been impeachment. There has been no...
That's full-blown copium right there.
Talk of the 25th...
Like, you don't get it.
Fifth Amendment, because, like, we're already talking about an illegal...
Yeah, we literally just lost a fucking oil tanker. What are you talking about?
Offensive war against a country that didn't attack us. They're saying boots on the ground are inevitable.
Here.
They're admitting we attacked first. They're carpet bombing innocent civilians. What the fuck else would he have to do? They're lying about every single element of this. What would he have to do? Like, I don't understand. Do we have literally zero morals left, zero ethics left, zero intelligence left? And apparently the answer is yes. But Trump is now fed up with the minor, might I add, minor criticism being lobbied his way by some MAGA media figures. And I don't know. It'll be interesting to see it play out. But I do sense that in the near future, he's going to dip. I really think he'll have a 29% poll come out at some point soon. I think he already had a 29% poll that was supposed to come out from Gallup, and that's why they decided, hey, we're not tracking the president's numbers anymore, y'all. Remember that? I think they did that because they realized the number was so low that if they released it, Trump would, like, do the thing where he sues them or he, you know, comes after them or audits them or whatever. I think they were just like, let's just not release this. So I think we're already there. But certainly if we weren't there already, in the near future, there's going to be like a 29% banger. So he's definitely out over his skis. And he's no longer has his A game. Motherfucker doesn't even have his C game anymore.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor. Oman's Maritime Security Center says an oil tanker has been attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, injuring 4 crew. All 20 people on board were evacuated. Meanwhile, in another incident reported north of the capital, Muscat, an unknown projectile is said to have struck a vessel. There have also been Iranian drone strikes on Oman, which had been mediating indirect talks between Tehran and Washington. 2 drones hit Oman's commercial port of Doham. One of them struck a mobile home for workers, injuring 1 person. And Qatar's foreign ministry has condemned the attack on Oman, saying in a statement, the state of Qatar expresses its strong condemnation of the Iranian attacks that targeted the commercial Doham port in the sisterly Sultanate of Oman and an oil tanker off its coast, considering them a violation of the Sultanate's sovereignty, an unacceptable escalation and a cowardly targeting of a country playing an active role in mediation efforts. So, Zain, Qatar denouncing the attack very strongly there. What can we expect going forward in the region?
Well, the GCC countries are certainly closing ranks. The foreign ministers of those countries had a video conference call today as well to discuss de-escalation, to discuss how to bring stability back, and crucially to discuss the very important commercial and transport waterways, not just the Strait of Hormuz, but in the Arabian Sea and in the Gulf. Now, Iran has said in the past that if it is attacked, it will choke the Strait of Hormuz. That is what we are seeing and beginning to do now. It is also said that despite the fact that these countries in the GCC, that its neighboring countries are...
That's why you guys are seeing fucking diesel go up to almost $5. And next week, our gas prices are set to fucking almost double.
Its close neighbors are its partners.
But keep going. La, 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 la. Donald Trump will save us. La, 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 la.
In the region, what it continues to say is that as long as you host the United States assets, military bases, cooperate militarily with the United States, that they will consider those assets, those bases, those locations as sovereign U.S. targets that are fair game if Iran is attacked. And that is what we've been seeing. Oman was spared the beginning of this retaliation by Iran on day 1 yesterday. But Oman has in the past cooperated with the United States. It does have cooperation agreements for the U.S. military to use its bases and airports and airstrips. So what we are seeing now is that Iran is beginning to target Oman as well. It was the only country in the GCC yesterday that hadn't been struck on day 1.
That's not how you spell fear.
One of Iran's retaliation after it was attacked. But we are seeing Oman being brought into the fray now as well.
Zain, thank you very much indeed. That's Zain Basrabi talking to us there from...
The outbreak of war by the United States and Israel against Iran has sent tremors through the global economy, exposing just how fragile the world's energy architecture remains. What began as a geopolitical confrontation has rapidly morphed into a full-scale economic shockwave, radiating outward from the Persian Gulf to Europe, Asia, and beyond. At the center of this storm lies a narrow stretch.
Gotta say, that guy has a fucking sound closet that is perfect for voice acting.
Of water whose closure represents...
Which... His isolated audio.
It's one of the gravest nightmares in global trade, the Strait of Hormuz. Roughly 1/5 of the world's oil supply typically flows through this 21-mile wide passage between Iran and Oman. In practice, usable shipping space is even narrower, just 2 lanes, each about 2 miles wide, through which between 70 and 80 tankers pass daily under normal conditions. It's often described as the motorway of global energy trade, the indispensable artery connecting Gulf producers to global markets. In the current conflict, however, that artery has effectively been severed, with insurers designating the zone a war risk area and shippers unwilling to expose vessels to missile or drone strikes. Tanker traffic has ground to a halt. Even without a formal legal blockade, the effect is the same. Energy exports are frozen. Despite the United States' offer to escort vessels through the strait, the implications are immediate. Oil prices have surged past $85 a barrel, with market speculation intensifying around the psychologically critical $100 mark. Yet oil is only part of the story. Natural gas markets have reacted even more violently. Qatar, responsible for roughly 20% of global liquefied natural gas exports, has no viable export route that bypasses Hormuz. When Qatari energy operations pause, Europe and Asia feel the shock almost instantly. In recent trading sessions, European natural gas prices have doubled. What initially appeared to be a contained confrontation between Israel, the United States, and Iran has evolved into something far broader. Gulf states, long striving to position themselves as stable business hubs insulated from regional turmoil, have been pulled towards the epicenter. Missile strikes on Saudi energy infrastructure and threats against key oil cities such as Dhahran underscore the vulnerability of the region's economic crown jewels. For countries like Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain,
in his mouth's basement,
in Qatar, the crisis is not...
Oh, look, it's a guy that gets too drunk to type the fucking troll people when he comes here a little bit late.
...merely about oil revenue. It strikes at the foundation of their modern identity. Over the past decade, these states have invested heavily in diversifying their economies, marketing themselves as
MAGA sending their best
financial centers, tourism destinations, and expatriate havens.
I swear that's just going to become a catchphrase.
Dubai, for example, hosts thousands of foreign businesses and a large expatriate workforce drawn by tax advantages and stability. Rising insurance costs, covering everything from shipping to skyscrapers, threaten to undermine that business model. If the Gulf ceases to be perceived as safe, capital could retreat swiftly. At the same time, the conflict exposes asymmetric vulnerabilities across the global economy. The United States, now the world's largest oil producer, occupies a comparatively strong position. Higher oil prices may hurt consumers at the pump, but American producers benefit from elevated crude prices, record levels of U.S. LNG contracts.
So, in short, gas companies benefit. Consumer gets fucked.
Suggest that American energy firms could profit from disrupted Gulf exports. Yet even the United States is not immune. Refining capacity constraints mean that higher crude prices can still translate into domestic cost pressures. Meanwhile, Europe and Asia are far more exposed. Countries such as Japan and India remain heavily dependent on Middle Eastern imports. Europe, having already endured an energy shock following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, now faces renewed inflationary risks. Energy markets are globally priced. Even if a country maintains physical supply through domestic production or diversified imports, it must still pay prevailing international prices. Thus, a surge in oil and gas benchmarks transmits inflation worldwide. This inflationary pulse reverberates through bond markets, currencies, and equities. Expectations
Again, you guys can ignore this all you want, but that's to your detriment.
Central bank interest rate cuts, once considered imminent.
You know, the smarties, they're out here fucking seeing what's going to happen, and they're just planning for it.
In several developed economies have been scaled back sharply. Higher
But my 401k.
Energy prices feed into headline inflation, making policymakers reluctant to ease monetary conditions. Consumers, already strained by previous price shocks, face the prospect of prolonged high borrowing costs. The conflict also threatens food security. Approximately 30% of the world's urea, a key fertilizer component, passes through Hormuz. Disruption could drive up agricultural input costs, compounding existing pressures created by the war in Ukraine. In Gulf states themselves, where up to 70% of food imports transit the strait, shortages could emerge if the closure persists. While most economies suffer, some actors may gain. Russia, for instance, stands to benefit from higher oil prices. Every dollar added to the global oil benchmark increases revenue for the Kremlin, bolstering its war chest amid ongoing conflict in Ukraine. With Iranian oil exports constrained by sanctions and conflict, Russia faces less competition in supplying energy-hungry markets like China. Iran's own calculus appears centered less on profit than on leverage. Sanctions limit its ability to reap full financial gains from rising prices. Instead, Tehran's strategy seems aimed at maximizing economic pain for adversaries. Unable to match the military capabilities of the United States and Israel directly, Iran can weaponize geography, turning energy flows into a tool of asymmetric retaliation. For the United Kingdom and the European Union, the crisis
You still have an answered. You mean haven't answered? This is talk to text.
Crisis arrives at an awkward moment.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Text.
Fiscal plan.
If you're driving and you're doing talk to text, really? That's your priority?
It's built on assumptions of falling gas prices and stabilizing inflation now look fragile. Government forecasts projecting declines in energy costs risk rapid obsolescence.
Now I pay taxes on this basement, bitch.
If the conflict drags on. Calls to revive North...
Well, actually, because I do YouTube and I actually make money from it, I get to write this one off.
See oil and gas production illustrate the tension between energy security and long-term climate commitments. Yet experts caution...
I was surprised too.
...that any revival would yield limited global impact and require years of investment. Prices are set internationally. Marginal increases in domestic production cannot offset a sustained closure of Hormuz. The broader concern is psychological. Markets have weathered dramatic events in recent years from...
Well, also, it's not just the closure. Like, we were seeing that Iran, like, because of their mountainous terrain, they could just like hide a whole bunch of ballistic stuff. So
tariff wars to brief Middle Eastern flare-ups with surprising
they can prolong this.
Resilience. This time, though, feels different. The scale of disruption, coupled with the real prospect of a prolonged regional war, challenges the assumption that energy choke points are relics of the past. If hostilities subside within days, the economic damage may prove limited. Existing oil inventories and seasonal demand patterns could cushion short-term disruption. Markets might retreat from their peaks, and inflationary effects could fade. But if the conflict extends beyond several weeks, the calculus darkens. Stockpiles would deplete, prices could climb well above $100 a barrel, central banks would delay rate cuts or even contemplate tightening. Gulf states might intervene more directly, escalating into a broader regional confrontation.
What is your obsession with trying to be like somebody supports my life?
With sectarian undertones.
That's a lot.
Such a scenario, energy exports, LNG shipments, and fertilizer flows
can't accept that I just fucking worked this hard.
Could remain suppressed for months. The global economy already
I love streaming this much that I'm literally on 7 hours and 18 minutes, and I also do work a job.
Navigating post-pandemic adjustments and technological upheaval would confront a new sinkhole. Growth would slow. Inflation would persist. Political tensions within importing countries would intensify as households absorb higher costs. Unbeknownst to Donald Trump, the Strait of Hormuz has long symbolized the fragility of global interdependence. Today,
This guy over here.
that fragility is no longer theoretical. The economic shockwave from war in the Gulf reveals how swiftly geopolitical conflict can mutate into worldwide financial strain. Whether this moment becomes a brief spike or a prolonged crisis depends not on military developments but on the willingness of regional powers to step back from the brink. For now, the world watches oil tankers idle and waits.
Yep. That we do. Ooh, guess what we're getting close to? Kind of want to do something fun here. Let's see. Fun. What's fun? CIA analyst tells the truth about the Ayatollah nobody wants to know. God damn it.
So I'm here to tell you guys that absolutely everything you've been told about war with Iran is a lie. Everything you've been told about the Iranian regime is a lie. Everything you've been told about the history is a lie. When the Republicans say this war started in 1979.
Wait, it's not even Friday. Wait, it is Friday because it's a late stream. Yep.
And they waged it. They started it. That's a lie. They all know the
I'll end at 7:30, okay?
war actually started in 1953.
Whatever, the half-hour mark.
That was when the U.S. illegally overthrew a democratically elected leader in Iran called Mohammad Mossadegh. This guy was nationalizing Iranian oil to give the profits to the people of Iran. And the CIA and MI6 said, we're not going to let that happen because the oil companies the Western oil companies need the profit from that oil. Okay? And so they went in, illegally overthrew this guy, put in a puppet dictator named the Shah, who ruled with an iron fist. And that was the U.S. and Britain meddling in the politics of Iran, overthrowing their democracy and forcing on them a dictator. And so after that, they were a little pissed at us. And that's what led to the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Okay? That's what led to that. Now, that's the history they don't tell you. What they don't tell you today is that basically every single thing the U.S. and Israel were asking for was agreed to by Iran, by the Grand Ayatollah, by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Council. In fact, hours before Netanyahu launched the first illegal attack against Iran, they agreed to zero enrichment. Zero enriched uranium stockpile. Zero. And didn't matter. It didn't matter because the negotiations were fake. They were a ruse. They were to make it look like, oh, look, we're being nice guys, we're being good guys, we're being reasonable, and oh, these crazy Iranians just aren't playing ball. When in reality it was the exact opposite. They were faking negotiations, and Netanyahu said, I yearned to do this attack for 40 years, and he finally did it. Okay? There was never any hope for anything other than war, because Netanyahu was plotting war the entire time, and Donald Trump's a fucking blackmailed asshole dipshit. Okay? And a warmonger in his own respect. Well, here's another thing. They never told you about the Grand Ayatollah. They never told you. They don't want you to know this. This changes everything. They don't want you to know this. They don't want you to see this. They don't want you to spread this far and wide. They want this to be a fact lost in the wind to history. So here's a former CIA analyst, Larry Johnson, and he's going to talk about the Grand Ayatollah who was just killed, 86-year-old Ayatollah Khamenei, and listen to what he says. This is astonishing.
Think of this. The one guy in Iran that blocked for 36 years Iran's ability to develop a nuclear weapon. The one man who stood in the way, who said, we will not build a nuclear weapon, that's the guy the United States killed. So we're sitting there saying that, we're doing this so Iran doesn't threaten the world with a nuke. The Ayatollah Khamenei, 36 years ago, issued a fatwa, said, no, that is evil. We're not going to go down that path. And the United States killed him, or the Israelis did, or both. I mean,
have you ever heard that before? Have you ever heard he issued a fatwa against nuclear weapons? Have you ever heard that he repeatedly called it un-Islamic and said we have no interest in doing that? Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard that the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear agreement that Obama did, was working perfectly and that is completely and utterly undisputed by every single expert who looked at it?
The problem is Kyle makes these short form videos that he wants to do what like we're all doing, is just commentary. Like that's what he is a commentator. But a lot of people see him as news. It's the same with Pondering Politics, Anna Mockler, Midas Touch. That you have to remember that these are just dudes commentating on a story the same way. It's just short form.
All we did was give them back their own money that we had stolen from them through sanctions. And then in return for that, they let the IAEA in there from the UN to regulate their nuclear stockpile. And they could tell that they're only enriching to the point that they have power for their power grid and scientific research and aren't even trying to make a weapon. Are you aware of that? So every single thing that Netanyahu has told you, Donald Trump has told you, the Republicans have told you, the media has told you, all of it is bullshit.
My name is Ozymandias.
Trump said the other week, he goes, they won't just say the magic words. They won't just say the magic.
He comes out with a Caesar crown.
Magic words that.
Oh no,
we're not going to build a nuke.
I wasn't
they won't
prepared
say it.
for
they
that.
Won't say
Sorry.
It. Literally that same day, the Iranian foreign minister went on Twitter and said, "Let me say the words. We will not build a nuke. Let me say those magic words. We're not going to build a nuke." Didn't matter. It didn't matter because every single thing you've been told is a lie. Just like the whole history you've been taught about the U.S. is a lie.
Strong Flower, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that.
It's, a nation built on freedom and equality and democracy, say the slave-owning, land-owning white men. Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? What kind of a sick joke is this? We're going to morally cast aspersions. We did the Native American genocide. We had slavery. We had Jim Crow, right? I mean, women didn't have the right to vote until much, much later on. I mean, every single thing you've been
1921
told is bullshit. Just like with the Iraq war, it was all based on lies. Oh, Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. He's going to attack us. He's protecting Osama bin Laden. He worked with Osama bin Laden. Lie, 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 lie. Now the military-industrial complex is getting another war. It's phenomenally fucking profitable for them. And Netanyahu is going to get to turn Iran into a failed state and create a greater Israel in the region and become a regional superpower and eventually try to become a global superpower. That's exactly what we're looking at here. And the reason why these conversations are hard to have and these debates are hard to have is specifically because people have no idea just how much they've been lied to. It is like a bunch of fucking sheep and lemming watching mainstream media talk about this and try to make sense of it. When they don't know their ass from their elbow. They don't know the first fucking thing about anything. Okay? Then you come in and have to explain everything from the absolute basics. Well, here we are now. And that's why we call it the Jeffrey Epstein War. And that's why Israel and the U.S. are the axis of Epstein. Because Donald Trump is being blackmailed into doing this colossal war. And, like I said, you've been lied to every step of the way. And also, yes, the Ayatollah is now dead. He's been replaced with his son. So they replaced the Ayatollah Khomeini with the Ayatollah Khomeini. Great job. Except the son is more of a hardliner.
He's more of a hardliner. And Ayatollah Khomeini was 87.
The son is more conservative. The son is more anti-Western. And by the way, after you watch, Israel murk your dad, I'd venture to guess perhaps revenge and retribution are on your mind, right? So, it's always crazy. I always said, I've never been a big fan of reading fiction books because real life history is way more fascinating than fiction could ever be. And the fascinating thing you learn in this story is that, Israel and the U.S. have been dead wrong all along. We've been the baddies. We've been the aggressors. We've been the evil ones. We've been the imperialists. We've been bloodthirsty. And everything you've been told about the big bad Iranians is complete and utter horseshit. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
All right. Alrighty. Finally, getting to the end of show here. Man, this has been a packed one, guys. Holy shit. Well, if you guys are hanging out, hello. If this is your first time here, I appreciate you checking out the channel. Appreciate you watching. If you haven't already hit the like, I'm going to ask, can you please? I really do appreciate it. I ask this, not just for me. Do this for any other smaller channel. Fine, larger channels, they don't really need it as much, but yeah, you see people like me out there, please. I really encourage you to hit the like button on anything that you watch for even more than 5 minutes, even if you don't like it. Yeah, just makes you a better consumer. Also, hit that sub. I mean, if you guys like it, I do appreciate it. Also, we got a kick-ass community here, so Israel will take over the world. Yeah, shit. You enjoyed the show. I'll be back. Have a good night. Me runs. Yes, I appreciate having you here the entire time. Oh, dude, thank you. I will look forward to seeing you, because MAGA doesn't like women and kids. Or dogs. They don't like dogs either. Okay, it's always weirded me out that Trump he has such an aversion to dogs. Like, you ever think about that? Like, it's kind of crazy. But nah, guys, I really appreciate you hanging out tonight. Like I said, if you guys can help out with the channel, I appreciate your curiosity. Thanks. Really do appreciate that. Life's boring if you're not curious. You know what I mean? But at the risk of stun locking the way that I usually do, I'm going to say goodnight. But tomorrow I will be on at 4 p.m. Central. Come and join us and have some fun. Hopefully I will... Oh, you were talking to George? Oh, now I'm happy. Okay, now I can go to bed happy. All right. But, all right, folks. Like I said, I tend to stun lock, do the Midwest goodbye stuff, so I'm just going to say good night. I appreciate you all. I will see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.